Preface of the Authoritative Life of General William Booth by George Scott Railton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Hirsch. I have no hesitation in commending this small volume as containing, so far as its space permits, a good picture of my beloved father, and a record of much that made his life of interest and importance to the world. It does not, of course, profess to cover anything like the whole story of his many years of worldwide service. It could not do so. For any such complete history, we must wait for that later production which may, I hope, be possible before very long, when there has been time to go fully through the masses of diaries, letters, and other papers he has left behind him. It must not be supposed that I can make myself responsible for every phrase Commissioner Railton has used. I know, however, that perhaps no one, except myself, had anything like his opportunities during the last 40 years of knowing and studying my father's life, both in public and private, and of understanding his thoughts and purposes. Now we wish this book to accomplish something. We cannot think it possible for anyone, especially a Salvationist, to read it without being compelled, ever and anon, to ask himself such questions as these. Am I living a life that is at all like this life? Am I, at any rate, willing by God's grace to do anything I can in the same direction, in order that God may be more loved and glorified, and that my fellow man may be raised to a more godlike and happy service? After all, is there not something better for me than money-making, or the search after human applause, or indeed the pursuit of earthly good of any kind? If, instead of aiming at that which will all fade away, I turn my attention to making the best of my life for God and for others, may I not also accomplish something that will afford me satisfaction at last, and bear reflection in the world to come? I hope also that to some, at least, the great message of this life will stand revealed in these pages. I believe it to be that while God can do little or nothing by us until we are completely submitted and given up to Him, He can work wonders of infinite moment to the world when we are. Asked a few months before his death if he would put into a sentence the secret as he saw it of all the blessings which had attended him during his 70 years of service, the general replied, "Well, if I am to put it into one sentence, I would say that I made up my mind that God Almighty should have all there was of William Booth." It was, in the beginning, that entire devotion to God and its continued maintenance which could alone account for the story told in these brief records. The book is, of course, written, in the main, from the Salvationist point of view. Much of it, indeed, is simply a reproduction of my father's own sayings and writings to his own people. This, to all thoughtful readers, must be our defense against any appearance of self-glorification, or any omission to refer to the work in the world that others are doing for Christ. No attempt has been made to tell the story of the General's life and times, but simply to note some of the things he said and did himself. And I trust the record may be found useful by all the many servants of God who do not think exactly as he thought, but who yet rejoiced in the triumphs of the cross through his labors. To continue and to amplify the results of his work must needs be my continual aim. I am full of hope that this book may bring me some help, not only towards his memorial scheme, which contemplates the erection and equipment in London and other capitals of enlarged premises for training of officers in every branch of the work, or, where they already have such buildings, the erection of a new headquarters or halls, but towards the maintenance and extension in every land of the work he began. It cannot be but a special gratification to me to know that this book will be received with eager affection in almost every part of the world. How could it ever cease to be my greatest joy to strive more and more after my father's ideal of linking together men and women of every land and race in one grand competition for the extinction of selfishness by the enlistment of all sorts and conditions of men in one great holy war for God and for all that is good. Whether those into whose hands this volume falls agree or not with the teachings of the Salvation Army, may God grant them grace to join heartily at least in this, my Father's great purpose, and so help me attain the victory for which he lived and died. W. Bramwell Booth, London International Headquarters of the Salvation Army, November 1912. End of preface. Section 1, Childhood and Poverty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. William Booth was born in Nottingham, England, on April 10, 1829, and was left at 13 the only son of a widowed and impoverished mother. His father had been one of those builders of houses who so rapidly rose in those days to wealth, but who, largely employing borrowed capital, often found themselves, in any time of general scarcity, reduced to poverty. I glory in the fact that the general's ancestry has never been traced, so far as I know, beyond his grandfather. I will venture to say, however, that his forefathers fought with desperation against somebody at least 1,000 years ago. Fighting is an inveterate habit of ours in England, and another renowned general has just been recommending all young men to learn to shoot. The constant joy and pride with which our general always spoke of his mother is a tribute to her excellence, as well as the best possible record of his own earliest days. Of her he wrote in 1893, "I had a good mother, so good she has ever appeared to me that I have often said that all I knew of her life seemed a striking contradiction of the doctrine of human depravity. In my youth, I fully accepted that doctrine, and I do not deny it now. But my patient, self-sacrificing mother always appeared to be an exception to the rule. I loved my mother. From infancy to manhood, I lived in her. Home was not home to me without her. I do not remember any single act of willful disobedience to her wishes. When my father died, I was so passionately attached to my mother that I can recollect that, deeply though I felt his loss, my grief was all but forbidden by the thought that it was not my mother who had been taken from me. And yet one of the regrets that has followed me to the present hour is that I did not sufficiently value the treasure while I possessed it, and that I did not, with sufficient tenderness and assiduity at the time, attempt the impossible task of repaying the immeasurable debt I owed to that mother's love. She was certainly one of the most unselfish beings it has been my lot to come into contact with. Never mind me was descriptive of her whole life at every time, in every place, and under every circumstance. To make others happy was the end of all her thoughts and aims, with regard not only to her children, but to her domestics, and indeed to all who came within her influence. To remove misery was her delight. No beggar went empty-handed from her door. The sorrows of any poor wretch were certain of her commiseration, and of a helping hand in their removal, so far as she had the ability. The children of misfortune were sure of her pity, and the children of misconduct she pitied almost the more, because, for one reason, they were the cause of sorrow to those who had reason to mourn on their account. For many years before she died, love, joy, and peace reigned in her heart, beamed from her countenance, and spoke in her words. Her faith was immovably fixed on Him who is able to save to the uttermost. It was a common expression of confidence with her that Jesus would go with her all the way through the journey of life, even to the end. He would not leave her. Her feet were on the rock. To this testimony to his mother's worth, the general added, "To those whose eyes may fall on these lines, may I not be excused saying, see to it that you honor your father and your mother, not only that your days may be long in the land, but that you may not, in after years, be disturbed by useless longings to have back again the precious ones who so ceaselessly and unselfishly toiled with heart and brain for your profoundest well-being." My mother and father were both Derbyshire people. They were born within a few miles of each other, the former at Somercotes, a small village within a mile or two of Alfreton, and the latter at Belper. My mother's father was a well-to-do farmer. Her mother died when she was 3 years of age, and her father marrying again, she was taken to the heart and home of a kind uncle and aunt, who reared and educated her, giving her at the same time a sound religious training. Years passed, of which we have but imperfect knowledge, during which, by some means, she drifted to the small town of Aspey-de-la-Zouch. Here she met my father, who was availing himself of the waters as a remedy for his chronic enemy, rheumatism. He offered her marriage. She refused. He left the town indignant, but returned to renew his proposal, which she ultimately accepted. Their marriage followed. Up to this date, her path through life had been comparatively a smooth one, but from this hour onward, through many long and painful years, it was crowded with difficulties and anxieties. My father's fortunes appear to have begun to wane soon after his marriage. At that time, he would have passed, I suppose, for a rich man, according to the estimate of riches in those days. But bad times came, and very bad times they were, such as we know little about, despite all the grumbling of this modern era. Nottingham, where the family was then located, suffered heavily, a large proportion of its poorer classes being reduced to the verge of starvation. My father, who had invested the entire savings of his lifetime in small house property, was seriously affected by these calamitous circumstances. In fact, he was ruined. The brave way in which my mother stood by his side during that dark and sorrowful season is indelibly written on my memory. She shared his every anxiety, advised him in all his business perplexities, and upheld his spirit as crash followed crash, and one piece of property after another went overboard. Years of heavy affliction followed, during which she was his tender, untiring nurse, comforting and upholding his spirit unto death. And then she stood out all alone to fight the battles of his children amidst the wreck of his fortunes. Those days were gloomy indeed, and the wonder now, in looking back upon them, is that she survived them. It would have seemed a perfectly natural thing if she had died of a broken heart and been borne away to lie in my father's grave. But she had reasons for living. Her children bound her to earth, and for our sakes she toiled on with unswerving devotion and unintermitting care. After a time the waters found a smoother channel, so far as this world's troubles were concerned, and her days were ended in her 85th year in comparative peace. During one of my motor campaigns to Nottingham, the General wrote on another occasion, my car took me over the Trent, the dear old river along whose banks I used to wander in my boyhood days, sometimes poring over Young's Night Thoughts, reading Henry Kirke White's poems, or, as was frequently the case before my conversion, with a fishing rod in my hand. In those days, angling was my favorite sport. I have sat down on those banks many a summer morning at 5 o'clock, although I rarely caught anything. And old uncle ironically used to have a plate with a napkin on it ready for my catch, waiting for me on my return. And then the motor brought us to the ancient village of Wilford, with its lovely old avenues of elms fringing the river. There were the very meadows in which we children used to revel amongst the bluebells and crocuses which, in those days, spread out their beautiful carpet in the springtime, to the unspeakable delight of the youngsters from the town. But how changed the scene! Most of these rural charms had fled, and in their places were collieries and factories, and machine shops, and streets upon streets of houses for the employees of the growing town. We were only 60,000 in my boyhood, whereas the citizens of Nottingham today number 250,000. A few years ago the city conferred its freedom upon me as a mark of appreciation and esteem. To God be all the glory that he has helped his poor boy to live for him, and made even his former enemies to honor him. But we all know what sort of influences exist in a city that is at once the capital of a county and a commercial center. The homes of the wealthy and comfortable are found at no great distance from the dwellings of the poor, while in the huge marketplaces are exhibitions weekly of all the contrasts between town and country life, between the extremest want and the most lavish plenty. 70 years ago, life in such a city was nearly as different from what it is today as the life of today in an American state capital is from that of a Chinese town. Between the small circle of old families who still possessed widespread influence and the masses of the people, there was a wide gap. The few respectable charities, generally due to the piety of some long-departed citizen, marked out very strikingly a certain number of those who were considered deserving poor, and helped to make everyone less concerned about all the rest. For all the many thousands struggling day and night to keep themselves and those dependent upon them from starvation, there was little or no pity. It was just their lot, and they were taught to consider it their duty to be content with it. To envy their richer neighbors, to covet anything they possessed, was a sin that would only ensure for the coveter an eternal and aggravated continuance of his present thirst. In describing those early years, the General said, "Before my father's death, I had been apprenticed by his wish. I was very young, only 13 years of age, but he could not afford to keep me longer at school, and so out into the world I must go. This event was followed by the formation of companionships whose influence was anything but beneficial. I went downhill morally, and the consequences might have been serious, if not eternally disastrous, but that the hand of God was laid on me in a very remarkable manner. I had scarcely any income as an apprentice, and was so hard up when my father died that I could do next to nothing to assist my dear mother and sisters, which was the cause of no little humiliation and grief. The system of apprenticeship in those days generally bound a lad for 6 or 7 years. During this time he received little or no wages, and was required to slave from early morning to late evening upon the supposition that he was being taught the business, which, if he had a good master, was probably true. It was a severe but useful time of learning. My master was a Unitarian. That is, he did not believe Christ was the Son of God and the Savior of the world, but only the best of teachers. Yet so little had he learnt of him that his heaven consisted in making money, strutting about with his gay wife, and regaling himself with worldly amusements. At 19, the weary years of my apprenticeship came to an end. I had done my 6 years' service, and was heartily glad to be free from the humiliating bondage they had proved. I tried hard to find some kind of labor that would give me more liberty to carry out the aggressive ideas which I had by this time come to entertain as to saving the lost. But I failed. For 12 months I waited. Those months were among the most desolate of my life. No one took the slightest interest in me. Failing to find employment in Nottingham, I had to move away. I was loath, very loath, to leave my dear widowed mother in my native town, but I was compelled to do so, and to come to London. In the great city I felt myself unutterably alone. I did not know a soul excepting a brother-in-law, with whom I had not a particle of communion. In many respects, my new master very closely resembled the old one. In one particular, however, he differed from him very materially, and that was he made a great profession of religion. He believed in the divinity of Jesus Christ and in the Church, of which he was a member, but seemed to be utterly ignorant of either the theory or practice of experimental godliness. To the spiritual interests of the dead world around him, he was as indifferent as were the vicious crowds themselves, whom he so heartily despised. All he seemed to me to want was to make money, and all he seemed to want me for was to help him in the sordid, selfish task. So it was work, 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 morning, noon, and night. I was practically a white slave, being only allowed my liberty on Sundays, and an hour or two one night in the week, and even then the rule was, home by 10 o'clock or the door will be locked against you. This law was rigidly enforced in my case, although my employer knew that I traveled long distances preaching the gospel, in which he and his wife professed so loudly to believe. To get home in time, many a Sunday night I have had to run long distances, after walking for miles and preaching twice during the day. The contrast between those days and ours can hardly be realized by any of us now. We may put down almost in figures some of the differences that steam and electricity have made, linking all mankind together more closely than Nottingham was then connected with London. But what words can convey any picture of the development of intelligence and sympathy that makes an occurrence in a London back street interest the reading inhabitants of Germany, America, and Australia as intense as those of our own country? What a consolation it would have been to the apprentice lad could he have known how all his daily drudgery was fitting him to understand, to comfort, and to help the toiling masses of every race and clime. In the wonderful providence of God, all these changes have been allowed to leave England in as dominating a position as she held when William Booth was born, if not to enhance her greatness and power, far as some may consider beyond what she deserved. And yet all the time with or without our choice. Our own activities, and even our faults and neglects, have been helping other peoples, some of them born on our soil, to become our rivals in everything. Happily, the multiplication of plans of intercourse is now merging the whole human race so much into one community that one may hope yet to see the dawn of that fraternity of peoples which may end the present prospects of wars unparalleled in the past. How very much William Booth has contributed to bring that universal brotherhood about, this book may suffice to hint. End of Section 1. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 2. Salvation in Youth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. In convincing him that goodness was the only safe passport to peace and prosperity of any lasting kind, William Booth's mother had happily laid in the heart of her boy the best foundation for a happy life. "Be good, William, and then all will be well," she had said to him over and over again. But how was he to be good? The English National Church 80 years ago had reached a depth of cold formality and uselessness which can hardly be imagined now. Nowhere was this more manifest than in the parish church. The rich had their allotted pew, a sort of reserved seat, into which no stranger dare enter, deserted though it may be by its holders for months together. For the poor, seats were in some churches placed in the broad aisles or at the back of the pulpit, so conspicuously marking out the inferiority of all who sat in them, as almost to serve as a notice to everyone that the ideas of Jesus Christ had no place there. Even when an earnest clergyman came to any church, he had really a battle against great prejudices on both sides, if he wished to make any of the common people feel welcome at common prayer. But the way the appointed services were gone through was only too often such as to make everyone look upon the whole matter as one which only concerned the clergy. Especially was this the effect on young people. Anything like interest or pleasure in those dull and dreary, not to say vain repetitions on their part, must indeed have been rare. It is not surprising, then, that William Booth saw nothing to attract him in the church of his fathers. John Wesley, that giant reformer of religion in England, had been dead some 40 years, and his life work had not been allowed to affect the church very profoundly. His followers, having seceded from it, contrary to his orders and entreaties, had already made several sects, and in the chief of these William Booth presently found for himself, at least, a temporary home. Here the services were to some extent independent of books. Earnest preaching of the truth was often heard from the pulpits, and some degree of real concern for the spiritual advancement of the people was manifested by the preachers. Under this preaching and these influences, and the singing of Wesley's hymns, the lad was deeply moved. To his last days he sang some of those grand old songs as much as, if not more than, any others. That one, for example, containing the verse, "And can I yet delay my little all to give, to tear my soul from earth away for Jesus to receive? Nay, but I yield, I can hold out no more, I sink by dying love compelled, and own thee conqueror." The mind that has never yet come in contact with teaching of this character can scarcely comprehend the effect of such thoughts on a young and ardent soul. This Jesus, who gave up heaven and all that was bright and pleasant, to devote himself to the world's salvation, was presented to him as coming to ask the surrender of his heart and life to his service, and his heart could not long resist the appeal. It was in no large congregation, however, but in one of the smaller meetings, that William Booth made the glorious sacrifice of himself, which he had been made to understand was indispensable to real religion. Speaking some time ago, he thus described that great change. When, as a giddy youth of 15, I was led to attend Wesley Chapel, Nottingham, I cannot recollect that any individual pressed me in the direction of personal surrender to God. I was wrought upon quite independently of human effort by the Holy Ghost, who created within me a great thirst for a new life. I felt that I wanted, in place of the life of self-indulgence to which I was yielding myself, a happy, conscious sense that I was pleasing God, living right, and spending all my powers to get others into such a life. I saw that all this ought to be, and I decided that it should be. It is wonderful that I should have reached this decision in view of all the influences then around me. My professedly Christian master never uttered a word to indicate that he believed in anything he could not see, and many of my companions were worldly and sensual, some of them even vicious. Yet I had that instinctive belief in God which, in common with my fellow creatures, I had brought into the world with me. I had no disposition to deny my instincts, which told me that if there was a God, his laws ought to have my obedience, and his interests my service. I felt that it was better to live right than to live wrong, and as to caring for the interests of others instead of my own, the condition of the suffering people around me, people with whom I had been so long familiar, and whose agony seemed to reach its climax about this time, undoubtedly affected me very deeply. There were children crying for bread to parents whose own distress was little less terrible to witness. One feeling specially forced itself upon me, and I can recollect it as distinctly as though it had transpired only yesterday, and that was a sense of the folly of spending my life in doing things for which I knew I must either repent or be punished in the days to come. In my anxiety to get into the right way, I joined the Methodist Church and attended the class meetings to sing and pray and speak with the rest. A class meeting was the weekly muster of all members of the church, who were expected to tell their leader something of their soul's condition in answer to his inquiries. But all the time the inward light revealed to me that I must not only renounce everything I knew to be sinful, but make restitution, so far as I had the ability, for any wrong I had done to others before I could find peace with God. The entrance to the heavenly kingdom was closed against me by an evil act of the past which required restitution. In a boyish trading affair, I had managed to make a profit out of my companions, whilst giving them to suppose that what I did was all in the way of a generous fellowship. As a testimonial of their gratitude, they had given me a silver pencil case. Merely to return their gift would have been comparatively easy, but to confess the deception I had practiced upon them was a humiliation to which for some days I could not bring myself. I remember, as if it were but yesterday, the spot in the corner of a room under the chapel, the hour, the resolution to end the matter, the rising up and rushing forth, the finding of the young fellow I had chiefly wronged, the acknowledgment of my sin, the return of the pencil case, the instant rolling away from my heart of the guilty burden, the peace that came in its place, and the going forth to serve my God and my generation from that hour. It was in the open street that this great change passed over me, and if I could only have possessed the flagstone on which I stood at that happy moment, the sight of it occasionally might have been as useful to me as the stones carried up long ago from the bed of the Jordan were to the Israelites who had passed over them dry-shod. Since that night, for it was near upon 11 o'clock when the happy change was realized, the business of my life has been not only to make a holy character, but to live a life of loving activity in the service of God and man. I have ever felt that true religion consists not only in being holy myself, but in assisting my crucified Lord in His work of saving men and women, making them into His soldiers, keeping them faithful to death, and so getting them into heaven. I have had to encounter all sorts of difficulties as I have traveled along this road. The world has been against me, sometimes very intensely, and often very stupidly. I have had difficulties similar to those of other men with my own bodily appetites, with my mental disposition, and with my natural unbelief. Many people, both religious and irreligious, are apt to think that they are more favorably constituted than their comrades and neighbors, and that their circumstances and surroundings are peculiarly unfriendly to the discharge of the duties they owe to God and man. I have been no exception in this matter. Many a time I have been tempted to say to myself, there is no one fixed so awkwardly for holy living and faithful fighting as I am. But I have been encouraged to resist the delusion by remembering the words of the Apostle Paul. There hath no temptation taken you but such as is common to man. I am not pretending to say that I have worked harder, or practiced more self-denial, or endured more hardships at any particular time of my life than have those around me. But I do want those who feel any interest in me to understand that faithfulness to God in the discharge of duty and the maintenance of a good conscience have cost me as severe a struggle as they can cost any Salvation soldier in London, Berlin, Paris, New York, or Tokyo today. One reason for the victory I daily gained from the moment of my conversion was, no doubt, my complete and immediate separation from the godless world. I turned my back on it. I gave it up, having made up my mind beforehand that if I did go in for God, I would do so with all my might. Rather than yearning for the world's pleasures, books, gains, or recreations, I found my new nature leading me to come away from it all. It had lost all charm for me. What were all the novels, even those of Sir Walter Scott or Fenimore Cooper, compared with the story of my Savior? What were the choicest orators compared with Paul? What was the hope of money earning, even with all my desire to help my poor mother and sisters, in comparison with the imperishable wealth of ingathered souls? I soon began to despise everything the world had to offer me. In those days I felt, as I believe many converts do, that I could willingly and joyfully travel to the ends of the earth for Jesus Christ, and suffer anything imaginable to help the souls of other men. Jesus Christ had baptized me, according to His eternal promise, with His Spirit and with fire. Yet the surroundings of my early life were all in opposition to this wholehearted devotion. No one at first took me by the hand and urged me forward, or gave me any instruction or hint likely to help me in the difficulties I had at once to encounter in my consecration to this service. This clear experience and teaching of an absolutely new life, that eternal life which Jesus Christ promises to all His true followers, is indispensable to the right understanding of everything in connection with the career we are recording. Without such an experience, nothing of what follows could have been possible. With it, the continual resistance to every contrary teaching and influence, and the strenuous struggle by all possible means to propagate it, are inevitable. One is amazed at this time of day to find intelligent men writing as though there were some mysticism or something quite beyond ordinary understanding in this theory of conversion or regeneration. Precisely the process which the general describes in his own case must of necessity follow any thoughtful and prayerful consideration of the mission and gospel of Christ. Either we must reject the whole Bible story, or we must admit that all we like sheep have gone astray, taking our own course in contempt of God's wishes. To be convinced of that must plunge any soul into just such a depth of sorrow and anxiety as left this lad no rest until he had found peace in submission to his God. No outside influences or appearances can either produce or be substituted for the deep inward resolve of the wandering soul. I will arise and go to my Father. Whether that decision be come to in some crowded meeting or in the loneliness of some midnight hour is quite unimportant. But how can there be true repentance or the beginning of reconciliation with God until that point is reached? And whenever that returning to God takes place, there is the same abundant pardon, the same change of heart, the same new birth which has here been described. What can be more simple and matter of fact? Take away the need and possibility of such conversion, and this whole life becomes a delusion, and the proclamation of Jesus Christ as Savior of men inexcusable. What has created any mystery around the question among Christians, if not the sacramental theory, which more or less contradicts it all? In almost all Christian churches, a theory is set up that a baby, by some ceremonial act, becomes suddenly regenerated, made a child of God and an heir of his kingdom. If that were the case, there could, of course, have been no need for the later regeneration of that child. But I do not believe that an ecclesiastic could be found, from the Vatican to the most remote island parish where children are christened, who would profess to have seen such a regenerated child alive. There is notoriously no such change accomplished in anyone until the individual himself, convinced of his own godless condition, cries to God for his salvation and receives that great gift. What a foundation for life was the certainty which that lad got as he knelt in that little room in Nottingham. Into that same full assurance he was later on to lead many millions, young and old, of many lands. The simple army verse, I know thy sins are all forgiven, glory to the bleeding Lamb, and I am on my way to heaven, glory to the bleeding Lamb, embalms forever that grand starting point of the soul, from which our people have been able, in ignorance of almost everything else of divine truth, to commence a career of holy living and of loving effort for the souls of others. How much more weight those few words carry than the most eloquent address bereft of that certainty of tone could ever have. That certainty which rests not upon any study of books, even of the Bible itself, but upon the soul's own believing vision of the Lamb of God who has taken its sins away. That certainty which changes in a moment the prison darkness of the sin-chained into the light and joy and power of the liberated slave of Christ. That is the great conquest of the salvation soldier everywhere. And yet, perhaps, in the eyes of an unbelieving world and a doubting church. That was General Booth's great offense all through life. To think of having uneducated and formerly godless people bawling the mysteries of the faith through the streets of Christian cities, where it had hitherto been thought inconsistent with Christian humility for anyone to dare to say they really knew him, whom to know is life eternal. Oh, that was the root objection to all the General's preaching and action. And it was one of the most valuable features of his whole career, that whenever he or his messengers went there, came that same certainty from which the days of Bethlehem onwards Jesus Christ came to bring to every man. By faith we know, if every outward manifestation of the General's success could be swept off the world tomorrow, this positive faith in the one Savior would be capable of reproducing all its blessed results over again, wherever it was preserved or renewed. Any so-called faith, which gives no certainty, must needs be hustled out of the way of an investigating, hurrying, wealth-seeking age. Only those who are certain that they have found the Lord can be capable of inducing others to seek and find him. End of section 2. Section 3, Lay Ministry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Convictions such as we have just been reading of were bound to lead to immediate action. But it is most interesting to find that William Booth's first regular service for Christ was not called forth by any church, but simply by the spontaneous efforts of one or two young converts like himself. No one could be more inclined towards the use of organization and system than he always was. And yet he always advocated an organization so open to all, and a system so elastic, that zeal might never be repressed, but only made the most of. It is, perhaps, fortunate that we have in one of his addresses to his own young officers the following description of the way he began to work for the salvation of his fellow townsmen. Directly after my conversion, I had a bad attack of fever and was brought to the very edge of the grave. But God raised me up and led me out to work for him after a fashion which, considering my youth and inexperience, must be pronounced remarkable. While recovering from this illness, which left me far from strong, I received a note from a companion, Will Sansom, asking me to make haste and get well again and help him in a mission he had started in a slum part of the town. No sooner was I able to get about than I gladly joined him. The meetings we held were very remarkable for those days. We used to take out a chair into the street, and one of us, mounting it, would give out a hymn, which we then sang with the help of, at the most, 3 or 4 people. Then I would talk to the people and invite them to come with us to a meeting in one of the houses. How I worked in those days! I remember that I was only an apprentice lad of 15 or 16. I used to leave business at 7 o'clock, or soon after, and go visiting the sick, then these street meetings, and afterwards to some meeting in a cottage, where we would often get someone saved. After the meeting, I would often go to see some dying person, arriving home about midnight to rest all I could before rising next morning in time to reach my place of business at 7 a.m. That was sharp exercise. How I can remember rushing along the streets during my 40 minutes dinner time, reading the Bible or C.G. Finney's lectures on revivals of religion as I went. Careful, too, not to be a minute late. and at this time I was far from strong physically. But, full of difficulties as those days were, they were nevertheless wonderful seasons of blessing, and left pleasant memories that endure to this hour. The leading men of the church to which I belonged were afraid I was going too fast, and gave me plenty of cautions, quaking and fearing at my every new departure. But none gave me a word of encouragement. And yet the society of which for those 6 apprentice years I was a faithful member was literally my heaven on earth. Truly, I thought then there was one God, that John Wesley was his prophet, and that the Methodists were his special people. The church was at the time, I believe, 1,000 members strong. Much as I loved them, however, I mingled but little with them, and had time for but few of their great gatherings, having chosen the Meadowplatz as my parish, because my heart then, as now, went out after the poorest of the poor. Thus my conversion made me, in a moment, a preacher of the gospel. The idea never dawned on me that any line was to be drawn between one who had nothing else to do but preach, and a saved apprentice lad who only wanted to spread through all the earth abroad, as we used to sing, the fame of our Savior. I have lived, thank God, to witness the separation between layman and cleric become more and more obscured, and to see Jesus Christ's idea of changing, in a moment, ignorant fishermen into fishers of men, nearer and nearer realization. But I had to battle for 10 of the best years of my youth against the barriers the churches set up to prevent this natural following of the Lamb wherever he leads. At that time, they all but compelled those who wished to minister to the souls of men to speak in unnatural language and tones, and adopt habits of mind and life which so completely separated them from the crowd as to make them into a sort of princely caste, whom the masses of every clime outwardly reverenced and inwardly despised. Lad though I was, a group of new converts and other earnest souls soon gathered around me, and greater things seemed to be ahead when a great trial overtook me. The bosom friend already referred to was taken from my side. We had been like David and Jonathan in the intensity of our union and fellowship in our work for God. He had a fine appearance, was a beautiful singer, and possessed a wonderful gift in prayer. After I had spoken in our open-air meeting, he would kneel down and wrestle with God until it seemed as though he would move the very stones on which he knelt, as well as the hearts of the people who heard him. Of how few of those men called ministers or priests can anything like this be said? But the unexpected blow came. He fell into consumption. His relations carried him up and down the country for change of air and scene. All was done that could be done to save his life, but in vain. The last change was to the Isle of Wight. In that lovely spot the final hope fled. I remember their bringing him home to die. He bade farewell to earth, and went triumphantly to heaven, singing, "And when to Jordan's flood I come, Jehovah rules the tide, and the waters he'll divide, and the heavenly host will shout, 'Welcome home.'" What a trial that loss was to my young heart! It was rendered all the greater from the fact that I had to go forward all alone in face of an opposition which suddenly sprang up from the leading functionaries of the church. The consecration which William Booth made of himself to this work, with all the zeal and novelty with which it was characterized, was no doubt to the teaching, influence, and example of James Coffey, a remarkable American minister who visited the town. Largely free from European opinions and customs in religious matters, and seeking only to advance the cause of Jesus Christ with all possible speed, this man, to a very large extent, liberated William Booth for life from any one set of plans, and led him toward that perfect faith in God's guidance which made him capable of new departures to any extent. The old-fashioned representatives of officialdom grumbled in vain at novelties which had now become accepted necessities of all mission work. But just about this time, the General has told us, another difficulty started across my path in connection with my business. I have told you how intense had been the action of my conscience before my conversion. But after my conversion, it was naturally ever increasingly sensitive to every question of right and wrong, with a great preponderance as to the importance of what was right over what was wrong. Ever since that day, it has led me to measure my own actions and judge my own character by the standard of truth set up in my soul by the Bible and the Holy Ghost. And it has not permitted me to allow myself in the doing of things which I have felt were wrong without great inward torture. I have always had a great horror of hypocrisy, that is, of being unreal or false, however fashionable the cursed thing might be, or whatever worldly temptation might strive to lead me on to the track. In this I was tested again and again in those early days, and at last there came a crisis. Our business was a large one, and the assistants were none too many. On Saturdays there was always a great pressure. Work often continued into the early hours of Sunday. Now, I had strong notions in my youth and for long after, indeed I entertain them now, about the great importance of keeping the Sunday, or Sabbath as we always called it, clear of unnecessary work. For instance, I walked in my young days thousands of miles on the Sabbath, when I could, for a trifling sum, have ridden at ease, rather than use any compulsory labor of man or beast for the promotion of my comfort. I still think we ought to abstain from all unnecessary work ourselves, and, as far as possible, arrange for everybody about us to have one day's rest in 7. But, as I was saying, I objected to working at my business on the Sabbath, which I interpreted to mean after 12 o'clock on Saturday night. My relatives and many of my religious friends laughed at my scruples, but I paid no heed to them, and told my master I would not do it, though he replied that if that were so, he would simply discharge me. I told him I was willing to begin on Monday mornings as soon as the clock struck 12, and work until the clock struck 12 on Saturday night, but that not 1 hour or 1 minute of Sunday would I work for him or all his money. He kept his word, put me into the street, and I was laughed at by everybody as a sort of fool. But I held out, and within 7 days he gave in, and thinking my scrupulous conscience might serve his turn, he told me to come back again. I did so, and before another fortnight had passed, he went off with his young wife to Paris, leaving the responsibilities of the business involving the income and expenditure of hundreds of pounds weekly on my young shoulders. So I did not lose by that transaction in any way. With no little suffering on 4 separate occasions, contrary to the judgments of all around me, I have thus left every friend I had in the world, and gone straight into what appeared positive ruin, so far as this world was concerned, to meet the demands of conscience. But I have trusted God and done the right, and in every separate instance I can now see that I have gained both for this world and the next as a result. During all the period of my lay preaching, both in Nottingham and London, I had to grapple with other difficulties. What with one thing and another, I had a great struggle at times to keep my head above the waters, and my heart alive with peace and love. But I held on to God and His grace, and the never-failing joy that I experienced in leading souls to Christ carried me through. How can anybody fail to see how much more the masses are likely to be influenced by preaching, no matter how defective oratorically, of one who has thus lived in the midst of them, living, in fact, their very life of anxiety, suffering, and toil, than by that of men, however excellent, who come to them in the atmosphere of the study, the college, or the seminary. And yet, after having been trained for a year in the rough and ready oratory of the streets, subject to interruptions and interjected sneers, the general was called upon, in order to be recognized as fit for registration as a lay preacher, to mount the pulpit and preach a trial sermon. Accustomed as he had become to talk out his heart with such words and illustrations as involuntarily presented themselves to the simple-minded, though often wicked and always ignorant crowds, who gathered around the chair on which he stood, able without difficulty to hold their attention when he had won it, and drive the truth home to their souls, in spite of the counter-attractions of a busy thoroughfare, he took very hardly to the stiff, cold process of sermonizing and sermon-making, such as was then in vogue, and it was some time before he had much liberty or made much progress in the business. Still, in due time he was passed, first as a lay preacher on trial, and later called as fully qualified to preach at any chapel in the district. This latter after a second year's activities and a second trial sermon. When he once got onto this sermon-making line, he took the best models he could find. Men like John Wesley, George Whitefield, and above all C.G. Finney, who he could be certain had never sought in their preaching for human applause, but for the glory of God and the good of souls alone. In the Psalms, as in the Gospels and the Acts of the Apostles, we have the most unmistakable guidance upon this subject, showing it to have been God's purpose so to pour out His Spirit upon all flesh that all His people should be true prophets, not all, of course, of the same caliber or style, but all capable of warning and teaching, in all wisdom, everyone who they could reach. The work of the ministry is another thing altogether. Let no one suppose that the Salvation Army at all underrates the separation unto His work of those whom God has chosen for entire devotion to some task, whatever it be. As to those whom we take away from their secular calling to become our officers, I will only say here that we judge of their fitness not alone by their ability to speak, but by their having proved themselves to be so devoted to the poor that we can rely upon their readiness to act as servants of the very neediest in any way that lies within their power. Only 2 persons at each of our stations, the officers actually in command, receive any payment whatever from the Army. All the others associated with us, many of them wearing our uniform and holding some particular office, give freely their leisure time and money to the work, and may be spoken of as lay preachers. Our young local preacher generally spent his Sundays in some distant village where he had been appointed to preach, just as is the case in these days with thousands of our soldiers. My homeward walk, often alone through the dark, muddy fields and lanes, he tells us, would be enlivened by snatches of the songs we had been singing in our meetings, and late into the night people might have heard my solitary prayers and praises. "Don't sit up singing till 12 o'clock after a hard day's work," was one of the first needed pieces of practical advice I got from my best advisor of later years. But we never felt we could have too much of God's service and praise, and scarcely regarded the grave itself as a terminus for our usefulness. For in the case of a girl who had attended our cottage meetings, and who had died of consumption, we lads organized something very like one of our present-day Salvation Army funerals. Having ministered to the poor girl's necessities during her sickness, comforted her in her last hours of pain, sung hymns of triumph around her bed as her spirit took its passage to the skies, we had the right, as her only friends, to order her funeral, and we resolved to make the most of it for the good of her neighbors. Although it was in the depth of winter, and snow lay thick on the ground, we brought the coffin out into the street, sang and prayed around it, and urged the few neighbors who stood shivering by, or listening in their doors and windows, to prepare for their dying day. Then we processioned to the Cholera burial ground, as the cemetery in which the poorest of Nottingham were buried was called, obtaining permission from the chaplain to hold another little meeting by the graveside, after he had read the ordinary service. I cannot but feel that the hand of God was upon me in those days, teaching me how much lay preachers could do. How wonderful that the lad who did all that in the teeth of religious convention and opinion should have lived to organize just such battles and just such funerals all around the world, and to train hundreds of thousands of soldiers of Christ to do likewise. What a termination to his own career he was preparing all the time, when the city of London was to suspend the traffic of many of its busiest thoroughfares for hours to let his coffin pass through with a procession of his uniformed soldiers a mile long. With regard to the question of a call to ministry, that bugbear of so many souls, the general constantly expressed himself as follows: "How can anybody with spiritual eyesight talk of having no call, when there are such multitudes around them who never hear a word about God and never intend to? Who can never hear, indeed, without the sort of preacher who will force himself upon them? Can a man keep right in his own soul, who can see all that and yet stand waiting for a call to preach? Would they wait so for a call to help anyone to escape from a burning building, or to snatch a sinking child from a watery grave? Does not growth in grace, or even ordinary growth of intelligence, necessarily bring with it that deepened sense of eternal truths which must intensify the conviction of duty to the perishing world? Does not an unselfish love, the love that goes out towards the unloving, of a truly loving soul, immediate action for the salvation of the unloved? And are there not persons who know that they possess special gifts, such as robust health, natural eloquence, or power of voice, which specially makes them responsible for doing something for souls? And yet I do not at all forget that above and beyond all these things, there does come to some a special and direct call, which it is peculiarly fatal to disregard, and peculiarly strengthening to enjoy and act upon. I believe that there have been many eminently holy and useful men who never had such a call. But that does not at all prevent anyone from asking God for it, or blessing him for his special kindness when he gives it. There is, I think, no doubt that God did give to young William Booth such a call, although he never spoke of it, perhaps lest he might discourage any who, without enjoying any such manifestation, acted upon the principles just referred to. At any rate, he battled through any season of doubt he had with regard to it, and came out into a certainty that left him no room for question or fear. End of Chapter 3, Lay Ministry. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 4, Early Ministry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. We cannot wonder that God himself rarely seems to find it wise, even if it be possible, to fit men for his most important enterprises in a few years, or by means of one simple process of instruction. Consider the diversity of men's minds and lives, the varying currents of thought and opinion which are found in the various parts of the world at different periods of even 1 century, and it will at once be seen how impossible we should all immediately pronounce it to fit one man by means of one pathway of service to be the minister and leader of the followers of Christ in every part of the world. Christ himself was kept in an obscurity we cannot penetrate for 30 years before he was made known to the comparatively small people amongst whom all his time on earth was to be spent. Moses was not called till he was 80 years old, having spent 40 years amidst the splendors of one of the grandest courts of the ancient world, and 40 more amidst the sheep on a desert border. How was the ardent English lad who came to serve in a London shop during the week, and to do the work of a lay preacher on Sundays, to be fitted to form and lead a great Christian order of devotees out of every nation, and to instruct and direct them in helping their fellow men of every race in every necessity that could arise? To prepare a man merely to preach the gospel, a few years of service in that work might suffice. But then we should probably have seen a man merely interested in the numbers of his own audiences, and the effect produced upon them by his own preaching. For William Booth, a much more tedious and roundabout journey was needed. He must first of all preach his way up from the counter to the pulpit, and he must then have 20 years of varied experiences in ministerial service amongst widely differing churches, before he could be fit to take up his appointed place outside all the churches, to raise from amongst every class a new force for the exaltation of Christ among all men. For so great a work he must needs have a helpmate, and he was to find her when she was still physically as weak and unlikely for the great task as he was, and as entirely severed from all existing organizations. Catherine Mumford, like himself, innocent of any unkind feeling toward her church, had been excluded from it simply because she would not pledge herself to keep entirely away from the Reform party. Unable, really, at the time to do more than teach a class in the Sunday school, and occasionally visit a sick person, she nevertheless, by the fervor of her action, made herself a power that was felt, and threw all her influence on the side of any wholehearted religious or temperance effort. The anxiety of both these two young people not to allow any thought for their own happiness to interfere with their duty to God and to their fellows delayed their marriage for years. And when they did marry, it was with the perfect resolve on both sides to make everything in their own life and home subordinate to the great work to which they had given themselves. Neither of them at the time dreamed of Mrs. Booth speaking in public, much less that they were together to become the liberators of woman from the silence imposed on her by almost every organization of Christ's followers. Having known both of them intimately during the years in which the Salvation Army was being formed, I can positively contradict the absurdly exaggerated statement that the general would have had little or no success in life but for the talents and attractive ministry of Mrs. Booth. She was a helpmeet in the most perfect sense, never, even when herself reduced to illness and helplessness, desiring to absorb either time or attention that he could give to the great war in which she always encouraged him as no other ever could. Remaining to her latest hour a woman of the tenderest and most modest character, she shrank from public duty, and merely submitted so far as she felt constrained for Christ's sake to association with anything that she was convinced ought to be done to gain the ears of men for the gospel, however contrary it might be to her own tastes and wishes. Perhaps her most valuable contribution to the construction of the general's life was her ability to explain to him opinions and tastes differing widely from his own, and to sustain and defend his general defiance of the usual traditions and customs of society. His own feelings about it all he has described in these words: "The sensations of a newcomer to London from the country are always somewhat disagreeable if he comes to work. The immensity of the city must especially strike him as he crosses it for the first time and passes through its different areas. The general turnout into a few great thoroughfares, on Saturday nights especially, gives a sensation of enormous bulk. The manifest poverty of so many in the most populous streets must appeal to any heart. The language of the drinking crowds must needs give a rather worse than a true impression of all. The crowding pressure and activity of so many must almost oppress one not accustomed to it. The number of public houses, theaters, and music halls must give a young enthusiast for Christ a sickening impression. The enormous number of hawkers must also have given a rather exaggerated idea of the poverty and cupidity which nevertheless prevailed. The churches in those days gave the very uttermost idea of spiritual death and blindness to the existing condition of things. At that time, very few of them were open more than one evening per week. There were no young men's or young women's Christian associations, no PSAs, no brotherhoods, no central missions, no extra effort to attract the attention of the godless crowds. For miles there was not an announcement of anything special in the religious line to be seen. To anyone who cared to enter the places of worship, their deathly contrast with the streets was even worse. The absence of weeknight services must have made any stranger despair of finding even society or diversion. A Methodist, sufficiently in earnest to get inside to the class, would find a handful of people reluctant to bear any witness to the power of God. Despite the many novelties introduced since those days, the activities of the world being so much greater, the contrast must look even more striking in our own time. Imagine a young man accustomed to daily labor for the poor coming into such a world as that. Thought about what they sang and said in the private gatherings of the Methodist Society could only deepen and intensify the feeling of monstrosity. They sang frequently, "He taught me how to watch and pray and live rejoicing every day." But where were the rejoicing people? Where was there indeed anybody who, either in or out of a religious service, dared to express his joy in the Lord, or wished to express anything? It was as if religious societies had become wet blankets to suppress any approach to a hearty expression of religious faith. Nevertheless, by God's grace, it all worked in this case not to crush, but to infuriate and stir the newcomer to action. Preaching under such circumstances was a relief to such a soul, and necessarily became more and more desperate. One hearing of William Booth was enough for Mr. Rabbits, a practical go-ahead man who had raised up out of the old-fashioned little business of his forefathers one of the great stores of London, and who longed to see the same sort of development take place in connection with the old-fashioned, perfectly correct, and yet all but lifeless institutions that profess to represent Jesus Christ, the Savior of the world. His sense of the contrast between this preacher and others whom he knew was proportionately rapid and acute. The effects produced on hearers were the same at every turn. This living preaching was and is a perfect fit with all the rush of the world outside and the helplessness of the poor souls around. William Booth was, as we have seen, only 17 when he was fully recognized as a preacher of the gospel according to the custom of the Methodist Church. And at 19 his minister urged him to give up his life to the ministry. At that time, however, he felt himself too weak physically for a ministerial career, and in this view his doctor concurred. So determined was he to accomplish his purpose, however, that he begged the doctor not to express his opinion to the minister, but to allow the matter to stand over for a year. Unless a man with a nervous system like his was framed like a bullock and had a chest like a prizefighter, he would break down, said the physician, and seeing that he was not so built, he would be done for in 12 months. The doctor went to the grave very soon afterwards, whereas the general continued preaching for over 60 years after that pronouncement. At this period, some of the Wesleyans who were discontented with their leaders in London broke into revolt, and there was so much bitter feeling on both sides that the main object of John Wesley, the exaltation of Christ for the salvation of men, was for the moment almost lost sight of. Mr. Booth joined with the most earnest people he could find, but though they gave him opportunity to hold meetings, he wrote to one of his old associates, "How are you going on? I wish I knew you were happy, living to God and working for Jesus. I preached on Sabbath last to a respectable but dull and lifeless congregation. Notwithstanding this, I had liberty in both prayer and preaching. I had not any one to say Amen or praise the Lord during the whole of the service. I want some of you here with me in the prayer meetings, and then we should carry all before us." Thus we see emerging from the obscurity of a poor home a conqueror, fired with one ambition, out of harmony with every then existing Christian organization, because of the strange old feeling so often expressed in the Psalms of David, that the praises of God ought to be heard from all men's lips alike, and that everything else ought to give way to his will and his pleasure. In speaking to his officers later on, he said, "When the great separation from the Wesleyan Church took place, Mr. Rabbit said to me one day, 'You must leave business and wholly devote yourself to preaching the gospel.' 'Impossible,' I answered. 'There is no way for me. Nobody wants me.' 'Yes,' said he, 'the people with whom you have allied yourself want an evangelist. "They cannot support me," I replied, "and I cannot live on air." "That is true, no doubt," was his answer. "How much can you live on?" I reckoned up carefully. I knew I should have to provide my own quarters and to pay for my cooking. And as to the living itself, I did not understand in those days how this could be managed in as cheap a fashion as I do now. After a careful calculation, I told him that I did not see how I could get along with less than 12 shillings a week. "Nonsense," he said. "You cannot do with less than 20 shillings a week, I am sure." "All right," I said, "have it your way, if you will. But where is the 20 shillings to come from?" "I will supply it," he said, "for the first 3 months at least." "Very good," I answered, and the bargain was struck there and then. I at once gave notice to my master, who was very angry, and said, "If it is money you want, that need not part us." I told him that money had nothing to do with the question, that all I wanted was the opportunity to spend my life and powers in publishing the Savior to a lost world. And so I packed my portmanteau and went out to begin a new life. My first need was some place to lay my head. After a little time spent in the search, I found quarters in the Walworth district, where I expected to work, and took 2 rooms in the house of a widow at 5 shillings a week with attendance. This I reckoned at the time was a pretty good bargain. I then went to a furniture shop and bought some chairs and a bed and a few other necessities. I felt quite set up. It was my birthday, a Good Friday, and on the same day I fell in love with my future wife. But the people would have nothing to do with me. They did not want a parson. They reckoned they were all parsons, so that at the end of the 3 months' engagement, the weekly income came to an end, and indeed, I would not have renewed the engagement on any terms. There was nothing for me to do but sell my furniture and live on the proceeds, which did not supply me for a very long time. I declare to you that at that time I was so fixed as not to know which way to turn. In my emergency, a remarkable way opened for me to enter college and become a congregational minister. But after long waiting, several examinations, trial sermons, and the like, I was informed that on the completion of my training, I should be expected to believe and preach what is known as Calvinism. After reading a book which fully explained the doctrine, I threw it at the wall opposite me, and said I would sooner starve than preach such doctrine, one special feature of which was that only a select few could be saved. A footnote: the general tendency towards indifference, quite as much as the better impulses of our age, have produced such a toning down of the teachings of Calvin, both in and out of Switzerland, that it may be startling to some to be reminded that, except the Lutheran and Methodist, every church still has in its list of doctrines those of election and predestination. If it were true that every human being was predestined before birth, either to a good or a bad life, there would, of course, be no meaning in a Savior or a gospel, and we can understand the indignation of this honest lad when he was asked to undertake to teach such things. He never learned how to reconcile the profession of a set of doctrines one does not believe with any religion. The recollection of this incident helped him in limiting, to the utmost possible extent, the doctrinal declarations of the army. But whatever he asked anyone to subscribe to, he expected them truly to believe and earnestly to teach. End of Chapter 4, Section 4. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 5, Early Ministry, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. My little stock of money was exhausted. I remember that I gave the last sixpence I had in the world to a poor woman whose daughter lay dying. But within a week, I received a letter inviting me to the charge of a Methodist circuit in Lincolnshire, and from that moment my difficulties of that kind became much less serious. The Spalding people welcomed me as though I had been an angel from heaven, providing me with every earthly blessing within their ability, and proposing that I should stay with them forever. They wanted me to marry right away, offered to furnish me a house, provide me with a horse to enable me more readily to get about the country, and proposed other things that they thought would please me. With them I spent perhaps the happiest 18 months of my life. Of course, my horizon was much more limited in those days than it is now, and consequently required less to fill it. Although I was only 23 years of age, and Lincolnshire was one of the counties that had been most privileged with able Methodist preaching for half a century before, and I had to immediately follow in Spalding a somewhat renowned minister, God helped me very wonderfully to make myself at home and become a power amongst the people. I felt some nervousness when, on my first November Sunday, I was confronted by such a large congregation as greeted me. In the morning I had very little liberty, but good was done, as I afterwards learned. In the afternoon we had a prayer or after-meeting, at which one young woman wept bitterly. I urged her to come to the communion rail at night. She did so, and the Lord saved her. She afterwards sent me a letter thanking me for urging her to come out. In the evening, I had great liberty, and 14 men and women came to the communion rail, many, if not all, finding the Savior. On the Monday, I preached there again. 4 came forward, 3 of whom professed to find salvation. I exerted myself very much, felt very deeply, and prayed very earnestly over an old man who had been a backslider for 7 years. He wept bitterly and prayed to the Lord to save him, if he could wash a heart as black as hell. By exerting myself so much, I made myself very ill and was confined to the house during the rest of the week. My host and hostess were very kind to me. The next Sunday I started from home rather unwell. I had to go to Donington, some miles away, in the morning and evening, and to Swineshead Bridge in the afternoon. But at night God helped me to preach in such a way that many came out, and 14 names were taken of those who really seemed satisfactory. It was indeed a melting, moving time. I was kneeling, talking to a penitent, when somebody touched me on the shoulder and said, "Here is a lady who has come to seek salvation. Her son came to hear you at Spalding, and was induced to seek the Savior, and now she has come to hear you, and she wants salvation too." The Lord had mercy upon her, and she went away rejoicing. At Swineshead Bridge, the very name gives some idea of the utterly rural character of the population, I was to preach on 3 successive evenings in the hope of promoting a revival there. Many things seemed to be against the project, but the Lord was for us. 2 people came out on Monday evening, and God saved them both. This raised our faith and cheered our spirits, especially as we knew that several more souls were in distress. On the Tuesday, the congregation was better. The news had spread that the Lord was saving, and that seldom fails to bring a crowd wherever it may be. That evening the word was with power, and 6 souls cried for mercy. At the earnest solicitations of the people, I decided to stay the remainder of the week, and urged them to pray earnestly, with the result that many more sought and found salvation, and the little society was nearly doubled. On the Saturday, just before I started home on the omnibus, a plain, unsophisticated Christian came and said, "Oh, sir, let me have hold of your hand." When he had seized it between both of his, with tears streaming down his face, he said, "Glory be to God that ever you came here. My wife, before her conversion, was a cruel persecutor and a sharp thorn in my side. She would go home from the prayer meeting before me, and as full of the devil as possible. She would oppose and revile me. But now, sir, she is just the contrary, and my house, instead of being a little hell, has become a little paradise." This was only one of a number of cases in which husbands rejoiced over wives, and wives over husbands, for whom they had long prayed, being saved. I shall always remember with pleasure the week I spent at Swineshead Bridge, because I prayed more and preached with more of the spirit of expectation and faith, and then saw more success than in any previous week of my life. I dwell upon it as perhaps the week which most effectually settled my conviction forever that it was God's purpose by my using the simplest means to bring souls into liberty, and to break into the cold and formal state of things to which his people only too readily settle down. For the sake of readers who have never seen meetings such as the General for so many years conducted, it seems at once necessary to explain what is meant by the terms seeking mercy or salvation, the cries for mercy, and above all the mercy seat or penitent form, which appear so constantly in all reports of his work. From the first beginnings of his cottage meetings as a lad in Nottingham, he always aimed at leading every sinner to repentance, and he always required that repentance should be openly manifested by the penitent, coming out in the presence of others, to kneel before God, to confess to him, and to seek his pardon. This is merely in accordance with the ancient customs practiced by the Jews in their temple, to which practice Jesus Christ so strikingly calls attention in his parable of the publican, who cried, "God, be merciful to me, a sinner." The Psalms of David abound with just such cries for deliverance, and with declarations that God heard and answered all those who so cried to him in the anguish of their guilt. The General was never blind to the fact that open acts of contrition like this may be feigned or produced by a mere passing excitement, but having seen so much of the indifference with which men generally continue in sin, even when they admit their consciousness of guilt and danger, he always thought the risk of undue excitement or too hasty action comparatively small. The penitent form of the Salvation Army is simply a form or a row of seats immediately in front of the platform, at which all who wish to seek salvation are invited to kneel, as a public demonstration of their resolution to abandon their sins, and to live henceforth to please God. Those who kneel there are urged to pray for God's forgiveness, and when they believe that he does forgive them, to thank him for doing so. Whilst kneeling there, they are spoken to by persons who, having passed through the same experience, can point out to them the evils and dangers they must henceforth avoid, and the first duties which a true repentance must demand of them. There are many cases, for example, in which the penitent is urged to give up at once some worldly habit or companionship, or to make confession of and restitution for some wrong done to others. An officer or soldier accompanies the penitent to his home or to his employer, should such a course appear likely to help him to effect any reconciliation, or take any other step to which his conscience calls him. The names and addresses of all penitents are recorded, so that they may be afterwards visited and help to carry out the promises they have made to God. For convenience sake, in very large meetings, such as those the general himself held, where hundreds at a time come to the penitent form, a room called the registration room is used for the making of the necessary inquiries and records. In this room, those who decide to join the army have a small piece of ribbon of the army's colors at once attached to their coats. But this registration room must in no way be confused with an inquiry room, where seeking souls can go aside unseen. The general was always extremely opposed to the use of any plan other than that of the penitent form, lest there should be any distinction made between one class and another, or an easier path contrived for those who wish to avoid a bold avowal of Christ. And he always refused to allow any such use of the Bible in connection with penitence as has been usual in inquiry rooms, where the people have been taught that if they only believed the words of some text, all would be well with them. The faith to which the general desired all who came to the penitent form to be led is not the mere belief of some statement, but that confidence in God's faithfulness to all his promises which brings peace to the soul. Nothing could be more unjust than the representation that, by the use of the penitent form, an attempt is made to work up excitement or emotion. Experience has proved everywhere that nothing tends so rapidly to allay the painful anxiety of a soul hesitating before the great decision as the opportunity to take at once and publicly a decisive step. We often sing, "Only a step, why not take it now? Come, and thy sins confessing, thou shalt receive a blessing. Do not reject the mercy so freely offered thee." But the penitent form is no modern invention, nor can it be claimed as the speciality of any set of religionists. Even heathen people in past ages have provided similar opportunities for those who felt a special need either to thank their God for blessings received or to seek his help in any specific case, to come forward in an open way and confess their wants, their confidence, or their gratitude at some altar or shrine. Shame upon us all that objection should ever be made to equally public avowals of penitence, of submission, of faith, or of devotion to the Savior of the world. The general, at any rate, never wavered in demanding the most speedy and decisive action of this kind, and he probably led more souls to the penitent form than any man who has ever lived. In Germany especially, it has frequently been objected that the soul which is compelled to take a certain course has in that very fact manifested a debased and partly destroyed condition, and that nothing can excuse the organization of methods of compulsion. With any such theory, one could not but have considerable sympathy, were it not for the undeniable fact that almost all civilized people are perpetually under the extreme pressure of society around them, which is opposed to prayer or to any movement of the soul in that direction. To check and overcome that very palpable compulsion on the wrong side, the most desperate action of God's servants in all ages has never been found strong enough. Hence, there has come about another sort of compulsion within the souls of all God's messengers. It could not but be more agreeable to flesh and blood if the minds of men could more easily be induced to turn from the things that are seen to those which are invisible. But this has never yet been the case. Hence, all who really hear God's voice cannot but become alarmed as to the manifest danger that his warnings may remain entirely unheeded. When once any soul is truly enlightened, it cannot but put forth every devisable effort to compel the attention of others. The army is only the complete organization of such efforts for permanent efficiency. We may have had to use more extreme methods than many before us, because, unlike those who are the publicly recognized advocates of Christ, we have, in the first instance, no regular hearers at all, and have generally only the ear of the people so long as we can retain it against 100 competitions. And yet, to those who live near enough to notice it, the exercise of force by means of church steeples and bells is far more violent all the year round than the utmost attack of the average corps upon some few occasions. Who complains of the compulsion of railway servants, who by bell, flag, and whistle, glaring announcements, or in any other way, urge desiring passengers to get into their train before it is too late? Wherever a true faith in the gospel exists, the General's organization of compulsory plans for the salvation of souls will not only be approved, but regarded as one of the great glories of his life. The "Will you go?" of the army, wherever its songs are heard, has ever been more than a kindly invitation. It has been an urging to which millions of undecided souls will forever owe their deliverance from the dilatory and hindering influences around them, into an earnest start towards a heavenly life. That is why the General taught so many millions to sing, in their varied languages, his own song. O boundless salvation, deep ocean of love, O fullness of mercy Christ brought from above, the whole world redeeming, so rich and so free, now flowing for all men, come roll over me. My sins they are many, their stains are so deep, and bitter the tears of remorse that I weep. But useless is weeping, thou great crimson sea, thy waters can cleanse me, come roll over me. My tempers are fitful, my passions are strong, they bind my poor soul and they force me to wrong. Beneath thy blessed billows deliverance I see, O come mighty ocean and roll over me. Now tossed with temptation, then haunted with fears, my life has been joyless and useless for years. I feel something better most surely would be if once thy pure waters would roll over me. O ocean of mercy, oft longing I've stood on the brink of thy wonderful life-giving flood. Once more I have reached this soul-cleansing sea. I will not go back till it rolls over me. The tide is now flowing, I'm touching the wave. I hear the loud call of the mighty to save. My faith's growing bolder, delivered I'll be. I plunge 'neath the waters, they roll over me. And now, hallelujah, the rest of my days shall gladly be spent in promoting his praise, who opened his bosom to pour out this sea of boundless salvation for you and for me. End of section 5. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 6. Fight Against Formality. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. The Army's invariable principle of avoiding even the appearance of attacking any other association of religionists or their ideas or practices renders it difficult to explain fully either why William Booth became the regular minister of a church or why he gave up that position. And yet, he has himself told us sufficient to demonstrate at one stroke not only the entire absence of hostility in his mind, but the absolute separateness of his way of thinking from that which so generally prevails. The enthusiastic welcome given to the general wherever he went by the clergy of almost every church indicates that he had generally convinced them that he had no thought of attacking them or their churches, even when he most heartily expressed his thankfulness to God for having been able to escape from all those trammels of tradition and form which would have made his great life work for all nations impossible. And I think there are a few who would nowadays question that his life, teaching, and example all tended greatly to modify many of the church formalities of the past. Just before leaving Lincolnshire, he says, I had been lifted up to a higher plane of the daily round of my beloved work than I had experienced before. Oh, the stagnation into which I had settled down, the contentment of my mind with the love offered me at every turn by the people. I still aimed at the salvation of the unconverted and the spiritual advance of my people, and still fought for these results. Indeed, I never fell below that. And yet, if the after-meeting was well attended, and if one or two penitents responded, I was content, and satisfied myself with that hackneyed excuse for so much unfruitful work that I had sown the seed. Having cast my bread on the waters, I persuaded myself that I must hope for its being found by and by. But I heard of a Reverend Richard Poole who was moving about the country, and the stories told me of the results attending his services had aroused in me memories of the years gone by, when I thought little and cared less about the acceptability of my own performances, so long as I could drag the people from the jaws of hell. I resolved to go and hear him. I found him at the house of a friend before the meeting, comparatively quiet. How I watched him! But when I had heard him preach from the text, Said I not unto thee that if thou wouldst believe, thou shouldst see the salvation of God, and had observed the blessed results, I went to my own chamber. I remember that it was over a baker's shop, and resolved that, regardless of man's opinions and my own gain or position, I would ever seek the one thing. Whilst kneeling in that room, there came into my soul a fresh realization of the greatness of the opportunity before me of leading men and women out of their miseries and their sin, and of my responsibility to go in for that with all my might. In obedience to the heavenly vision, I made a consecration of the present and future, of all I had and hoped to have, to the fulfillment of this mission, and I believe God accepted the offering. I continued my public efforts in line with my new experience. Happily and freely as William Booth had been allowed to lead his people, however, he and his attendant wife both saw that there could be no permanent prospect of victory amongst these reformers. The very popularity of a preacher was sure to lead to contention about the sphere of his labors. The people, he writes, with whom I had come into union were sorely unorganized, and I could not approve of the ultra-radicalism that prevailed. Consequently, I looked about for a church nearer my notions of system and order, and in the one I chose, the Methodist New Connection, I found a people who were, in those days, all I could desire, and who received me with as much heartiness as my Lincolnshire friends had done. Ignorance has different effects on different people. Some it puffs up with self-satisfaction. To others, it is a source of mortifying regret. I belonged to the latter class. I was continually crying out, "Oh God, how little I am and how little I know. Give me a chance of acquiring information and of learning how more successfully to conduct this all-important business of saving men, to which thou hast called me, and which lies so near my heart." To gratify this yearning for improvement, the church with which I had come into union gave me, at my request, an opportunity of studying under a then rather celebrated theologian. But instead of better qualifying me for the work of saving men, by imparting to me the knowledge necessary for the task, and showing me in everyday practice how to put it into practical use, I was set to study Latin, Greek, various sciences, and other subjects which, as I saw at a glance, could little help me in the all-important work that lay before me. However, I set to work, and, with all the powers I had, commenced to wrestle with my studies. My professor was a man of beautiful disposition and had an imposing presence. The books he wrote on abstract and difficult theological problems were highly prized in those days. Moreover, he belonged to a class of preachers, not altogether unknown today, who have a real love for that order of preaching which convicts and converts the soul, although unable to practice it themselves. He knew a good thing when he saw it. The first time he heard me preach was on a Sunday evening. I saw him seated before me at the end of the church. I knew he was going to judge me, and I realized that my future standing in his estimation, as well as my position in the society I had now made my home, would probably very much depend on the judgment he formed of me on that occasion. I am not ashamed to say that I wanted to stand well with him. I knew also that my simple, practical style was altogether different from his own, and from that of the overwhelming majority of the preachers he was accustomed to approve. But my mind was made up. I had no idea of altering my aim or style to please him, the world, or the devil. I saw dying souls before me, the gates of heaven wide open on the one hand and the gates of hell opened on the other, while I saw Jesus Christ with his arms open between the two, crying out to all to come and be saved. My whole soul was in favor of doing what it could to second the invitation of my Lord, and doing it that very night. I cannot now remember much about the service, except the sight of my professor, with his family around him, a proud, worldly daughter sitting at his side. I can remember, however, that in my desire to impress the people with the fact that they could have salvation there and then if they would seek it, and to illustrate their condition, I described a wreck on the ocean, with the affrighted people clinging to the masts between life and death, waving a flag of distress to those on shore, and in response, the lifeboat going off to the rescue. And then I can remember how I reminded my hearers that they had suffered shipwreck on the ocean of time through their sins and rebellion, that they were sinking down to destruction, but that if they would only hoist the signal of distress, Jesus Christ would send off the lifeboat to their rescue. Then, jumping on the seat at the back of the pulpit, I waved my pocket handkerchief round and round my head to represent the signal of distress I wanted them to hoist. and closed with an appeal to those who wanted to be rescued to come at once and in the presence of the audience to the front of the auditorium. That night 24 knelt at the Savior's feet, and one of them was the proud daughter of my professor. The next morning was the time for examination and criticism of the previous day's work, and I had to appear before this doctor of divinity. I entered the room with a fellow student. He was put through first. After listening to the doctor's judgment on his performance, my turn came. I was not a little curious as to what his opinion would be. "Well, doctor," I said, "what have you to say to me? You heard me last night. What is your judgment on my poor performance?" "My dear sir," he answered, "I have only one thing to say to you, and that is, go on in the way you have begun, and God will bless you." But other difficulties were not far away, for I had hardly settled down to my studies before I got into a red-hot revival in a small London church where a remarkable work was done. In an account of this effort, my name appeared in the church's magazine, and I was invited to conduct special efforts in other parts of the country. This, I must confess, completely upset my plans once more, and I have not been able to find a heart or time for either Greek or Latin from that day to this. How sincerely this curious student longed for improvement is manifested in the following entry in his journal, written, I presume, on a Monday morning, when it was thought that some relaxation of his studies following a Sunday services would be advantageous. Monday. Visited the British Museum. Walked up and down there, praying that God would enable me to acquire knowledge to increase my power of usefulness. Who will doubt that that museum prayer was heard and answered? The church he had joined was governed by an annual assembly called the Conference, at which candidates for the ministry were accepted into it, and were appointed to some sphere of labor called a circuit. Just before the conference met, he was astonished to hear that it was proposed to appoint him as superintendent of a London circuit. He was able to persuade the authorities concerned to alter this intention on the ground of his comparative lack of experience, although he expressed his willingness to take the post of assistant minister under whomsoever the conference might appoint as superintendent. In due course, the appointment was made, and he found himself assistant to a superintendent who, he tells us, was stiff, hard, and cold, making up, in part, for the want of heart and thought in his public performances by what sounded like a sanctimonious wail. This gentleman strongly objected when, as a result of the reports of Mr. Booth's services appearing in the press, he was urgently invited to visit other places, as he had visited Guernsey. The conference authorities, however, prevailed, and insisted in the general interest upon his place in London being taken by another preacher, and his services being utilized wherever called for. It was thus by no choice of his own, but by the arrangement of his church, that Mr. Booth, instead of remaining tied down to the ordinary routine of pastoral life, was sent for some time from place to place to conduct such evangelizing campaigns as his soul delighted in. Who can doubt that God's hand was in this disposal of his time? He was allowed to marry, though his young wife had to content herself with but occasional brief spells of association with him. His campaigns were really wonderful in their success. He would go for a fortnight, or even less, to some city where the congregation had dwindled almost to nothing, and where 1 or 2 services a week, conducted in a very quiet and formal way, were maintained with difficulty, owing to the indifference or hopelessness of both minister and people. For the period of his stay, all the usual program would be laid aside, however, and he would be left free to carry out his own plans of daily service. How remarkable to find him so completely carrying with him all who had been accustomed to the old forms, and introducing, with the evident sanction of the president and authorities of his church, such rearrangements, records, and reorganization as he desired. But the strange and almost inexplicable thing is that, without his even remarking upon it, all should go back to the old forms the moment his campaign ended. What is not at all strange is that there should have grown up within the church a strong opposition to him, so that at the end of 2.5 years, a majority of the conference voted against his continuing these campaigns, and required him to resume the ordinary routine of the ministry. Surely anyone might have foreseen that unless the old forms could be altered in favor of the new regime, the leader of this warfare must submit to the old routine. True, he might try to carry out in his circuit, to the utmost of his power, his ideas of free and daily warfare, but unless all who were under him in the various places which constituted a Methodist circuit would constantly agree and cooperate, no one man could prevent the old forms from prevailing. But William Booth was no revolutionist, and his willingness and submission to carry on the old routine with little alteration for 4 successive years surely proved that no desire for personal exaltation or mastery, but only the conquest of souls, was his guiding influence. In those 4 years spent in Brighouse and Gateshead, he tried to introduce into the churches as much as he could of the life of warfare which he considered necessary. In 1 year he so far won over the officialdom of Brighouse that they desired his reappointment, whilst in Gateshead he so transformed the circuit that before many weeks had passed the central chapel, which had hitherto borne the dignified but cool-sounding name of Bethesda, was dubbed by the mechanics, who formed the bulk of the surrounding population, the converting shop. To those iron workers, accustomed daily to see masses of metal suddenly changed, whilst in a red-hot state, into any desired form by the action of powerful machinery set up for the purpose, such a name was both intelligible and expressive. It, moreover, accorded with the new pastor's idea of the proper utilization of any building devoted to the worship of Jesus Christ. There ought to be felt there, he thought, that marvelous hate of divine love which was implied in Christ's engagement to baptize all his followers with fire, and the services should above all else be such as would ensure the immediate conversion to God of all who came under their influence. But in Gateshead, the general was to discover the most potent force that could be brought to bear upon all these questions in the liberation of Mrs. Booth from the customary silence which church system has almost universally imposed upon woman. It might almost be said that the whole problem of cold formality, as against loving warmth, can be solved by woman's liberation. True, in the ordinary state of things, the most excellent ladies of any church become its most conservative bulwarks, and fortified as they imagine by a few words in one of St. Paul's epistles, such ladies can oppose every new spiritual force as powerfully as some of them opposed him in Antioch 1900 years ago. But daughters of God who have been liberated by his Spirit generally make short work of any continued opposition. Mrs. Booth herself, trained and hitherto fettered by this old school of silence, to the astonishment of everyone, prayed in the church on the first Sunday evening in Gateshead. The opposition of an influential pastor in a neighboring city to the public ministrations of a Mrs. Palmer, a visitor from the United States, very soon afterward led Mrs. Booth to defend her sister's action in the press, and thus to see more clearly than before what God could do through her, if she was willing. The general had not yet seen the importance of this advance, and in view of his wife's delicate health, had not pressed her into any sort of activity, much as he had valued her perfect fellowship with him in private. But he rejoiced, of course, in her every forward step, and when she not only visited a street of the most godless and drunken people in the neighborhood, but began to speak in the services, he gave her all the weight of his official as well as his personal sanction, little imagining at the time what a mighty force for the spread of the truth he was thus enlisting. After faithfully serving the church in Gateshead for 3 years, he found the conference no more willing than before to release him for the evangelistic work which now both he and his wife more and more longed for. The final scene, when, in a conference at Liverpool, Mrs. Booth confirmed the general's resolution to refuse to continue even for 1 more year his submission to form, by calling out, "Never," marked a stage in his career which was decisive in a startling way as to the whole of his future. "It is true that I had a wonderful sphere of usefulness and happiness," said the general, "but I was not contented. I had many reasons for dissatisfaction. I was cribbed, cabined, and confined by a body of cold, hard usages, and still colder and harder people. I desired freedom. I felt I was called to a different sphere of labor. I wanted liberty to move forward in it. So when the conference definitely declined my request to set me free for evangelistic work, I bade them farewell. It was a heartbreaking business. Here was a great crowd of people all over the land who loved me and my dear wife. I felt a deep regard for them, and to leave them was a sorrow beyond description. But I felt I must follow what appeared to be the beckoning finger of my Lord. So with my wife and 4 little children, I left my quarters and went out into the world once more, trusting in God, literally not knowing who would give me a shilling, or what to do, or where to go. All my earthly friends thought I was mistaken in this action. Some of them deemed me mad. I confess that it was one of the most perplexing steps of my life. When I took it, every avenue seemed closed against me. There was one thing I could do, however, and that was to trust in God and wait for His salvation. The difficulty of the church was really insurmountable at that time. Since those days, most of the Protestant churches have learnt that evangelistic work is just as essential as the ordinary pastoral ministrations. The fact is that neither the Booths nor the church were then aware that God, behind all their perplexities, was working out a plan of His own. Who laments that separation today? As the evangelists of any church, they could not possibly have become to so large an extent the evangelists of all. End of section 6. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 7. Revivalism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Not many days passed after William Booth's retirement from the ministry of the Methodist New Connection before his faith was rewarded by a warm invitation to a small place at the other end of the country. One of his former converts was a minister in the little seaport Hale in Cornwall, and he sent the call, "Come over and help us." The church had got into the stagnant condition which is so commonly experienced wherever contentment with routine long holds sway. Mr. and Mrs. Booth were not only welcomed but given a free hand to take any course they pleased to fill the building with hearers, and to secure their salvation. Fighting now together, as they had learnt to do at Gateshead, they saw results more rapid and striking than they had ever known before. Although they found themselves face to face with a population more disinclined for novelty, and especially for the novelties they introduced, than any they had before had to deal with. The general thus described at the time for the Connectional magazine some of his first battles in Cornwall. Hale, Cornwall. When in London, you requested me to send now and then a report of the Lord's working in connection with my ministry, and thinking that the following account of the revival now in progress here will be interesting to you, I forward it. We arrived here on the 10th, and commenced labor on the following Sabbath. The chapel was crowded. Gracious influences accompanied the word. Many appeared to be deeply convicted of sin, but no decided cases of conversion took place that day. On Monday afternoon we had a service for Christians and spoke on the hindrances to Christian labor and Christian joy. Evening, chapel crowded. Very solemn season. Nearly all the congregation stayed to the prayer meeting that followed, and many appeared deeply affected, but refused to seek the mercy of God. A strong prejudice prevails here against the custom of inviting anxious inquirers to any particular part of the building. The friends told me that this plan never had succeeded in Cornwall, but I thought it the best, considering the crowded state of the chapel, and therefore determined to try it. I gave a short address, and again invited those who wished to decide for Christ to come forward. After waiting a minute or two, the solemn silence was broken by the cries of a woman who at once left her pew and fell down at the mercy seat, and became the first fruits of what I trust will be a glorious harvest of immortal souls. She was quickly followed by others, when a scene ensued beyond description. The cries and groans were piercing in the extreme, and when the stricken spirits apprehended Jesus as their Savior, the shouts of praise and thanksgiving were in proportion to the previous sorrow. Tuesday evening, congregation again large. Prayer meeting similar to Monday night, and some very blessed cases of conversion. Wednesday, chapel full. Mrs. Booth spoke with much influence and power. Glorious prayer meeting. An old woman who found the Savior jumped on her feet and shouted with her face beaming with heavenly radiance, "He's saved me! Glory to God, he's saved me, an old sinner, 63! Glory to God!" Other cases of great interest transpired, and the people with swimming eyes and glowing hearts sang Praise God from whom all blessings flow. Thursday, preached from Him that cometh to me I will in no wise cast out. Had a blessed meeting. A woman who had herself found Jesus during the week pointed me to her husband. Found him fully enlightened and deeply convicted. I urged him to immediate decision and the full surrender of himself to God. He came out and fell down among the penitents. He remained there about an hour. The meeting could not be concluded until near 11 o'clock, and many were very reluctant to retire even then. Friday, the first thing this morning, my host informed me that he had just heard of a Mason who had been at the services every night, and who had resolved to stop work until he found the Lord. Soon after, a young lady came in to tell us of a woman who had found peace during the night. At the family altar this morning, a woman in the employ of the gentleman with whom we are staying commenced to bemoan her sinful condition and to cry for mercy. I asked her to remain and pointed her to Jesus, and she soon found rest through believing. In the afternoon, met several anxious persons for prayer and conversation. In the evening, we had announced a public prayer meeting. Before we reached the chapel, we could hear the cries and prayers of those already assembled. On entering, we found a strong man praising God at the top of his voice for hearing his prayer and pardoning his sins. It was the Mason. He had been under deep concern for 3 days, had not slept at all the night before, but after a day's agony he had found Jesus. And such tumultuous, rapturous joy I think I never witnessed. Again and again during the evening he broke out with a voice that drowned all others, and rose above our songs of praise, ascribing glory to Jesus for what he had done for his soul. There were many other cases of almost equal interest. The meeting was not closed until 11. About midnight, the Reverend J. Schoen, the minister in charge of the church, was called out to visit a woman who was in great distress. He afterwards described her agony in seeking and her joy in finding the Lord, together with the sympathy and exultation of her friends with her, as one of the most thrilling scenes he had ever witnessed. In a later report, the general wrote, "Hail, Cornwall! The work of the Lord here goes on gloriously. The services have progressed with increasing power and success, and now the whole neighborhood is moved. Conversion is the topic of conversation in all sorts of society. Every night, crowds are unable to gain admission to the sanctuary. The oldest man in the church cannot remember any religious movement of equal power. During the second week, the Wesleyans opened a large room for united prayer meetings at noon. Since then, by their invitation, we have on several occasions spoken in their chapels to densely crowded audiences, services being simultaneously conducted in the chapel where the movement originally commenced. One remarkable and gratifying feature of the work is the large number of men who are found every night amongst those who are anxious. Never have I seen so many men at the same time smiting their breasts and crying, 'God be merciful to me, a sinner.' Strong men, old men, young men, weeping like children, broken-hearted on account of their sins. A number of these are sailors, and scarcely a ship has gone out of this port the last few days without taking among its crew one or more souls newly born for heaven. Can it be believed that just such victories as these led to the closing of almost all the churches against him? In these days, the general has more recently written, it has become almost the fashion for the churches to hold yearly revival or special services, but 40 years ago they were as unanimously opposed to anything of the kind, and compelled me to gain outside every church organization the one liberty I desired, to seek and save the lost ones, who never enter any place of worship whatever. Let nobody suppose that I cherish any resentment against any of the churches on account of their former treatment of me, or that I have a desire to throw a stone at any of them. From any such feelings, I believe that God has most mercifully preserved me all my life, and I rejoice in the kindness on this account with which they load me now in every land, as testimonies to that fact. But I want to make it clear to readers in lands far away from Christendom why I was driven into the formation of an organization entirely outside every Christian church in order to accomplish my object, and why my people everywhere, whilst having no more desire than myself to come into dispute, or even discussion with any church near them, must needs act as independently of them all as I have done, no matter how friendly they may now be to us. Nothing could be more charming than the present attitude towards us of every religious community in the United States, from the Roman Catholics, whose Archbishop has publicly commended us, to the Mormons, who are generally regarded as enemies of all Christianity, and the Friends, commonly called Quakers, whose ideas of worship seem to be at the uttermost extreme from ours. All are satisfied that I and my people are not wishful to find fault with any religious body whatever, but to spend all our time and energy in combating the great evils of godlessness and selfishness, which threaten to sweep away all the people everywhere from any thought above material things. Yet we have had to forbid our people to accept too often the pressing invitations that pour upon them from all sides to hold meetings in church buildings, lest they should lose touch with the masses outside and begin to be content with audiences of admirers. The 36 years of my life, whilst I was groping about in vain for a home and fellowship among churches, gave me to understand, as only experience can, what are the thoughts and feelings of the millions in Christian lands who not only never enter a church, but who feel it to be inconceivable that they ever should do so. If this experience has been invaluable to us in Christian lands, how much more so is it in the far vaster countries of Asia and Africa, where our work is only as yet in its beginnings. When I went to Japan, the entire missionary community everywhere united to uphold me as the exemplar of true Christ-like action for the good of all men. But the leaders of all the 5 sects of Buddhism were no less unanimous in their welcome to me, or in their expressions of prayerful desire for the success of my work. In India and Africa, I have repeatedly seen supporting me in my indoor and outdoor demonstrations the leaders of the Hindu, Parsi, Sikh, Buddhist, Jewish, and Mohammedan communities, who had never met with the Christians in so friendly a way before. I cannot think this would have been the case had I ever become settled amongst any Christian body in this country. Can anyone wonder, then, that I see in all the unpleasant experiences of my early days the hand of God Himself leading me by a way that I knew not, that I could scarcely believe indeed at the time to be His way? Why should it have been so difficult for a man who only wished to lead the lost ones to the great Shepherd who seeks them all to get or to remain within any existing fold, if it was not that there lay before me and my soldiers conquests infinitely greater and more important than had ever yet been made? Oh, with what impatience I turn from the very thought of any of the squabbles of Christian sects, when I see all around me the millions who want to avoid any thought of their great friend and Father, and of the coming Judge before whom we must all, perhaps this very day, appear. How easily excuses, which sound most plausible, are found for every sort of negligence in the service of God. Indeed, for not serving him at all. "It is not my way, you see," says someone who does not like to make any open profession of interest in Jesus Christ, as though our own preferences or opinions were to be the governing consideration in all that affects the interests of our Lord. The General has proved that the old ideas connected with the Master can not only be revived, but acted up to in our day. And the sense of shame for idle excuses drives out all the paltry pleas set up for indifference to the general ruin. "At this season nothing can be done," is as coolly pleaded today as if "in season, out of season" had never been written in our divine order book. How often our forces, in the midst of fairs and race days and slack times, have demonstrated that real soldiers of Christ can snatch victory just when all around seems to ensure their defeat. When the general began to form his army, it was ordinarily assumed as a settled principle that open-air work could only be done in fine weather, and the theory is still existent in many quarters, as if the comfort and convenience of the workers, and not the danger and misery of the people, were to fix the times of such effort. "But the people will not come," is even now pleaded as an excuse for the omission or abandonment of any imaginable attempt to do good, as if the people's general disinclination for anything that has to do with God were not the precise reason for his wish to send out his servants. "Such a plan would never succeed here," is an almost invariable excuse made for not undertaking anything new. The general was never blind to differences between this and that locality and population, but he insisted that no plan that could be devised by those on any given spot, and especially no plan that has manifestly been blessed and used by God elsewhere, should be dismissed without proper, earnest trial. But that has never been done, or has never done well here, seemed to him rather a reason for trying it with perhaps some little modification than for leaving a plan untried. The inexorable law to which he insisted that everything should bend was that nothing can excuse inactivity and want of enterprise where souls are perishing, and he was spared to see even governments beginning to recognize that it is inexcusable to let sin triumph in a Christian country. He proved that it was possible to raise up Christian soldiers who would not only sing or hear singing in beautiful melody about marching onward as to war, but who would really do it, even when it led to real battle. End of Section 7. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 8. East London Beginning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. What were Mr. and Mrs. Booth to do? They were excluded from most of the churches in which, during the last 20 years, they had led so many souls to Christ. They found themselves out of harmony with most of the undenominational evangelists of the day. And, moreover, they had experienced throughout even the brightest of their past years a gnawing dissatisfaction with much of their work, which the general thus described in the preface to his book, In Darkest England and the Way Out. All the way through my career, I have keenly felt the remedial measures usually enumerated in Christian programs, and ordinarily employed by Christian philanthropy, to be lamentably inadequate for any effectual dealing with the despairing miseries of the outcast classes. The rescued are appallingly few, a ghastly minority compared with the multitudes who struggle and sink in the open-mouthed abyss. Alike, therefore, my humanity and my Christianity, if I may speak of them as in any way separate from each other, have cried out for some comprehensive method of reaching and saving the perishing crowds. The Booths had settled in a London home, finding that they must needs have some fixed resting place for their children, and that abundant opportunities of one kind or another could be found for them both in the metropolis. But the general, who was waiting upon God and wondering what would happen to open his way to the unchurched masses, received an invitation to undertake some services in a tent which had been erected in an old burial ground in Whitechapel, the expected missioner having fallen ill. He consented, and he thus describes his experiences. When I saw those masses of poor people, so many of them evidently without God or hope in the world, and found that they so readily and eagerly listened to me, following from open-air meeting to tent, and accepting in many instances my invitation to kneel at the Saviour's feet there and then, my whole heart went out to them. I walked back to our West End home and said to my wife, "Oh, Kate, I have found my destiny. These are the people for whose salvation I have been longing all these years." As I passed by the doors of the flaming gin palaces tonight, I seemed to hear a voice sounding in my ears. "Where can you go and find such heathen as these? And where is there so great a need for your labors?" And there and then in my soul I offered myself and you and the children up to this great work. Those people shall be our people, and they shall have our God for their God. Mrs. Booth herself wrote, "I remember the emotion that this produced in my soul. I sat gazing into the fire, and the devil whispered to me, 'This means another departure, another start in life.' The question of our support constituted a serious difficulty. Hitherto we had been able to meet our expenses out of the collections which we had made from our more respectable audiences, but it was impossible to suppose that we could do so among the poverty-stricken East Enders. We were afraid even to ask for a collection in such a locality. Nevertheless, I did not answer discouragingly. After a momentary pause for thought and prayer, I replied, 'Well, if you feel you ought to stay, stay. We have trusted the Lord once for our support, and we can trust him again.' That night," says the general, "the Salvation Army was born." Before long, God moved the heart of one of the most benevolent men in England, Mr. Samuel Morley, to promise them his influence and support without any condition but the continuance of the work thus begun. But no amount of monetary help could have placed the general in a position to establish anything like the permanent work he desired. He writes, "I had hardly got successfully started on this new path before my old experience of difficulty met me once more. On the third Sunday morning, I think it was, we found the old tent, which formed our cathedral, blown down and so damaged by the fall, as well as so rotten, that it could not be put up again. Another tent was impossible, as we had no money to buy one. So, as no suitable building could be obtained, there was nothing for it but for us to do our best out of doors. After a time, we secured an old dancing room for Sunday meetings, but there being no seats in it, our converts had to come at 4 o'clock on Sunday morning to bring the benches in, and work till midnight or later still, when the day's meetings were over, to move them out again. For our weeknight meetings, we had hired an old shed formerly used to store rags in, and there we fought for months. What a testimony to the character of the work already accomplished, and the readiness of the little force already raised, to toil like pioneer soldiers for the love of Christ. Most of the converts of those days had been forgiven much. The following letter from one of them may give some idea both of the nature of the work done and the surrounding circumstances. Dear Sir, I have reason to bless the hour that God put the thought into your head to open the mission at the East End of London, for it has been the means of making me and my family happy in the love of Christ. It has turned me from a drunkard, blasphemer, and liar to a true believing Christian. At the age of 13, I went as a waiter boy in a public house, where I remained until I was 16. Here I learned to love the flavor of drink, and I never lost it until I was converted to God through the blessed words spoken in the open air. When I look back and think how I have beaten my poor wife, it was through the drink. It makes me ashamed of myself. It was the word and the blow, but sometimes the blow first. After I got sober, sometimes it would make me ashamed to look at her black eyes, but I do thank God there is no fear of black eyes now, for we are very happy together. I am a stoker and an engine driver, and I wonder I have never had an explosion, for I have been drunk for a week at a time. On one occasion, I had been drunk overnight and was not very sober in the morning. I went to work at 5:30 instead of 5, and without looking to see if there was any water in the boiler, I began stoking the fire up. The fright sobered me. It cost above £100 before it was fit for work again. But that did not alter me, only for the worse. I broke up my home. I got worse after that and cared for nothing. Half my wages went in drink. My wife was afraid to speak to me, and the poor children would get anywhere out of my way. Afterwards, I was discharged, but although I soon got another job, I could not leave off the drink. I was reckoned a regular drunkard. I lost place after place and was out of work several weeks at a time, for they did not care to employ a drunkard. Still, I would have beer somehow. I did not care how. I've given 1 6 for the loan of a shilling, and though there was not a bit of bread at home, the shilling went in beer. I have often had the police called in for ill-using my wife. On one occasion, she ran down to her mother's with her face bleeding, but I went to bed. When I woke, I saw she was not there, so I went out and got drunk. I came home and got a large carving knife, put it up my sleeve, and went down to her mother's with the intention of killing her. But they saw the knife. The police were called in, and I was taken to Spitalsfield Station. But no one coming to press the charge, I got off. 8 years ago, God thought fit to lay me on a bed of sickness for 13 weeks, and I was given up by all the doctors. When I got better, people thought I would alter my life and become a steady man. But no, I was as bad as ever. While I was at work, another time drunk, I lost one of my eyes by an accident. But even that did not make me a sober man, nor make me leave off swearing and cursing. I was generally drunk 2 or 3 times on Sundays. The Sunday that I was convinced I was a sinner, I had been drunk twice. I did not think there was so much happiness for me, but I do thank God for what He has done for me. He has changed my heart. He has filled me full of the love of Christ, and my greatest desire is to tell sinners what a dear Savior I have found. Best of all was the demonstration that out of such material, God was able to raise up a fighting force. One great difficulty of those days was the obtaining of suitable buildings. For a time, a theater was hired for Sunday meetings, the law in England then not allowing theaters to give performances on Sundays. The great buildings to which the people have been accustomed to go for amusement have always proved admirably suited for the gathering of congregations of that sort. A gentleman who had had long experience in mission work thus describes what he saw when he went to spend a Sunday afternoon with William Booth. On the afternoon of Sunday, January 31st, I was able to see some of the results of William Booth's work in the east of London by attending his experience meeting held in the East London Theatre. About 2 o'clock, some of his helpers and converts went out from the mission hall, where they had been praying together, and held an open-air meeting in front of a large brewery opposite the hall. The ground was damp and the wind high, but they secured an audience and then sang hymns along the road till they came to the theater, taking in any who chose to follow them. Probably about 500 were present, though many came in late. The meeting commenced at 3 and lasted 1 hour and a half. During this period, 53 persons gave their experience. Parts of 8 hymns were sung, and prayer was offered by 4 persons. After singing Philip Phillips' beautiful hymn, I Will Sing for Jesus, prayer was offered up by Mr. Booth and 2 others. A young man rose and told of his conversion a year ago, thanking God that he had been kept through the year. A Negro of the name Burton interested the meeting much by telling of his first open-air service, which he had held during the past week in Ratcliffe Highway, one of the worst places in London. He said, when the people saw him kneel in the gutter, engaged in prayer for them, they thought he was mad. The verse, Christ now sits on Zion's hill, he receives poor sinners still, was then sung. A young man under the right-hand gallery, having briefly spoken, one of Mr. Booth's helpers, a Yorkshireman with strong voice and hearty manner, told of the open-air meetings, the opposition they encountered, and his determination to go on, in spite of all opposition from men and devils. A middle-aged man on the right, a sailor, told how he was brought to Christ during his passage home from Colombo. One of the Dublin tracts, entitled John's Difficulty, was the means of his conversion. A young man to the right, having told how, as a backslider, he had recently been restored. A cabman said he used to be in the public houses constantly, but he thanked God he ever heard William Booth, for it led to his conversion. 3 young men on the right then spoke. The first, who comes 5 miles to these meetings, told how he was lost through the drink and restored by the gospel. The second said he was unspeakably happy. The third said he would go to the stake for Christ. A middle-aged man in the center spoke of his many trials. His sight was failing him, but the light of Christ shone brilliantly in his soul. The chorus, Let Us Walk in the Light, was then sung. A young man described his feelings as he had recently passed the place where he was born, and a sister spoke of her husband's conversion and how they were both now rejoicing in God. After a young man on the left had told how his soul had recently revived, another on the right testified to the Lord having pardoned his sins in the theater on the previous Sunday. 2 sailors followed. The first spoke of his conversion through reading a tract while on his way to the Indies 4 months ago. The other said he was going to sea next week and was going to take some Bibles, hymns, and tracts with him to see what could be done for Christ on board. The verse, "I believe I shall be there and walk with him in white," was then sung. A young man of the name of John, sometimes called Young Hallelujah, told of his trials while selling fish in the streets. But he comforted himself by saying, "'Tis better on before." He had been drawn out in prayer at midnight on the previous night, and had dreamed all night that he was in a prayer meeting. He was followed by a converted thief, who told how he was picked up, and of his persecutions daily while working with 20 unconverted men. A man in the center, who had been a great drunkard, said, "What a miserable wretch I was till the Lord met with me. I used to think I could not do without my pint a day, but the Lord pulled me right bang out of a public house into a place of worship." He was followed by a young man who was converted at one of the breakfast meetings last year, and who said he was exceedingly happy. Another young man on the left said his desire was to speak more and work more for Jesus. 2 sisters then spoke. The first uttered a brief, inaudible sentence, and the second told of being so happy every day and wanting to be more faithful. The verse, "Shall we meet beyond the river where the surges cease to roll," was then sung. A young woman said, "I well remember the night I first heard Mr. Booth preach here. I had a heavy load of sin upon my shoulders, but I was invited to come on the stage. I did so, and was pointed to Jesus, and I obtained peace." Another told of his conversion by a tract 4 years ago on his passage to Sydney. "To my sorrow," he said, "I became a backslider, but I thank God he ever brought me here. That blessed man, Mr. Booth, preached, and I gave my heart to God afresh. I now take tracts to sea regularly. I have only 18 shillings a week, but I save my tobacco and beer money to buy tracts." The verse, "I shall never forget the day when Jesus took my sins away," was then sung. A stout man, a navvy, who said he had been one of the biggest drunkards in London, having briefly spoken, was followed by one known as Jemmy, the butcher, who keeps a stall in the Whitechapel Road. Someone had cruelly robbed him, but he found consolation by attending the Mission Hall prayer meeting. 2 young lads, recently converted, having given their experience, a dock laborer converted 17 months ago, asked the prayers of the meeting for his wife, yet unconverted. Some of his comrades during the last week said, "What a difference there is in you now to what there used to be." 3 young women followed. The first spoke but a sentence or two. The desire of the second was to live more to Christ. The third had a singularly clear voice and gave her experience very intelligently. It was a 1.5 years since she gave her heart to the Savior, but her husband does not yet see with her. Her desire was to possess holiness of heart and to know more of the language of Canaan. The experience of an old man who next spoke was striking. Mr. Booth had announced his intention some time back of preaching a sermon on the Derby at the time of the race that goes by that name. This man was attracted by curiosity and, when listening, compared himself to a broken-down horse. This sermon was the means of his conversion. The verse then sung was, "Can you tell me what ship is going to sail? Oh, the old ship of Zion, hallelujah." Two sisters then spoke. The first had been very much cast down for 7 or 8 weeks, but she comforted herself by saying, "'Tis better on before." The second said it was 2 years since she found peace, and she was very happy. A young man told how his sins were taken away. He worked in the city, and someone took him to hear the Reverend E.P. Hammond. He did not find peace then, but afterwards, as a young man was talking to him in the street, he was able to see the way of salvation and rejoice in it. He used to fall asleep generally under the preaching, but here, he said, under Mr. Booth, I can't sleep. A little boy, one of Mr. Booth's sons, the present general, gave a simple and good testimony. He was followed by a young man and then an interesting blind girl whom I had noticed singing heartily in the street, told of her conversion. A girl told how she found peace 17 months ago, and then Mr. Booth offered a few concluding observations and prayed. The meeting closed by singing, "I will not be discouraged, for Jesus is my friend." Such is a brief outline of this most interesting meeting, held Sunday after Sunday. Mr. Booth led the singing by commencing the hymns without even giving them out. But the moment he began, the bulk of the people joined heartily in them. Only 1 or 2 verses of each hymn was sung as a rule. Most of them are found in his own admirably compiled songbook. I could not but wonder at the change which had come over the people. The majority of those present, probably nearly 500, owed their conversion to the preaching of Mr. Booth and his helpers. How would they have been spending Sunday afternoon if this blessed agency had not been set on foot? In the evening I preached in the Oriental Music Hall, High Street, Poplar, where 500 or 600 persons were assembled. This is one of the more recent branches of Mr. Booth's work, and appears to be in a very prosperous condition. I found 2 groups of the helpers singing and preaching in the streets, who were only driven in by the rain just before the meeting commenced inside. This is how the people are laid hold of. Shall this good work be hindered for the want of a few £100? The supply of pounds, alas, though called for in such religious periodicals as at that time were willing to report the work, did not come, and the general says, "After 6 years' hard work, we had nothing better for our Sunday night meetings than a small covered alley attached to a drinking saloon, together with some old discarded chapels, and a tumble-down penny theater for weeknights. At last the drinking saloon, the Eastern Star, having been burnt out, was acquired and rebuilt and fitted as a center for the work, to be succeeded ere long by the large covered People's Market in Whitechapel Road, which was for 10 years to be the Army's headquarters, and which is now the headquarters of its English men's social work. Throughout all these years of struggle, however, the converts were being drilled and fitted for the further extension of the work. The idea of forming them into a really permanent organization only came to their leader gradually. He says, "My first thought was to constitute an evangelistic agency, the converts going to the churches. But to this were 3 main obstacles. 1, they would not go where they were sent. 2, they were not wanted when they did go. And 3, I soon found that I wanted them myself." And the more time he spent amongst them, the more the sense of responsibility with regard to them grew upon him. He had discovered what mines of unimagined power for good were to be found amidst the very classes who seemed entirely severed from religious life. There they were, and if only proper machinery could be provided and kept going, They could be raised from their present useless, if not pernicious, life to that career of usefulness to others like themselves for which they were so well qualified. They could thus become a treasure of priceless value to their country and to the world. On the other hand, neglected or left with no other sort of worship than as yet existed to appeal to them, they must needs become worse and worse, more and more hostile to religion of any kind, more and more unlikely ever to take an interest in anything eternal. The general could not, therefore, but feel more and more satisfied that he had begun a work that ought to be permanently maintained and enlarged, as opportunity might arise, until it could cope with this state of things wherever it was to be found. And now that he had at length a center to which he could invite all his helpers from time to time, there was no hindrance to the carrying out of such a purpose. With the establishment of a headquarters that cost £3,500 in one of the main thoroughfares of eastern London, we may look upon the general as having at last got a footing in the world. End of Section 8. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 9. Army Making. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. What a place for a Christian mission center was Whitechapel Road. "Just look here," said the general to his eldest son, then a boy of 13, as he led him late one Sunday evening through the great swing doors of a public house into the crowded bar. "These are the people I want you to live and labor for." The mere appearance of many 1,000 in the neighborhood, whether inside or outside such houses, was enough to give some idea of the misery of their lives. The language and the laughter with which those ragged, dirty, unkempt men and women accompanied their drinking were such as to leave no doubt that they were wallowing in the mire. At that time, and indeed until the Children Act of 1909 came into force, it was the custom of thousands of mothers to take their babies and little children into the public houses with them, so that the scenes of family misery and ruin were complete. In many of the side streets and back lanes, where there was little wheel traffic, groups of men and women might have been seen bargaining for the most dilapidated and greasy articles of old clothing that could still be worn, whilst lads and even children gambled with halfpence or even with marbles, as if they could not early enough learn how fully to follow the evil courses of their elders. There were, and are still, streets within 10 minutes' walk of the Whitechapel Road, where dogs and birds were traded in or betted on, competitions in running and singing being often indispensable to the satisfaction of the buyers and sellers. By the side of the road along which there was and is a continuous stream of wagon and omnibus, as well as foot traffic, was a broad strip of unpaved ground, part of it opposite that Sydney Street, which a few years ago became world-renowned as the scene of the Battle of the London Police with armed burglars. This was called the Mile End Waste, and was utilized for all the ordinary purposes of a fairground. The merry-go-rounds and shows of every description, which competed with the unfailing Punch and Judy, and wooden swings, kept up a continuous din, especially on Saturday nights and Sundays. Amidst all this, the vendors of the vilest songs and books, and of the most astounding medicines, raised their voices so as to attract their own little rings of interested listeners. There, too, men spoke upon almost every imaginable evil theme, denouncing both God and government in words which one would have thought no decent workman would care to hear. But all who have seen a fair will have some idea of the scene, if they can only imagine all the deepest horrors of appearance and demeanor that drunkenness and poverty, illness and rags, can crowd together within a few hundred yards of space. Once you can place all that fairly before your imagination, you can form some conception of the mind that could look upon it all and hunger to find just there a battlefield for life, as well as the faith that could reckon upon the victory of the gospel in such a place. We have all read accounts of missionaries approaching some faraway island shore and seeing the heathen dance around some cannibal feast. But such feasts could not have been very frequent amidst such limited populations, whereas the ever-changing millions of London have furnished all these years tragedies daily and nightly, numerous enough to crowd our memories with scenes no less appalling to the moral sense than anything witnessed on those distant pagan shores. To those who take time to think it out, the marvel of both the eagerness and the reluctance of Mr. and Mrs. Booth to plunge into this human Niagara will appear ever greater. As we look nowadays at the worldwide result of their resolve to do so, despite all their consciousness of ignorance and unfitness for the task, we cannot but see in the whole matter the hand of God himself, fulfilling his great promise. Even the captives of the mighty shall be taken away, the prey of the terrible shall be delivered. For I will contend with them that contend with thee, and I will save thy children. And all flesh shall know that I, the Lord, am thy Savior, and thy Redeemer, the mighty one of Jacob. As long as the God of that solitary, selfish tramp remains determined to redeem and save even the most depraved and abandoned of mankind, its Whitechapels and Spitalfields and other moral jungles can be turned into gardens, blooming with every flower of moral innocence and beauty, if only gardeners capable of enough trust in God and toil for man can be found. The meetings held at noon daily in front of the new headquarters set an example of patient, persevering combat which was followed in the meetings, outdoors or in, held by what was then known as the Christian Mission. The first name used by the General Superintendent, as our founder was then called, was the East London Christian Revival Society. This was changed to the East London Christian Mission, and the East London being dropped when the work extended outside London. The Christian Mission remained much as the name was always disliked, from its appearance of implying a slight on all other missions. The steadily increasing success of the Whitechapel work was such that when I first saw it, after it had only had that center for 2 years, the hall, seating more than 1,200 persons, would be crowded on Sundays, and although the people had been got together from streets full of drunkenness and hostility, the audiences would be kept under perfect control once the outer gates were closed, and would listen with the intensest interest to all that was said and sung. On Sunday nights I have known 10 different bands of speakers take their stand at various points along the Whitechapel Road, and when they all marched to the hall, they could usually make their songs heard above all the din of traffic, and in spite of any attempts at interruption made by the opposition. The enemy constantly displayed his hostility at the meetings held in the street, whether in Whitechapel or any of the other poor parishes to which the work had spread, and was not often content with mere cries of derision either. Dirt and garbage would be thrown at us. Blows and kicks would come, especially on dark evenings, and the sight of a policeman approaching, so far from being a comfort, was a still worse trial, as he would very rarely show any inclination to protect us, but more generally a wish to make us move on just when we had got a good crowd together, on the plea that we were either obstructing the thoroughfare or creating a disturbance. But what a blessed training for war it all was. The converts learned not merely to raise their voices for God and to persist in their efforts, in spite of every possible discouragement, but to bridle their tongues when abused, to endure hardness, and manifest a prayerful, loving spirit towards those who despitefully used them. The very fighting made bold and happy soldiers out of many of the tenderest and most timid converts. And yet, I'm not sure whether a still more important part of the army making was not accomplished in the prayer meetings and holiness meetings, which came to be more and more popular, until under the name of Days with God and Nights of Prayer, they attracted, in many of the great cities of England, crowds, even of those who did not belong to us, but who wished to find out the secret of our strength. For it was by the light and help got in such meetings that converts became steadfast, unmovable, always abounding in the work of the Lord, so that instead of merely carrying on a mission for so many weeks, months, or years, many of them became reliable warriors for life. How few of the general's critics, who sneered at his meetings as though they were mere scenes of passing excitement, had any idea of the profound teaching he gave his people. The then editor of The Christian, who took the trouble to visit them, as well as to converse with the general at length, with remarkable prescience wrote, as early as 1871, in his preface to the general's first important publication, How to Reach the Masses with the Gospel. The following pages tell a fragment of the story of as wonderful a work of its kind as this generation has seen. No doubt it is open to the same kind of criticism as the sculptor's chisel might award to the excavator's pick. But I do not hesitate to believe that for every essential Christian virtue, faith, zeal, self-denial, love, prayer, and the like, numbers of the converts of this mission will bear not unfavorable comparison with the choicest members of the most cultivated churches. There is not in this kingdom an agency which more demands the hearty and liberal support of the Church of Christ. In the east of London are crowded and condensed a large proportion of the poor, laboring population of London. The ruined, the unfortunate, the depraved, the feeble ones, outrun in the race of life, gravitate thither and jostle one another in the daily struggle for bread. Thousands remain on the edge of starvation from day to day, and the bulk of these teeming multitudes are as careless of eternity as the heathen, and far more uncared for by the great majority of the professed people of God. Mr. Booth's operations are unparalleled in extent, unsectarian in character, a standing rebuke to the apathy of Christians, and a witness of the willingness of God to show his work unto his servants, and to establish the work of their hands upon them. From the beginning, the general had taught his people to come together for an hour's prayer early each Sunday morning, and to delight in prayer at all times, looking ever to God to deliver them personally from all evil, and to make and keep them pure within. These phrases were familiar to all English people, but that their real meaning might not only be taken in, but kept ever before his people, the general had established 2 weekly holiness meetings in the mission halls, one on Sunday morning and the other on Friday evening. These practices, kept up wherever the army has gone all these 45 years, have resulted in the cultivation of ideals far above those usual even in the most refined Christian circles. Nothing has more astonished me amongst all the torrents of eulogy passed upon the general and his army since his death than the almost invariable silence among Christian as well as secular papers about these holiness meetings, and that teaching of holiness which were the root and secret of all the success of the army. Any capable schoolmaster might compile volumes of rules, but how to get them obeyed is the question. How could it be possible to settle every question of who shall be the greatest in an army formed largely of the most independent and unruly elements, if there were no superhuman power that could destroy the foundations of envy and ill-feeling, and fill hearts once wide apart with the humble love that can prefer others' honor before one's own? The organization of the army has been and is, in all countries, a steady, careful development, but it has only been made possible by the continual maintenance of a complete confidence in God for the needed supplies of wisdom and grace to enable each to submit to others for Christ's sake, to bear and forbear for the good of the whole army, seeking ever to learn to do better, and yet being willing to be forgotten, and even to be undervalued, misunderstood, and ill-treated by a hasty or unjust superior for Christ's sake. General Booth himself did not always appear the most patient and kindly of leaders. He would have been the first to admit how he wounded tender hearts, and perhaps even repulsed some who could have been of greater helpfulness to him had he been able to endure more patiently their slowness and timidity. But, conscious as he was of his own defects, he especially rejoiced when his son and successor began to shine as a holiness teacher, whose weekly meetings at Whitechapel became a power that was felt all over the world. The teaching and enjoyment of this great blessing, with all the deliverance from self-seeking and pride which it brings, has made it possible to go on imposing more and more of regulation and discipline on all sorts of men and women, without either souring their spirit or transforming the army system into mere machinery. The army will go on to carry out its founder's purpose better and better the more it learns how to sit constantly at the feet of the one great Master. End of Section 9. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 10. Army Leading. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. We have seen Mr. Booth beginning on the spot, now marked with a stone, near the site of the Vine public house, since happily pulled down, the site being turned into a public garden, on July 5th, 1865, scrambling through the first 6 years' difficulties until he marched the beginnings of an army of saved drunkards, infidels, and sinners into a people's market, transformed into a public hall and headquarters. He called all that the Christian mission, with only a slowly dawning consciousness that it was an army for 6 years more. But he was leading it on in humble dependence upon God, with increasing speed and force. He was really hindered by many things, amongst them his own ministerial habits of thought and plan. That nothing lasting could be achieved without system and organization he had always seen, but he had never yet known a formation equal to that of some of the churches around him, which depended upon more or less skilled preachers and a complete network of elected assemblies. For all purposes of conquest, he had got preachers enough out of the public houses, but he could not imagine their holding regular congregations or developing the work without having years for study and just such plans as the churches had established. Hence, when he wanted leaders for the enlargement of the work, he advertised for them in Methodist or other publications. He secured some excellent, well-meaning men, too, but in almost every instance, they proved to be slower than the troops they were supposed to lead, and a kind of ecclesiastical organization wrapped them all around with a sort of Saul's armor, in which fighting the heathen was unthinkable. He had got, by the testimony, as we have seen, of impartial observers, such a force as was unparalleled in extent, unsectarian in character, and a standing rebuke to the apathy of Christians. But how was he to go further afield with it? He had not a leader ready for its extension outside London. In 1873, Mrs. Booth, however, could not be content without doing something, at least for a season, in England's great naval base, Portsmouth, and after that in the sister arsenal city of Chatham. The force of new converts she gathered in each town must needs be led by somebody, and in each case the general sent men of proved ability to manufacture preachers of their own fighting type. After having led missions in those towns, they went and did likewise in two of the great manufacturing cities of the north. But their first achievements had led the general to venture upon sending out others, of much less ability, to smaller communities, where they were not less successful than the first two. Already another great difficulty had been solved, for it had been found that congregations of workmen gathered in the provincial towns would give collections generally large enough to defray the local expenses. Thus were cleared away not only two of the main blocks in the path of progress, but all need or desire for the officialdom that had already begun to grow threateningly stiff. After a while, writes the general, the work began to spread and show wonderful promise, and then, when everything was looking like progress, a new trouble arose. It came about in this wise. Some of the evangelists whom I had engaged to assist me rose up and wanted to convert our mission into a regular church, with a committee of management and all that sort of thing. They wanted to settle down in quietness. I wanted to go forward at all costs, but I was not to be defeated or turned from the object on which my heart was set in this fashion. So I called them together and addressing them said, "My comrades, the formation of another church is not my aim. There are plenty of churches. I want to make an army. Those among you who are willing to help me to realize my purpose can stay with me. Those who do not must separate from me, and I will help them to find situations elsewhere." They, one and all, chose to stand by the general, for those who were really set upon the formation of deliberative assemblies had already left us. This was in February 1877, and in the following July the last Christian Mission Conference met to celebrate the abandonment of the entire system that conference represented, and to assure the general that he had got a real fighting army to lead. It was only at the end of 1878, during which year the stations, which we now call corps, had increased from 30 to 80, that in a brief description of the work we call the mission, a Salvation Army. But the very name helped us to increase the speed of our advance. The rapidity with which the general selected and sent out his officers reminds one constantly of the stories of the gospel. One who became one of his foremost helpers had formerly been a notorious sinner, and had indeed only been converted a fortnight when, because he already showed such splendid qualities, he was sent by a girl officer to the general with the strongest recommendation for acceptance. It was arranged for him to speak with the general on the platform after a meeting. The general, who had, no doubt, observed him during the evening, looked at him for a moment and then said, "You ought to do something for God with those eyes. Good night." I had never had such a shock, says the commissioner, as he now is. If that's being accepted for the work, I said to myself, what next, I wonder? But sure enough, in another 3 weeks' time, he was called out from his place of employment by a staff officer who asked him, "Can you be ready to go to M next Monday?" And he went. The young man had been a devotee of billiards, but had become interested in the Army by seeing two of our special speakers, one a very short officer, the other a giant doctor from Whitechapel, who weighed some 334 pounds, wheeled up a steep hill in a pig cart to a great open-air meeting. After listening many times without yielding, he was startled out of his coolness by a large hall in which he attended a night of prayer being burned to the ground the next day. The next evening, with one of his companions, he went to the penitent form and found the mercy of God. When the general was at all in doubt about a candidate for officership, he would often draw such a one out by means of the most discouraging remarks. To one who had gone expecting a hearty welcome, he said, "Well, what good do you think you'll be?" The general's eldest son being present, desiring to help her, remarked upon the high commendation her officers gave her. He wished to send her off directly to a corps, but the general, still uncertain, said, "No, send her to Emma," which opened the way for her immediately to leave her business and go to the newly opened training home for women under his daughter's direction. A similar home for young men, under the present chief of the staff, Commissioner Howard, provided means to take those about whose fitness for the work there was any doubt and give them a training prior to sending them on to the field. In 1880, the general addressed the Wesleyan Methodist Conference of the United Kingdom. That conference is one of the most powerful church assemblies in the world, directing as it does the entire forces of its church within the British Empire, and consequently influencing very largely all Methodists in the world. It was a remarkable testimony to the general's work that, so early as 1880, its most influential leaders should have been able to arrange, despite considerable opposition, for him to address the conference which that year sat in London. The president, in welcoming him, warned him that they could only give him a limited time in which to speak. What an expression of his sense of liberty and power from on high that the general should at once have begun by saying, "Mr. President, in our meetings we are accustomed to bring any speech that seems likely to go on too long to a close by beginning to sing. I shall not take it amiss if you do so in my case." The general laughter with which this suggestion was greeted banished at once any appearance of stiffness from the solemn and exclusive assembly, whose members alone were present. He then proceeded to explain the origin and work of the Army as follows. I was told that 95 in every 100 of the population of our larger towns and cities never crossed the threshold of any place of worship. And I thought, cannot something be done to reach these people with the gospel? 15 years ago, I thus fell in love with the great crowds of people who seemed to be out of the pale of all Christian churches. It seemed to me that if we could get them to think about hell, they would be certain to want to turn from it. If we could get them to think about heaven, they would want to go there. If we could get them to think about Christ, they would want to rush to his open arms. I resolved to try, and the Salvation Army is the outcome of that resolution. In August 1877, we had 26 stations. We have now, in 1880, 162. In 1877, we had 35 evangelists. We have now 285 evangelists, or as we now call them, officers. And in many instances, they have the largest audiences in the town where they are at work. We have got all those officers without any promise or guarantee of salary, and without any assurance that when they reach the railway station to which they book, they will find anybody in the town to sympathize with them. The bulk would cheerfully and gladly go anywhere. We have got, I think, an improvement upon John Wesley's penny a week and shilling a quarter by way of financial support from our converts. We say to them, "You used to give 3 or 4 shillings a week for beer and tobacco before you were converted, and we shall not be content with a penny a week and a shilling a quarter. Give as the Lord has prospered you, and down with the money." This was followed by loud laughter. When I asked one of my officers the other day at a meeting held after a tea, for which the people had paid a shilling each, to announce the collection, the woman captain, to my astonishment, simply said, "Now, friends, go into the collection, whack it into the baskets." The whole audience was evidently fond of her, and they very heartily responded. If asked to explain our methods, I would say, firstly, we do not fish in other people's waters, or try to set up a rival sect. Out of the gutters we pick up our converts, and if there be one man worse than another, our officers rejoice the most over the case of that man. When a man gets saved, no matter how low he is, he rises immediately. His wife gets his coat from the pawn shop, and if she cannot get him a shirt, she buys him a paper front, and he gets his head up and is soon unable to see the hole of the pit from which he has been digged, and would like to convert our rough concern into a chapel and make things respectable. That is not our plan. We are moral scavengers, netting the very sewers. We want all we can get, but we want the lowest of the low. My heart has gone out much after Ireland of late, and 10 weeks ago I sent out there a little woman who had been much blessed, and 4 of her converts. They landed at Belfast at 2 o'clock in the morning. They did not know a soul. Our pioneer, contrary to our usual customs, had taken them a lodging. We had said to her, "Rest yourselves till Sunday morning." But she was not content with this. After a wash, a cup of tea, and a little sleep, they turned out, found a Christian gentleman who lent them a little hall, had it crowded at once, and now, though only 10 weeks have passed away, we have stations in 4 other towns, 2 in Belfast, and 2 others are getting ready for opening. Blessed results have followed. The people, we are told, come in crowds. They are very poor. They sit and listen and weep, rush out to the penitent form, and many are saved. Now, Mr. President, I think I may say that it is a matter for great thankfulness to God that there is a way, a simple, ready way, a cheap way to get at the masses of these people. Secondly, we get at these people by adapting our measures. There is a most bitter prejudice among the lower classes against churches and chapels. I am sorry for this. I did not create it, but it is the fact. They will not go into a church or chapel, but they will go into a theater or warehouse, and therefore we use these places. In one of our villages, we used the pawn shop, and they gave it the name the Salvation Pawn Shop, and many souls were saved there. Let me say that I am not the inventor of all the strange terms that are used in the Army. I did not invent the term hallelujah lassies. When I first heard of it, I was somewhat shocked. But telegram after telegram brought me word that no building would contain the people who came to hear the hallelujah lassies. Rough, uncouth fellows liked the term. One had a lassie at home. Another went to hear them because he used to call his wife Lassie before he was married. My end was gained, and I was satisfied. Thirdly, we set the converts to work. As soon as a man gets saved, we put him up to say so, and in this testimony lies much of the power of our work. One of our lassies was holding a meeting in a large town the other day, when a conceited fellow came up to her saying, "What does an ignorant girl like you know about religion? I know more than you do. I can say the Lord's Prayer in Latin." "Oh, but," she replied, "I can say more than that. I can say the Lord has saved my soul in English." Another round of laughter and cheers. Lastly, we succeed by dint of hard work. I tell my people that hard work and holiness will succeed anywhere. Of course, every day's march forward brought with it lessons that were learned and utilized. Not long could the general continue to interview candidates himself, and then forms of application were evolved. The candidate must have every opportunity to understand what would be required of him, and to express his agreement or otherwise with the teachings and principles of the Army. It was made clear to him or her that, whilst called upon to offer up a lifelong service to this work for Christ's sake, he must expect no guarantee of salary whatever, and no engagement even to continue to employ him, should he at any time cease to act up to his promises, or show himself to be inefficient in the work. As for the soldiers, it was soon required of them that they should sign articles of war before they could be enrolled. These articles formed so simple and clear an expression of the Army's teaching and system that the most illiterate in every land could at once take in their practical effect. The articles simply required everyone to give up the use of intoxicants, to keep from any resorts, habits, company, or language that would be harmful, and to devote all the leisure time, spare energy, and money to the war. As time went on, the general published Orders and Regulations for Soldiers, a booklet of 164 pages, and perhaps as complete a handbook for the direction of every department of life, public and private, as was ever written. Orders and Regulations for Field Officers, containing 626 pages of the minutest directions for every branch of the work, and Orders and Regulations for Staff Officers, the most extraordinary directory for the management of missionaries and missionary affairs that could well be packed in 357 pages. At later dates, he issued Orders and Regulations for Territorial Commissioners and Chief Secretaries, containing 176 pages, and Orders and Regulations for Social Officers, the latter a complete explanation of his thoughts and wishes for the conduct of every form of effort for the elevation of the homeless and workless and fallen, and Orders and Regulations for Local Officers, containing precise details as to the duties of all the various non-commissioned or lay officers, whether engaged in work for old or young. Smaller handbooks of Orders and Regulations for bands and songster brigades, and for almost every other class of agents, were also issued from time to time. Thus, step by step, the general not merely led those who gave themselves up to follow him in the ever-extending war, but furnished them with such simple and clear directions in print as would enable them, at any distance from him, to study his thoughts, principles, and practices, and sought God's help to do for the people around them all that had been shown to be possible elsewhere. With such a complete code of instructions, there naturally arose a system of reporting and inspection, which enabled the general to ascertain with remarkable accuracy how far his wishes were being carried out or neglected by any of his followers. He sometimes said, "I would like, if I could, to get a return from every man and every woman in the army as to what they do for God and their fellow man every day." It soon became impossible, of course, for any one person to examine the returns which were furnished by the court. But records were kept, and as the work increased, divisional and provincial officers were appointed, with particular responsibility for the work in their areas, so that in even the most distant corners of the world, wherever there is a registered Salvationist, there is some staff officer to whom he must report what he is doing, and who is expected periodically to visit each corps, and see that the reports made are accurate, and that the work is not merely being done somehow, but done as it ought to be, in the Master's spirit of love and hope for the vilest. And all this without the absolute promise of a penny reward to anyone. In fact, from the first, the general taught his officers that they must try to raise all expenses of the work in their commands within the borders of the districts in which they were operating. He has always regarded it as a proper test of the value of work done, that those who see it are willing to pay as much as they can towards its continuance. And to this day, the Army's resources consist not so much in large gifts from outsiders, as of the pence of those who take part in or attend its services. Regulations are made from time to time as to the amount any officer may draw for himself, according to the cost of living where he is at work, though a considerable number do not regularly receive the full amount. So utterly, indeed, above any such consideration have our officers everywhere proved themselves to be that, to guard against needless sacrifice of health and life, it has been necessary to fix also in each country a minimum allowance, which the staff officers must see that the field officers receive. Knowing as I do that many devoted officers have for months together been down at the minimum level of 6 shillings per week, in little places where we have no wealthy friends to help a corps into greater prosperity, I feel it safe to say that never was there a religious society raised and led to victory with so much reliance upon divine grace to keep its workers in a perfectly unselfish and happy condition. Space forbids any description of the heroic labors by which the General and Mrs. Booth, traveling, holding meetings, and corresponding, managed to extend the Army's work throughout Great Britain, so that before its name had been adopted 10 years, it had made itself loved or dreaded in many parts. At the earliest possible date in the Army's history, the General took steps to get its constitution and rights so legally established that it should be impossible for anyone after his death to wrest from it or turn to other purposes any of the property which had been acquired for its use by a deed poll enrolled in the High Court of Chancery of England, August 7, 1878. The construction aims and practices of the Army are so defined that its identity can never be disputed. Another deed poll, enrolled January 30, 1891, similarly safeguarded the Army's social work, so that persons or corporations desiring to contribute only to the social funds could make sure that they were doing so. Similar deeds or other provisions are made in every other country where we are at work, containing such references to the British deeds, that the absolute unity of the army and the entire subjection of every part of it to its one general is, in conformity with the laws of each country, secured for all time. And again, a deed dated July 26, 1904, has provided for the case of a general's death, without having first named his successor, or for any other circumstances which might arise rendering a special appointment necessary. Subsequent chapters will show how wondrously God helped the general to carry on this work in other countries as well as in his own, and we cannot believe that anyone will read this book through without being constrained to admit that there has not merely been the accomplishment under the general's own eye of an enormous amount of good, but the formation and maintenance of a force for the continual multiplication of it all in every clime, such as no other leader ever before attempted or even planned. And then most will be constrained surely to say with us, "It is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes." End of section 10. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 11. Desperate Fighting. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. One might have supposed that a man who thus raised a force of working people to do good to others would, in a Christian country, have been honored and encouraged by all the better elements, and defended with vigor by the press, the pulpit, and the police against any of the lower sort who might oppose him or his followers. To the shame of his fellow countrymen, alas, it must be told that so far from this being the case, the general was generally treated for the first few years of the army's work as being unworthy to be received in any decent society, and his followers as blasphemers of religion and disturbers of the peace, who ought, by all possible means, to be suppressed. Those who fattened on the vices of the poor, and the opponents of religion generally, were undoubtedly the leaders of opposition to his work. There were only too many ignorant ruffians ready to delight in any excuse for disturbance, and very many truly religious people who put down every disturbance so created to the army's account, and who, without taking the trouble to make any inquiry, denounced it mercilessly. Condemned almost wherever mentioned, either by press or pulpit, the general and the army were naturally treated by many authorities, and largely by respectable citizens, not only as unworthy of any defense, but as deserving of punishment and imprisonment. In 1 year alone, 1882, no fewer than 699 of our officers and soldiers, 251 of them women and 23 children under 15, were brutally assaulted, generally whilst marching through the streets singing hymns, though often when attending meetings in our own hired buildings, and 86, of whom 15 were women, were imprisoned. True, these persecutions almost always gained for us sympathy and friends, as many as 30,000 people coming out in one case to the railway station to welcome an officer upon his release from prison. Yet, year after year, such attacks were repeated, and even during the last year, imprisonment was suffered by several officers for leading meetings where they had regularly been tolerated for some 30 years, but where some newly appointed dignitary would rather not see them. When we ask and wonder how so bitter an opposition to such a leader or his work could arise, we always find the sort of explanation which that famous man John Bright once wrote to Mrs. Booth. The people who mob you would doubtless have mobbed the apostles. Your faith and patience will prevail. The craftsmen who find their craft in danger, the high priests and elders of the people, whose old-fashioned counsels are disregarded by newly arrived stirrers-up of men, always complain, and then the governors and magistrates, who may care for none of these things, but who always act in the interests of the public peace, think it best to straitly charge these men to speak no more of Christ. The general's attitude in face of all these storms was ever the same. Go straight on was the pith of all his replies to inquiries, and his own conduct and bearing amidst the most trying hours were always in accord with that counsel. As in the case of many popular leaders of thought in England, the custom was established of meeting him at railway stations and escorting him with bands and banners, music and song from train to theater, town hall, or whatever the meeting place might be for the day. When he was received, however, not as in later years with universal acclamations, but with derisive shouts and groans, and sometimes with showers of stones and mud, he smiled to see the commotion, and took every opportunity to show his enemies how much he loved them. Already more than 50 years old, and looking decidedly older, when the worst of these storms burst upon him, this bearing often subdued crowds the moment they really caught sight of his gray beard. At Ipswich, says one of our commissioners, I remember how he won over the booing crowd by laughingly imitating them, and saying, "I can boo as well as you," riding with Mrs. Booth through one of the worst riots that he experienced, and in full sight of all the violence which nearly cost one of our officers his life. The general was seen, even when his carriage was all splattered with mud and stones, standing as usual to encourage his soldiers and to salute the people. Arrived at the great hall, he was fitter than most of his people to conduct the meeting there. How much his own calm and loving spirit was communicated to many of his followers may best be represented by the remarks of a wounded lieutenant on that occasion to a local newspaper whilst he was in the hospital. The fact that this lieutenant had been the champion wrestler of his county, and would never, before his conversion, have allowed anyone to take any liberty with him, will explain the way in which, from time to time, the general acquired officers capable of overcoming such crowds. The lieutenant, riding in the very dress he had once worn as an athlete, but with our Salvation Army band around his helmet, was a perfect target for the enemy. When I came to S, I never thought for one moment that I should have to suffer and be taken to a hospital for my blessed Master. But I have had a happy time there. I can truly say that the Spirit of God has revealed wondrous things to me since I've been in. Though I have suffered terrible pains, the great Physician has been close by my side. Whilst being removed into the hospital, he was heard to whisper, "I hope they'll all get saved." But he goes on, "When I became conscious, I found myself in the hospital with a painful head and body, but it was well with my soul. The grace of God constituted my soul's happiness, so much so that when I thought about Paul and Silas being taken to prison, and how they praised God and sung his praises, my heart sang within me. I could not sing aloud for the pain I was suffering. Could I have done so, I would have made the place ring for the victory the Lord had given me in the battle. Glory to his name. I remember I had no sleep until 12 o'clock the second night I was in. The first night was an all-night of pain. At the same time, it was an all-night with Jesus. He was indeed very precious to my soul. I thought of the sufferings of Christ for me, even then the chief of all sinners until saved by His grace. Hallelujah for His love for me. My suffering was nothing, though I suffered 13 weeks, compared to Christ's. Should my blessed Savior want me to do the work over again, I should do it tomorrow. The general, says one of his chosen associates of those times, always reminded me so of the captain of a vessel in a stormy sea. Perfectly calm himself in a way, yet going resolutely ahead with unerring aim, quickly deciding whether a decision was needed, and always ready to take all the risks. He trained his folks how to go through everything that came to victory. One of the weakest of many women, whom in those days he taught how to rise up out of their ease and go to battle and victory, says of her first sight of him more than 40 years ago, "He gave me the impression in that meeting of a man of God, whose only aim was the salvation of souls. I got saved at one of Mrs. Booth's meetings, when I was still a girl only 12 years old. They used to call me Praying Polly, but never having had a day's schooling, when he wanted me to become an officer, I feared my own incompetence. Mrs. Booth said, 'You will see God will punish you.' She had seen something of my work in meetings where I had to take up collections and turn out roughs, and so had no doubt told the general what she thought I could do. Sure enough, I was laid up completely, lost the use of one limb, and had to use crutches. But just as I came weak out of the hospital and penniless, I saw a shilling lying on the ground, picked it up, and with it paid my way across London to the general's house. I thought, oh, if I can only see Mrs. Booth, I'll get her to pray for me and get help from God. When I arrived at the door, she was just coming out to go off to the north of England, but she sent her cab away and stayed for a later train to attend to me. She helped me up the steps and said, 'Now then, are you willing to follow God?' I didn't feel fit for anything, but I said, 'Yes, if God will only help me, I'll go to the uttermost parts of the earth for Him.' Accordingly, after having some care and nursing, I recovered strength, and soon after returning to my corps, I, in a meeting when my name was called, forgot my crutches and hobbled to the front without them. How the soldiers all shouted! The captain carried them after me on his shoulder home that night. After I had been in the war for some months, I was ordered to bid farewell to Lancaster, and whilst resting at a little place near, I received order to go to Scotland. When I was at the station, however, on the Saturday, I got a wire from the general. "Orders cancelled. Go King's Lynn." Nobody at the station knew at first where it was, and even the station master said, "You cannot get there today." "But I must," I said. "I have to commence my work there tomorrow." And he found out there was just a chance by taking an express part of the way. When I got there at 9:45 at night, I knew of no friend, and found there had been no announcement made in the town. But on going to a temperance hotel to put up, I learned that a gentleman near had the letting of a large hall. I at once went to him. "But," he said, "we don't let like that, out of business hours, and we are accustomed to get payment in advance of the £2 10 it costs." As I had only 6 pence left, I could pay nothing, but I said to him, "The Reverend William Booth is responsible. You draw up an agreement, I'll sign, and you shall have the money Monday morning." Somehow he felt he could not refuse me, and so I got my haul for Sunday afternoon and evening. After a good night's rest, I went out on the Sunday morning and spoke during the forenoon in 12 streets, making, of course, my announcement of the afternoon and evening meetings. A poor woman who thought I was out singing to get bread came and gave me 1.5 pennies, saying, "That's all I have, but you shall have it." I had to do everything myself in the afternoon meeting, for I could not get anybody who came even to pray. But they gave me 12 shillings. I wanted them to help me hold a meeting outdoors at 4:30. At 5:30, we had to open the doors, as so many were waiting to get in, and at 6, the building was packed. We kept up the meeting till after 10 o'clock, by which time 17 people had come out to seek salvation. The police sent me a message one Sunday evening, during the meeting, that they wanted me at the police station. I replied that I was engaged that evening, but that I was at their service any time after 6 the next morning. So they had me up the Monday morning and sentenced me to a month's imprisonment, but they never enforced it till I left the town. In another place we had no hall, and I have seen my soldiers, in the early morning, trample snow down till it was hard enough for us to kneel upon for our prayer meeting. In Tipton, one of the converts was called the Tipton Devil. He once sold his dead child's coffin for drink. When we got him a week later to the penitent form, and I said to him, "Now you must pray," he said, "I can't pray." "But you must," I said. After waiting a moment, he just clapped his great rough hands together and said, "Oh, God, jump down my throat and squeeze the devil out." And then he said the old child's prayer, "Gentle Jesus, meek and mild, look upon a little child. Pity my simplicity, suffer me to come to thee." If ever a big rough fellow came like a little child to Jesus, he did, for his life from that day was absolutely new. Another of those men's wives sent for me, and said she feared he was going mad, for he had hung up his old ragged clothes on the wall. But we soon heard him come singing up the street, and he said, "I've hung them up to remind us all what I was like when Jesus set me free. A lot of our blokes have turned respectable, and gone and joined the chapel, and I thought if ever the devil comes to tempt me that way, I'll show him those clothes and say, 'The hand that was good enough to pick me up will be good enough to lead me on to the finish.'" So I said to his wife, "He might do a worse thing. Let them hang there if it helps him any." How the Army won so many of its worst opponents to be its soldiers comes out beautifully in a more recent story. "When I was a drunkard," says a poor woman, "I used to just hate the Army. But one day as I was drinking in the King George public house, I heard them singing to an old tune of my childhood, and that brought me out. I stood and listened, and the sergeant of the cadets, who was leading, came over to me and said, 'Isn't it very cold? Hadn't you better go home? Don't go back to them,' she said, nodding towards the public house. And she started to walk with me and put her jacket round my shoulders. In that moment I felt that the Salvation Army was something for me." Not only did this woman get saved, but her husband and children too, as a result of that loving act. There came times in many cities, both in England and elsewhere, when our opposers were formally organized against us, under such names as opposition and skeleton armies, etc. These were organizations in some instances so formidable, especially on Sunday afternoons, that at one time in 1882, there would be 1,500 police on extra duty to protect us from their attack. This, of course, we much disliked, and we gave up our marches entirely for a few weeks, so that when we began again the police might get proper control. They never allowed the formation of these bands again, for they had learned their lesson by that time. But how marvelously God helped the general by means of those very oppositions! They brought us into close touch with bodies of young fellows, many of whom have since become leaders amongst us. Strange and sad that throughout all the years of our most desperate fighting, we scarcely ever found men from the better classes daring to march with us. One noble exception, Colonel Pepper of Salisbury, with his wife, never hesitated in the roughest times to take their stand with their humblest comrades, glad to go through whatever came. To Mrs. Pepper the General wrote in 1880, "The Colonel will have sent you some information of our meetings, but any real description is impossible. Manchester has, in many respects, surpassed everything. The Colonel himself has pleased me immensely, so humble and willing. When I look at him in the processions, evidently enjoying them, I cannot help wondering at what God hath wrought, and praising him. London seems your place, and it has been borne in on my mind that the time has come for us to make an attack on the West End, and to raise a corps there, principally out of the proper and decent people. I don't mean out of the Plymouth Brethren or the evangelical party, so-called, but out of the wicked and wretched class who have money and position and education, and who are floating to hell with it all. I shrink from suggesting further sacrifices to you. God give you wisdom. We have much success and much trial and much bitter opposition. We must have more and more success and more trial and more bitter opposition. We must have more intelligent officers, and you must help us get them." That West End attempt, made later by Mrs. Booth, produced for us indeed some officers who have done much for the Army's advancement, although perhaps not another Colonel Pepper. The very attacks made upon us, however, helped to attract the attention of thoughtful people, and to lead to our meetings persons possessing all the gifts needed for the Army's worldwide extension. Amongst these were Colonel Mildred Duff, editress of our papers for the young, and authoress of a number of books; Commissioner W. Elwyn Oliphant, then an Anglican clergyman; Miss Reed, daughter of a former governor of Madras, and now the wife of Commissioner Booth Tucker of India; Lieutenant Colonel Mary Bennett, as well as Mrs. Deneau Walker, Dr. and Mrs. Haywood Smith, and a number of other friends in England and many other lands, who, though never becoming officers, have in various ways been our steadfast and useful friends and supporters. Surely it can only be a question of time. It is true what our great master said, "Not many wise men after the flesh, not many mighty, not many noble are called." But if in the days of our weakness and contempt it was given us to win such a force of honorable women and a man now and then, are we to despair, now that all the world is awakened to the value of our work, of winning for it more of the excellent of the earth? The prosecutions of our people by the police also helped us not only to attain notoriety locally, but to gain a much higher standing generally. As soon as the general could find legal ground for appealing against the magistrates' decisions, he did so, and this not only obtained for us judgments that made our pathway clear in the future, but caused the then Lord Chancellor, the late Earl Cairns, Lord Chief Justice Cockburn, Archbishop Tate of Canterbury, Bishop Lightfoot of Durham, and other men of wide influence to speak out in the House of Lords or elsewhere for us. And yet, throughout his entire career, right down to his last days, the general was at times personally assailed with a malevolence and bitterness that could hardly have been exceeded. It has constantly been suggested, if not openly stated, that he was simply making a pile of money for himself. And yet, as will be seen in our chapter on finance, he made the most comprehensive arrangements to render suspicion on this score inexcusable. But try if you can, at every turn throughout all his life, whenever you hear of General Booth, to realize what it means for such a man, struggling to carry on and extend such a work, to know every minute, day and night, that he is being accused and suspected of seeking only his own all the time. Remember that his nature was perhaps abnormally sensitive about any mistrust or suspicion, and about the confidence of those nearest to him. And then you may have some conception of the cross he had always to bear, and of the wounded heart that went about for years inside that bold and smiling figure. And yet there is, thank God, much of the humorous to relieve our tensions in the army. A brother commissioner of mine remembers seeing the general sail for the United States for the first time. As the steamer swung off, a bystander remarked, "So he's off." "Yes." "And when do you go?" "Go? What do you mean?" "Well, you will never see him again now, will you?" And then my comrade fairly took in that the man was alluding to the continual prophecy of those days, that the general, once he had got enough, would disappear with all the money he had raised. So that man went down to his house laughing, and has been laughing over it now for 26 years. Perhaps the general gained more than can ever be calculated from having to begin and to carry on his warfare, for a long time, in the very teeth of public opinion. "We're marching on to war, we are, we are, we are. We care not what the people think, nor what they say we are," was one of the favorite choruses which, in his greatest public demonstrations in this country, as well as in his ordinary meetings, he taught us to sing. Only in this spirit of utter disregard for public opinion have God's prophets in all ages been able to do their work, and only whilst they remain indifferent to men's scorn and opposition can the soldiers of the Salvation Army properly discharge their task of warning and teaching every man in all wisdom. How indispensable this state of mind is to the individual convert, only those who have lived for Christ amongst the hostile surroundings of a great city can really know. That we have now so many resolute comrades, even amongst the young people, who meet with no encouragement, but rather with every sort of contempt and rebuff in their homes, their workshops, and their neighborhoods in which they live, is alike a remarkable demonstration of the extent to which this great victory has been won, and at the same time of the far wider and grander conquests that are yet to come. The gigantic enterprises that lie before us, if Christ is really to become the first and last with the millions of Africa, India, Japan, and China, as with those of America and Europe, would be hopeless were we not prepared to raise up soldiers to this great military height of contempt for civilian opinion. But it may be that our very attitude in this respect has whetted the enemy's resolution to do all that could be done to prejudice public opinion against us. The very large measure of popularity, or at any rate respect, so far as the army generally is concerned, in which we rejoice today, must be attributed to the impression created by the calm persistence of the general, and those who have truly followed him, in doing what they believed to be right, and turning from all they believed to be doubtful and wrong, in spite of the general condemnation and opposition of those around them. The very people who today applaud our efforts to assist the poorest and the worst to a self-supporting and honorable career are often blind to the fact that we have only succeeded by doing the very things which they once said we ought not to do, and by turning away from all the old customs to which they would fain have chained us. End of section 11. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 12. Reproducing the Army in America. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. So far, we have traced the beginnings of the Army in the United Kingdom, but would the general desire or be able to extend it to other countries? With regard to the need for it, there is now, at any rate, no dispute in any Christian country, for almost all intelligent persons, whatever may be their own creed or want of creed, admit the presence in their great cities, if not elsewhere, of only too many of this sort of persons to whom the Army has proved useful. But there has been no country in which the need for, or possible value of, the Army has not been at first hotly disputed. We have seen how desperately it was at first opposed in the country of its birth, and that could not have been possible had not so many really religious people looked upon it as an un-English sort of thing, American in its ideas and in its style of action. When it was beginning in Scotland, many said that it might be tolerated amidst the godless masses across the border, but that its free style of worship, especially on the Lord's Day, could not but be a scandal in the land of Sabbath stillness, whilst as to Ireland, we were assured that our outdoor proceedings must needs lead to bloodshed. When, however, the general resolved to send officers to America, there was hardly a voice in either church or press which did not ridicule the idea of our being of use there, and in the case of almost every other country, the same prejudice against English people, having the presumption to think that they can give lessons in true religion to any other nation, has made itself more or less felt even to this day. But, happily, the general never took counsel with flesh and blood upon such questions. He knew that whatever differences might exist between one race and another, there was everywhere the one sad similarity when it came to neglect of God and the soul. That the Army must adapt itself to each new population he had always taught, but that it would ultimately succeed wherever there were masses of godless people, he never doubted. Really, the first extension to the United States came about, however, by no planning of his. A family belonging to one of the home corps emigrated in 1879 to Philadelphia, where they commenced to hold meetings there, meeting with such rapid success that 2 corps were raised before the officers for whom they pleaded could be sent to them. When the general paid his first visit to America in 1886, we had already 238 corps in the Union, under the leadership of 569 officers, mostly Americans. 10 years later, there came that terrible blow to him and to the work, when his second son, who had been entrusted with its direction for a term, left the Army and founded a separate organization. Notwithstanding the misunderstanding which followed and the check to our progress that was necessarily involved, the Army went steadily forward, and the general visited the country from time to time, receiving on each occasion a very remarkable welcome. The appreciation of his leadership was always of the more value in the United States, because the disinclination of the American people to accept anything like direction, let alone command, from this side of the Atlantic was always so marked. It is this fact which gives such special value to the sort of experiences we are about to record from one of the latter tours of the General, that of 1902-3. Summing up the journey in its general impressions to an old friend, he writes, "Well, I have been busy and no mistake. Day after day, hour after hour, you might say minute after minute, I have had duties calling for immediate attention. Oh, it has been a whirl. But what a wonderful rush of success the 9 weeks have been since I landed at New York. The people, the press, the dignitaries of all classes have combined in the heartiest of welcomes ever given in this country, I suppose, to a foreigner of any nationality. It has been remarkable and indeed surprising, for it was so largely unexpected. I have just come into this city of Kansas. The two largest hotels have competed to have the privilege of giving me their best rooms with free entertainment. A monster brewery that illuminates the whole city every night with a searchlight has been running alternate slides, one saying, "Buy our lager beer," and the other, "General Booth at the Convention Hall Monday night." The building for my meeting tonight will hold 8,000 people, and on Saturday 4,000 tickets were already sold. You will be a little interested in this because you will know something of the difficulties that seemed to lie ahead of me when I started. God has been very good, and I hope my campaign will do something towards the forwarding of His wishes in the country. The reception at New York was one of the most enthusiastic the General ever had. At 4 o'clock on the Saturday morning, enough of his followers and friends to fill 15 small steamers had assembled, so as to be sure to be in time to meet his liner. By way of salute, when the great steamer appeared, they discharged 73 bombs, one for each year of his life as yet completed. The New York Herald said of his Sunday there, 8,000 people heard General William Booth speaking yesterday at the Academy of Music. The rain had no effect in keeping either Salvation Army people or the general public from the meetings. About 1/3 of those present wore Salvation regalia. General Booth displayed wonderful energy throughout his fatiguing day's work. His voice has great carrying power, and the speaker was distinctly heard throughout the auditorium. Despite the fact that they could not gain admission to the building, at the evening service people remained standing in the drenching rain from 7:30 till after 9 o'clock to see the General leave. At the close of his last address, says the Times, 167 men and women had been persuaded to his point of view and went to the mercy seat. How generally the whole country, and not merely the central areas, was stirred by the mere arrival of the General may be guessed from the following words taken from the Omaha Daily News article of the Monday for its readers through faraway Nebraska. One of the arrivals on the steamship Philadelphia is General William Booth of the Salvation Army. That vessel never carried before so great a man as this tall, white-haired, white-bearded organizer, enthusiast, and man-lover. Wherever men and women suffer and sorrow and despair, wherever little children moan and hunger, there are disciples of William Booth. The man's heart is big enough to take in the world. He has made the strongest distinct impact upon human hearts of any man living. This is a man of the Lincoln type. Like Lincoln, he has the saving grace of humor and sense of proportion. There is something of the mother heart in these brooding lovers of their kind. There is the constraining love that yearns over darkness and cold and empty hearts. Big hearts are scarce. In an age of materialism and greed, William Booth has stirred the world with a passion for the welfare of men. His trumpet call has been like the silvery voice of bugles. His spirit will live, not only in the lives made better by his presence, but in the temper of all the laws of the future. We shall see from the welcomes given to him by great official personages that these remarks do not in the least exaggerate the feeling created all over the country by the activities of the army. Had the general merely made great proposals, he would only have been looked upon in the generally favorable way in which men naturally regard every prospector of benevolent schemes. But the country recognized in him the man who, in spite of the extreme poverty of most of his followers, had raised up and was then leading on a force of obedient and efficient servants of all men. The journey was arranged for economy of time so as to include a visit to Canada, and its general course was as follows. From New York he traveled to St. John's, New Brunswick, where the Premier, in welcoming him, said the work of the Salvation Army had placed General Booth in a position perhaps filled by no other religious reformer. From New Brunswick he passed on to Halifax, Nova Scotia, to Montreal, where he was the guest of Earl Grey, the Governor-General, Ottawa, Kingston, Hamilton, London, and Toronto. Thence he returned to the States and held meetings in Buffalo, Chicago, Minneapolis, and St. Paul, Des Moines, Kansas City, Denver, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Oakland, Omaha, St. Joseph, St. Louis, Birmingham, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Washington, Baltimore, Philadelphia, Worcester, in 3 of which cities he conducted councils of officers in addition to public meetings. The impression invariably made wherever he went was thus ably summed up by the Chicago Inter-Ocean. No other man is general of an army of people that circles the globe. No emperor commands soldiers serving openly under him in almost every nation of the earth. No other man is called commander by men and women of 100 nationalities. Aside from his power over the great organization of which he is the head, General Booth is one of the world's most remarkable figures. His eloquence stirs and stings, soothes and wins, and this eloquence alone would make him famous, even if he had never undertaken the great work he has done with the Salvation Army. As he speaks, his face is radiant with the fervor that carries conviction. His tall figure and long arms, used energetically in gestures that add force to what is said, his white hair and beard, and his speaking eyes, make him an orator whose speeches remain long in the minds of those who hear them. The feeling of the members of the army towards their commander has in it both the love and reverence of a large flock of their pastor, and, added to this, the enthusiasm, loyalty, and energetic spirit of an army. Where so wonderful a journey is so filled up with meetings so described, and where from the very highest to the lowest all speak so warmly of him, it is really difficult, within the limited space at our disposal, to give, without danger of monotony or repetition, any adequate idea of what took place. Americans are such habitual organizers of huge demonstrations, and are so generally accustomed to say publicly without reserve what they think, that the expression of what to them may appear perfectly natural runs the risk of creating elsewhere an air of exaggeration and unreality. But if we consider that great American states like Minnesota, Ohio, and Michigan contain more inhabitants than some of the kingdoms of Europe, and that their governors are men likely to occupy the very highest positions in the government of America, we can realize how effective amongst the masses of the people the general's work must have been before such governors could be expected to preside at his meetings and speak of him as they did. Said Governor Nash of Ohio, "I never had the privilege of meeting you in person until I grasped your hand upon this platform. You have not been unknown, however, to me or to the people of Ohio. You recognize the fact that you could not perform this work well without the help of God. That your work has been well performed is well known to us all from the fact that the organization you have made known as the Salvation Army has spread throughout the world, turning the feet of multitudes into the paths of righteousness and peace. It has done good. It has done a great work wherever it has gone. It is for these reasons that the people of Ohio welcome you most cordially tonight, and they and I wish you an abundant harvest in your life's work, and that at the end you may have the peace and rest and the joy that God gives to all His own good people." Similar, specially religious references to those used by Governor Nash came constantly into the speeches of other leaders who expressed their people's welcomes to the general, showing how faithfully every opportunity was being utilized to exalt Christ amongst even the most unusual crowds assembled on these occasions. Governor Cummins of Iowa said, "I have long wanted an opportunity to express publicly my appreciation of the grand, noble, and untiring work that every day is being performed by those noble and unselfish men and women who have gathered under the flag of the Salvation Army, loved and esteemed throughout the whole world. In every army there is a leader. The Salvation Army has a leader whose commanding figure towers above the Salvationists of the world, and has drawn to himself more love, more respect, and more confidence than at this moment centers in any other human being. Of him it will be said, after he has passed to the beautiful shores of the hereafter, the best that can be said of any man, that the world is better because he lived in it." Lest the general should have been too much puffed up by all his successes and the praises showered upon him, God, almost at the end of the tour, allowed an accident which might easily have ended his career, but which only gave him an opportunity to show more conspicuously than ever his resolution to persevere in his ceaseless labors. It was whilst passing along a dark passage in New York that the general stumbled and, but for God's great goodness, would have fallen into a cellar. As it was, one leg was very much bruised and hurt. He thus described in writing to a friend what followed. March 13, 1903. The accident came at a very unfortunate moment, and at the onset it looked like spoiling the closing chapters of the campaign. But God is good. I was favored with the services of one of the most skillful and experienced surgeons in New York. He put my leg into starch and then into a plaster of Paris jacket, and by dint of resolution and the supporting spirit of my Heavenly Father, I went through the last meeting with apparent satisfaction to everybody about me, and some little comfort to myself. It was a great effort. The hall is one of the finest and most imposing I ever spoke in. 3 tiers of boxes all around full with the swell class of people in whom you are so much interested, with 2 galleries beyond. It called for some little courage to rise up with my walking stick to steady me, but God helped me through. I hung my stick on the rail and balanced myself on my feet, and talked the straightest truth I could command for an hour and 20 minutes. A little spectacular function followed in the shape of trooping the colors of the different nationalities amongst whom we are at work in the States, and a midnight torchlight procession, with a massed farewell from the balcony of the headquarters, closed the campaign. I am doing the voyage fairly well. Of course, it is very wearisome, this lying all the time. The ship is rolling and tossing and pitching considerably, and it looks like doing so until we get under shelter of the land. The probable after effect of these distant campaigns of the general could not be better described than in the words of one of our American officers, himself known throughout the Army as one of our most spiritually minded and intelligent observers. 17 years ago, he says, the writer first heard the general, and it has been his privilege to hear him many times since. Each succeeding effort and series of meetings seems to eclipse all the rest. It was so in Pittsburgh, which, being one of the greatest business centers and home of some of the most virile men of the world, deeply appreciates him. He was very weary from his heavy campaign in Cleveland, but in spite of this, to me he seemed at his best. He spent no time in angling to get into sympathetic touch with them, but with the precision of a bullet he made direct for the conscience of every man and woman there. Talk about naked truth, judgment, daylight, straight preaching. We had it that night, as I never heard it before. There was no escape. Every honest person there had to pass judgment on himself. It was difficult to close that meeting. The truth was setting men free. Many wept and prayed and submitted to God, and some fairly howled at the revelation God gave them of their character and conduct. It has been my privilege to hear such preachers as Beecher, Matthew, Simpson, and Phillips Brooks, and such orators as Wendell Phillips and Goff. But the general is the greatest master of assemblies I ever met. He played on those vast audiences of judges, lawyers, ministers, business, and working men as Old Bull played on the violin. They laughed, they wept, they hung their heads with conviction. Their bosoms heaved with emotions. They were convinced, convicted, and a multitude were converted. I think at one time there could not have been less than 3,000 eyes brimming with tears. He uncovered sin and made it appear as it is, utterly without excuse, and utterly loathsome. And then he revealed the love and sympathy and helpfulness of Christ, till many could not resist but had to yield. A lawyer said to me the next day that the sermons and lecture were the most wonderful he had ever heard. Another lawyer who had been to each meeting stayed in his place till the very close on Sunday night, saying that he could not tear himself away. The common people heard him gladly, and the uncommon people were overwhelmed with admiration and conviction. A young lady belonging to one of the best families in the city, just home from Paris, where she had been studying art, heard him and could not refrain from leaving the box in which she sat and going to the penitent form. She went home truly converted. The wave of power and conviction did not cease when the general left, and during the next 4 days we saw 58 persons at the penitent form. The special value of all these American testimonies to the effect of the general's brief visits lies in the fact that they show the triumph of the war plan of God, just in the circumstances where weaklings are tempted to yield to public opinion, substitute orations for real writing for souls, and to press nobody to an immediate decision or change of heart and life. There can be no doubt that the Army's invariable fight against the drink has helped to make its general so highly honored amongst American statesmen. But in that, as in everything else, the important fact to note is that it was by establishing an absolute authority that he secured the faithful carrying on of the campaign against drink and every other evil at every spot where our flag flies. The eyes of the whole world have, in our day, been more or less opened to the ruinous character of the drink traffic, and the general and his forces, whilst keeping out of the political arena, have mightily helped the agitations that have ended in the exclusion of the drink traffic altogether from many states and cities, and its limitation in many ways. But much less notice has been taken of other evils, which have no less absorbed the attention and spoiled the means, the minds, and the souls of the masses. The sight daily in every great English reading city where the sporting editions of the newspapers appear ought indeed to arouse every follower of Christ. But the habit of irresponsibility that has grown up in most Christian circles has still to be fought against everywhere, and the general's persistent testimony against it, indeed the whole theory of a divine army and of war, must remain forever one of the strongest features of his life's work. The old song, "Arm me with jealous care, as in thy sight to live, and O thy servant, Lord, prepare a strict account to give," has expressed the thought behind all the arrangements of our army. And it is remarkable how, in the midst of the general indifference, so large a measure of this jealous care for God and souls has been awakened and maintained. Nowhere, alas, does the theory of irresponsibility find a more congenial soil than in the very places and services where God is most feared, honored, and obeyed. His doors are indeed open to the world, but whether anybody enters them or no is the care of but sadly too few. Hymns are so announced as to make it easy for all to join in singing them, if they choose. But whether the words are sung by many, or only by a proficient few, and above all, whether hearts as well as voices are raised in prayer and praise to God, is too often a matter of absolute indifference to almost everyone. How the general altered all that wherever his influence was felt. He made all his people understand that not merely are they responsible for understanding and heeding God's commands themselves, but for enforcing attention to them, as those who must give account of their success or failure. The sister leader of some little meeting in a faraway outpost of a corps thousands of miles from the center, when she insists upon having a verse sung for the third time because, "I'm sure some of you lads were not half singing," has little idea of the religious revolution she represents. That the dislike of so many for any such innovations continues may help to convince anyone who thinks of the urgent need there was, and is still, for the substitution of responsible for irresponsible leadership in divine service. During his visit to the United States in 1907, the general had a severe illness which seriously threatened to cut short his career. His death was indeed cabled as a news item from Chicago, but the report was, as Mark Twain would have said, grossly exaggerated. Nobody will wonder, however, at his having been ill when they read Commissioner Lawley's report. He writes, "We have calculated that in the 13 meetings of his New York campaign, the general was on his feet speaking about 26 3/4 hours. He spent less than 6 weeks in the country, traveled about 3,700 miles by train, spoke about 85 hours to 50 audiences, before conferring many hours with leading officers, and talking to the newspaper reporters in each town he visited. An officer describing his illness wrote, "I never shall forget his effort to ascend the staircase of the commissioner's house on Friday morning after his victory at Milwaukee the night before. The veteran warrior had to rest his head and hands on the rail and pray, 'My Lord.' It was clear to me that the chill he had sustained days before, and which he fought in vain against, would make him a prisoner for days. What that meant to him when he was already announced for a number of other cities can be imagined. His symptoms the following day were very serious, and one cannot but be glad that he had at his side at the time his daughter, Commander Eva Booth. Under her loving care, and with all the help of doctors and masters that could be got in Chicago, the general recovered so as to be able to go on after a few days with his interrupted tour, after which he wrote in his farewell letter to his American troops, "I have been impressed with the great improvement in the devotion, spirituality, and blood and fire character of the forces already in existence. I have also most pleasantly gratified by conviction of the possibility of raising a force in the United States that shall not only be equal to the demand made upon it by the conditions of the country, but of supplying me with powerful reinforcements of men and money for the mighty task of bringing the whole world to the feet of Jesus." During this visit, the general and the commander were received by President Roosevelt at the White House. The general was presented with the freedom of the city of Philadelphia, and after going through the gigantic final week described alone in New York, was able to sail directly to Germany for his usual Great Repentance Day in Berlin, and he was already 78 years old. Need it be said that whilst in this book little mention is made of anyone but the general himself, it not having been his habit in his journals to refer to those with whom he was for the time associating, we are not to suppose that at any rate in recent years he was anywhere fighting alone. In heaven, no doubt, the victory won in many a crowded building was put down to the credit of someone whom few, if any of those occupying the front of the platform, would have mentioned, but as a result of whose prayers, faith, and effort the audience was gathered or the results attained. It would have been very unfair to the great majority of his officers to have called frequent or special attention to the small English staff who usually accompanied him, for not only the commissioners and chief secretaries, but the officers of every nationality labored systematically to make the most of his visits to any particular place and to render to the largest possible extent the results of each visit permanent. This may possibly seem specially and curiously unfair in the United States and Denmark, yet it will only make the principle of this omission from the general's own records and ours the more clear. It will doubtless be expected that I make some comment upon the painful separation from him of 3 of his own children, which were amongst the saddest events of the general's life, and yet I feel it best to say nothing. It is not within the scope of this book to tell all about it, and telling part could only cause misunderstanding. So I leave it and hope everyone else will do the same. End of section 12. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 13. In Australasia. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. The entire program of every tour the general made emphasizes so strongly his advocacy of hard work that one really hesitates to pick out any one campaign as more remarkable than another. What is, however, extraordinary in connection with one of his far-away Australian journeys is our having letters which so much more than any others give particulars of his doings. I am resting tonight, and well I think my poor body has earned some kind of respite. Such a 10 days' work I never did before of sheer hard work. How I have come through it, and come through so well, I cannot understand, except that God has indeed been my helper. Here is another sidelight on the General's own inner life, which we get by the way. We conceal, of course, the identity of the lady in question, except to say that it was a very distinguished hostess with whom he had occasion to spend some hours when traveling. It was perhaps the loveliest journey I ever had. I talked nearly all the time, and in fact had no alternative. But I think I ought to have made a more desperate and definite attack on her soul than I did. She is a very intelligent and amiable lady, and I have no doubt I made an impression. Goodbye. Go on praying and believing for me. I want to be a flame of fire wherever I go. I thank God for the measure of love and power I have, but I must have more. I am pushing everybody around me up to this, the inward burning love and zeal and purity. I wish our best men were more spiritual. Give my tenderest love to all. In each of the General's visits to Australia, there was much of the same character. But from the letters to his children which he wrote on one of them, we can extract enough to give some idea of what he saw and felt in passing through those vast regions. What the reception at Melbourne would have been had it not been for the torrents of rain, I cannot imagine. Although it was known that I could not get in before 6 or 7 o'clock, there was a great mass of several thousand people waiting at 3 o'clock. As it was, we did not get into the exhibition building till 10, and a vast crowd had been sitting inside from 5 and stayed to hear me talk till 10:45. I had an immense meeting. They say 5,000 were present on the Sunday morning, 7,000 in the afternoon, with as many more turned away. The opportunity here is immense beyond conception. The people are delightful, and the officers also. If they were my own sons and daughters, I don't see how either officers or soldiers could have been much more affectionate. How great was the strain of the meetings may be guessed from the following remarks as to the final one. I trembled as I rose. You must understand that the hall down which I spoke is about 400 to 450 feet long, and on this occasion a partition about 10 feet high was drawn across it, some 300 feet from the spot on which I stood, so that my voice had to travel all through the entire length of the building before it met with any obstruction, whilst behind me there was at least another 70 feet. The press estimate the crowds at 10,000, but that is an exaggeration. There would be 7,000 at least. I had taken the precaution to send an officer to the far end to see how far he could or could not hear me, and he brought back word excellently. So I drove ahead, speaking over an hour and a half, and not losing the attention of my audience for a moment. Indeed, I felt I had the whole house from the moment I opened my lips. Of course, it was the greatest physical effort a long way that I ever made, and considering that it was my 7th address in that dreadful building, and that I commenced with a bad throat, exhausted with the fatigues and miseries of the voyage, and that I had ceaselessly worked at smaller meetings, etc., all the 4 days, I do think it very wonderful how I went through it, and I must attribute it to the direct holding up and strengthening of the dear Lord himself. On all hands, I think a deep impression was made. To God be the glory, and to my poor constituents, for whom I live and plead, be the benefit. I am tired this morning, but shall get a little rest today and a little extra sleep in the train. We leave for Bendigo at 12 o'clock, arriving at 4 for meeting tomorrow. We go to Geelong next day, coming back here on Friday morning, and leaving at 5 for Sydney, traveling all night and arriving there about noon on Saturday. You will get tired of hearing of this round of meetings, and of the very echo of this enthusiasm, but you will, I am sure, rejoice not merely that the people of this new world have welcomed your Father and General with such heartiness, but that there is for the army such an open door in these parts. That is, indeed, what lends such endless importance to the recital which we cannot help reporting ever and anon of the General's meeting in each country to which he went. It was not the mere coming together of crowds to listen to a speaker, but the enthusiastic acceptance and endorsement of a system, and of demands made by a perfect stranger in which he so delighted. The General never went anywhere merely to preach or lecture. All that he did in that way was always so combined with salvation campaigns that at every step he was really recruiting for the army. Hence his every movement, the reports of his journey, the conversations he held with all whom he met, everything told in the one great war and helped to create, more and more all over the world, this force of men, women, and children pledged to devote themselves to the service of Christ and of mankind. There is a very interesting account of a visit to a state school, especially as it shows the General's keenness to learn for the army anything possible. At 10 o'clock I went by the request of Mrs. McLean, the lady with whom I was staying, to visit one of her state schools. I was met at the door by the managers and members of the board, who conducted me through the building. There were over 1,000 children in 10 different classrooms. I was much interested in them and spoke in each room, so that I began the day with at least 10 little sermons. I was very much struck with the singing of the children, rendered very effective with some corresponding action with the arms and feet, which gave life and vigor to the thing. I am satisfied that we might follow this plan out with very good effect in our army singing. The little that is done is always appreciated. And so, whilst the secular Australian schools got some little gleam of the heavenly light, the aged General saw and passed on to all his world a valuable suggestion that has since been taken up and acted upon everywhere in our children's meetings and demonstrations. And then he passes at once to quite another department of his activities. He always exercised the same care in every country, which we have already described as to England, to ensure the careful settlement of all property acquired for the army, so that it may be, as nearly as possible, made certain that nothing given to the one army should ever be removed out of the control of its central authority. How much of time and care this has demanded will be readily understood by those who have any experience in property matters, and who know how widely laws and legal issues differ in different countries. I had an interview with Mr. Maddox, our solicitor out here, a very nice fellow indeed, and I should think capable withal. He seems to grasp the idea of the army government, and to be anxious to cooperate with us in such a settlement of our property as will be in harmony with it. Only by means of many such interviews, and all the care they represent, was it possible, under the laws of such thoroughly democratic states, to leave the local holders of authority under the General's complete freedom of aggressive action, and yet to secure that everything they acquired with the Army's funds should remain for all time at the disposal, for the Army only, of a general with his office at the other side of the world. And then we go on to the journey during which he was hoping to get some extra sleep. At 12, left for Bendigo, arriving about 4 o'clock. Was very weary on the journey and had to turn out 2 or 3 times to address the crowds waiting to listen to me on station platforms. Bendigo is a town of some 30,000 people, entirely made and sustained by the gold-digging industry. An immense amount of the precious metal has been taken here, and sufficient is being secured still to make it a paying concern, although the miners have to go to a considerable depth in order to secure the quartz. We had a public reception, and they had made a general holiday of it in the place. People must have come in from miles around to help make up such a crowd. They pulled up at a splendid fountain in the center of the town, intending to separate with 3 cheers for the general, but I could not withstand the temptation, and made quite a little sermon about saving their souls and serving God. It is this interest both in the everyday occupations and resources of the people, and of the tours they made, which, joined with all his intense concern about the soul, constituted the general, and all who truly follow him, the true brethren of all mankind. It must ever be remembered, to the credit of Australia, that its leading men were the first to recognize this characteristic of our officers, and to lend them all the influence of their public as well as private countenance and sympathy. It is this fact which makes it a permanent pleasure to record their kindnesses to the general. Came on to Melbourne on my way to Sydney. Met a body of representative men to lunch, amongst them Sir James McBain, President of the Upper Chamber, Mr. Deacon, an ex-cabinet minister, a very nice fellow indeed, a man who appears to me to have more capacity than anyone I have yet met in the colonies. He made a speech, and at the close drew me on one side and said he wanted to do something for us, and if I could only tell him what it should be on my return to Melbourne, he would be very glad to do it. I am sure he is prepared to be a good friend. He is a coming Prime Minister, I should think. The general had no idea then that all Australasia would so soon be united into one commonwealth, much less that Mr. Deacon would, for so many of the next 10 years, be Premier of the whole. But a remark he once made respecting the reported skepticism of some highly placed colonials might be made with regard, alas, to many statesmen of Christian lands nowadays, and we cannot but see in that fact, and in the friendliness of so many such persons with us, a token of the meaning both of the skepticism and the army's position. In how many instances have men, moving in influential circles, met with a Christianity manifestly formal and carrying with it no impress of reality? How natural for them to sink into skepticism! But the moment they encounter men who convince them instantly that they believe the Bible they carry, skepticism retires in favor of joyous surprise, and without any desire to discuss doctrines, they become our lifelong friends. The general's ability in securing the assistance of all sorts of men, including those whose religious opinions widely differed from his own, or who had got none at all, was remarkable. When reproached, as he was sometimes, for taking the money even of sporting men, he would always say that he only regretted that he had not got a larger amount, and that he reckoned the tears of the poor creatures that would be relieved would wash the money clean enough in the sight of God for it to be acceptable in his sight. Met Mr. Blank. He is interested in our maternity work and promised some time back to assist us with the hospital we are proposing to erect. He is a multimillionaire. He promised £2,500 right away, 1,500 more when the sum of 23,500 had been raised, making thereby a total of 25,000 pounds with which building operations could be commenced. He is a young man, sprightly and generous, I should think. I wanted him to make his promise 5,000 in round figures, but he simply said, "I cannot promise. We shall see." The following description of one Australian night ride may give some idea both of the eagerness of the people to hear him and of the amount of fatigue the general was able to endure. We left at 5 p.m. The journey was certainly unique in my history. 6 or 7 times in that night, or early morning, was I fetched out of my carriage to deliver addresses. The mayors of 2 of the towns were there to receive me, with crowds all placed in orderly fashion, with torches burning, everything quiet as death while I spoke, and finishing up only with the ringing of the departing bell of the train and the hurrahs of the people. At 2 in the morning, at Wagga Wagga, of tick-borne fame, they fairly bombarded my carriage, shouting, "General Booth, won't you speak to us? Won't you come out?" But I thought you could really have too much of a good thing. At another station, after speaking for the 20 minutes allowed for breakfast, a lady put through the window a really superb English breakfast, as good as ever I had in my life, with everything necessary for eating it, and as we went off she added, "Mind, I am a Roman Catholic." The reception at Sydney was enormous, they say never surpassed, and only equaled once at the burial of some celebrated oarsman who died on the way from England. They had arranged a great reception for him, and they gave it to his corpse. The enthusiasm of the meetings is Melbourne over again. The general's almost invariable escape from illness during so many years of traveling, in so many varying climates and seasons, can only be attributed to God's special guidance and care. In Melbourne, influenza raged in the home where he was billeted, and seized upon one of the officers traveling with him, and yet he escaped and could resume his journey undelayed. In South Africa, when he was 79, another of his companions in travel was separated from him for days by severe illness. But the general, in spite of a milder attack of the same sort, was able to fulfill every appointment made for him. Best of all, however, was the peculiarly blessed inward experience which he enjoyed amidst all the outward rush of the Australian tour. It has been so often suggested by truly excellent men that the soul cannot enjoy all the fullness of fellowship with God without a great deal of retirement from men, that we should like to have the general's inner life fairly exhibited, if it were only in order forever to bury this monstrous, and we might also say blasphemous, superstition, which has so often been supported by 1 or 2 quotations from the Gospel, though in defiance of the whole story of Christ, and of every promise he ever made. Of what value could a Savior be who drew back from helping his own messengers upon the ridiculous pretense that they were too busy doing his bidding, and did not spend enough time seeking him for themselves? Just a P.S. to say that God is wonderfully with me. I don't think that I ever, in the midst of a great revival, had a more powerful time than last night. It was nothing short of a miracle. I had no definite line ready and had no time to get one. I preached an old sermon at Melbourne, just because I must have something straight before me that I could shout out to that immense crowd. And I had a wonderful time. But last night God helped me in every way. The power upon the people was really wonderful at times. Little did most of his own soldiers guess the extreme strain of inward weight and struggle under which the general was often laboring just when, in some great assembly, He appeared to everyone to be overflowing with youthful gaiety and self-confidence. The following letter to his youngest daughter, and some entries in his diary, will give some idea of the inner victory he really gained on many such occasions. Commissioner Lawley, mentioned in this letter, was the General's almost constant companion and helper in many years' travel in many lands, leading the singing, soloing, managing the prayer meetings, and generally aiding in every arrangement, a true armor-bearer and comrade at every turn. Fair night might have been better. Plenty of weakness, still better than it often is. Lawley just been in. He's not over well. Says we have got the biggest theater, the Empire. He is not quite sure whether its suitability for talking is beyond the Coliseum at Glasgow, but he thinks the meetings are rather heavy for a sick man, whom 4 doctors have been conjuring during the week to settle down and take things quietly, under pain and penalties of the sufferings described. However, I am going on with faith that God won't forsake me. It is very probable that Mr. McDougall said something of the same kind when he retired to rest on his last sleep, and failing to appear in the morning, was found by his son with life extinct, gone to live by sight, anyway to have some further assistance to sight through his faith in the better land. This has been one of the most remarkable of the many remarkable days of my history. I passed a weary night and felt altogether unfit for the task before me. The natural force seemed to have passed out of me, both mentally and physically. In fact, my heart failed me, and there seemed nothing before me but the prospect of slackening down. I was only kept going by the memory of so many deliverances brought out for me in the past. We had one of the largest audiences and the biggest crowd I ever addressed in a single day. In the morning, it appeared that Satan sat at my door, suggesting all sorts of discouraging things. He tried to make me believe that my public work was done, and especially suggesting that I should renounce the subject on which I was talking, and wait for better days before I attempted to talk again. The prayer meeting that followed was certainly encouraging. We had 27 out. Still, I came away with very much the same feeling that had been aroused while I was talking. I took a little refreshment, and tried to get a little sleep, but my mind was too much agitated to allow of it. I woke up and called for the notes of my lecture. My mind could not put 2 and 2 together hardly, and so I gave up in despair and left myself to my fate. On my way to the meeting, however, a strange feeling came over me. It was like the sun through a rift in the black clouds, and all at once a spirit of tenderness, hope, and faith came over me. A voice in my soul seemed to say, "Go and do the Lord's work, and the people will gather. Go for their souls, and all will be well." I accepted the command. My fears vanished. A spirit of confidence took possession of me. I rose. I addressed the crowd for an hour and 20 minutes, with all the physical vigor and mental liberty I could desire. Night, a terrific crowd. I talked for an hour and 10 minutes with the same force and fervor as in my most successful efforts. 147 came onto the stage in the after-meeting. It was thus in the smaller matters of personal strength and health, as in the greatest affairs, that the General struggled, believed, and triumphed all through his career. Australasia has gone further than most countries towards state socialism, but it was well remarked by some statesmen many years ago, "We are all socialists now." No man within his times was more intensely devoted to the cause of the poor than William Booth. He was indifferent to no practical scheme or effort for the improvement of the people's condition in any land. But for that very reason he loathed, with uncommon vigor, such socialism as would spurn and crush out of the world the man who is no longer in first-class physical condition, or desirous of earning an honest living by hard work, instead of going about to create hatred between man and man, and would prevent those who will not submit to any man's dictation from leaving their families to starve when work is to be obtained. The general's indignation was specially aroused when socialist spouters tried to block all his plans of beneficence with their foul misrepresentations. He fought every such attempt with the utmost determination, and by the help of God and the more intelligent of his fellow countrymen, crushed every such attack more completely than the public sometimes knew, for he resolutely kept out of any political or social agitation, and went calmly on his way, even when his quietude led the enemy to imagine that he was yielding. In later years, when all the pressmen of a city came together to meet him, the Social Democratic paper representative would, of course, come with the rest. On the occasion of such an interview once in Denmark, he writes, "The Social Democrat usually contents himself by compassionating the inadequacy of my efforts for dealing with the miseries which they contemplate, with the remark that I don't go deep enough, that mine is a superficial operation, whereas they destroy poverty by dragging it up by the roots. My notion is that the principles upon which my efforts are founded carry me to the lowest roots of all, namely, the selfishness of human nature. Their notion is that capital is the root of the misery. Destroy the capital, or rather, I expect they mean divide it up, or let everybody have the benefits that flow out of its possession. My notion is that the roots of the selfishness are to be found in human nature itself." End of section 13. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 14. Women and Scandinavia. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. For a number of years, it was the general's custom to conduct the annual review of our Swedish troops at Authoritative, a beautiful seaside spot, near enough to Stockholm to make it easily accessible, and yet far enough down the fjord to make the journey thither a very delightful excursion. The sight of from 15 to 20 steamers crowded with Salvationists making their way, with streaming banners, music, and song, to the campground was almost like a glimpse of the coming glory, when the whole earth should rejoice before the Lord. But, of course, there came always to that great gathering a sufficient number of unconverted to furnish abundant opportunity for conquest to be made, and the great meetings, lasting throughout the day, never broke up without the ingathering of many souls. The councils for officers, which followed during the next few days in Stockholm and elsewhere, gave the general great opportunities to confirm and extend the influence of his teachings throughout the whole of these northern countries. Some of the general's earlier visits to Sweden were, however, still more interesting, and perhaps even more permanently effective, because, as we shall see, they helped the newly rising force, enlisted under their first leader, a devoted woman, to gain some liberty for demonstrations and other work outside their own buildings, such as they had not had before, and strengthened them in their resolution to fight, whilst almost all their fellow countrymen still looked down upon them with disdain, if not with hatred. It is difficult to realize now what a dreadful thing the army in those days must have appeared. Huge crowds gathered from the very first to the meetings, convened in theaters and other public buildings by Major, now Commissioner, Australasia, a Swedish lady who had been appointed by the general to inaugurate the work in her own land. But the bulk of the population seemed to regard her as though she was a suffragette, advocating window breaking, or something worse. This will explain some of the facts the general records in his diary of his visit 7 years later. The journey began with a great meeting at Hull, after which the traveler went on board his steamer for a miserable 2 days' voyage to Gothenburg. After meetings there, he proceeded to Sundsvall, a city from which point his journal reads. At the conclusion of the evening meeting, the dear soldiers flocked to the station, crowding the platform and expressing, as far as opportunity served them, their love for me and their desire that God should bless me. I spoke to them for a few minutes. Then came the signal and the start, and then, as we slowly moved off, handkerchiefs were waved, volleys of amen were fired, the band played, and away we were borne out into the darkness. All this was like a dream to my comrades, as neither the railway officials nor the police had hitherto allowed a word to be spoken or a note of music to be played outside our halls. All that night and all the following day we traveled to Stockholm, which we reached at 6 p.m. Crowds awaited our arrival. The soldiers had come down in force, wearing sashes on which the words "God bless the General," "Welcome," and other devices had been worked. The police had come, too. There were 200 of them, some mounted and some on foot. Our people had been formed into an avenue down which I passed to an open space. Every face wore a smile, but there was a comparative silence. The police master had insisted that there should be no volley firing or shouting, but hands and handkerchiefs were waved, and everyone appeared delighted. We were soon in a carriage galloping off to the headquarters where we were to stay. If all that the general has done for the attainment of a larger liberty by the peoples of every land were recorded, one might easily make him appear as a great political reformer. But whilst consistently aiming at the one great purpose of all his journeys and meetings, the salvation of souls, he has incidentally done more to stir the humblest and least capable to great nation-rousing efforts than any mere political reformer can hope to do. During this first visit of 12 days to Sweden, he traveled by rail over 3,000 kilometers, say 2,000 miles, held 28 public meetings, besides a number of private ones with press interviews and wayside gatherings at railway stations. 5 nights were spent in the trains, mostly in crowded compartments, for the days of comfortable sleepers on all lines had not yet come. He had, besides his interpreter, a young English companion who paid his own expenses, and he could seldom be persuaded to take any refreshment whilst traveling that could not be got in the carriage. It must not be forgotten that in winning and retaining the enthusiastic affection of such multitudes of persons, the general has had to face the difficulty of only being able to speak through an interpreter, and that he has had to endure campaigns of opposition and slander, of which we can say very little, but which, founded so largely as they have been upon his being a foreigner, have had so good a chance to build up walls of difficulty before him. After this tremendous journey and reception, the general continues, "In the night meeting I felt a little nervous. The riding school was nearly full. Another 100 persons would have filled every seat, although a charge had been made for admission, in order to help with the heavy expenses. Many had stayed away for fear of the crush. The audience, which was most respectable, included the police master. I was very tired, and no particular topic had been announced. However, I spoke an hour and a half, and all seemed intensely interested. Sunday, the writing school was full for the morning holiness meeting. Much power. About 100 stood up to make a full surrender of themselves to God. In the afternoon, the hall was again full. The police, of whom there were 20 present, would only allow persons to stand in the end aisles. Spoke an hour or more. Night, full an hour before the time. Many convicted. About 12 pressed forward. Monday, inspected new hall and training home. Building to cost £5,000. Also visited present training home and attended to correspondence. At night, the writing school was full long before we arrived. Spoke 2 hours. Immense impressions seemed to be produced. Tuesday, morning, addressed officers and cadets. 1 o'clock meeting of clergy and evangelistic workers, at which 300 were present. Spoke an hour and answered questions for an hour. Was enabled, I think, to answer all objections, putting everyone to silence. Dined with Lieutenant Lagerkrantz of the King's Army. He is a dear fellow, and he has a dear wife. They are in deep sympathy with us. She put on a bonnet and a ribbon that night. I was determined to have a free meeting for the poorest, a charge for admission having been made for all the meetings yet held in Stockholm. So called one at 6 p.m. in our own hall in the south of the city. At 6, we were quite full. I spoke an hour or more, and some 20 or more came out for a clean heart. Closed at 8:15 p.m. At 8:30 p.m., soldiers' meeting. Some 500 were present. Spoke for nearly 2 hours. At the close, cleared the front as a mercy seat, and nearly all in the place, officers, cadets, and soldiers, went down in company after company. The wonderful meeting closed about midnight. Wednesday, rose at 6 a.m., not having had much sleep. Away in nor camping at 7:30 a.m. Arrived at 2:30 p.m. Meeting at 3:30 p.m. in a great church where 800 were present. Good time. Very tired. Night, 1,500 present. Talked 2 hours. Afterwards, at 10:30 p.m., had a meeting for soldiers. Got home about 11:45 p.m. Thursday, meeting at 10 a.m. to say farewell. Spoke about an hour and left at 1 o'clock for Lyköping, arriving at 2:30 p.m. Meeting in our beautiful theater at 2:30 p.m. Fine audience. Mere lack of space forbids further quotation, but surely enough has been said to show with what marvelous exertion the general managed in one brief journey to do so much for all classes, and so much not merely in the way of meetings, but of organization and administration in every way. And the diary tells us nothing of his talks with officers between meetings, which have formed so important a part of all his travels. By means of such conversations, especially in the case of officers who are not English, the general has gained a close knowledge of them and their difficulties, as they have of his thoughts and wishes. Between his arrival at Gothenburg and his Sundsvall meetings came a rough journey to Norway, where we had as yet no officers, yet where, nevertheless, a great meeting had been arranged for by friends, who later helped in the establishment of our work in their country. The general passed on to Denmark, where our work was in its first year. On the afternoon of his arrival, he tells us he rested, wrote up correspondence and journal, and had some little thought about the coming meetings. Night, welcome meeting in the Methodist Church. Packed. There must have been nearly 1,300 people present. The admission was free, and there were many Philistines, some socialists, and some lads bent on mischief. To add to our difficulties, my interpreter did his work so miserably that we had some confusion and restlessness. After an hour's talk, I paused for the collection to be taken, and changed interpreters. The second one did very much better. His voice, however, was feeble and his manner very quiet, so that things were not very much better for a time. Then we had a little quiet and a decent finish. It was a considerable disappointment, however, and next door to a defeat. I retired to rest very sad, and with awkward forebodings about the coming meetings. The great funeral vault of a church, the interpreting, the mocking young fellows, void of any sense of honor or conscience to appeal to, or any respect for a stranger, the intense anxiety of the officer in command to have good meetings, and above all my longings to meet the needs of the hungry crowd, only wanting to hear, and many of them equally willing to obey. These and other troubling thoughts haunted my mind and spoiled my night's sleep. But I fell back on my old remedy, and, comforting myself in the Lord, resolved to do what could be done, and left myself in His hands. Sunday, 11 a.m. Had a local minister to translate. He did well. Some 50 or 60 stood up at the close as seekers for a clean heart. Afternoon. The great church packed. Interpretation went fairly well. Began at 3 p.m. and went on till 5:20 p.m. Night. Police sent up word soon after 6 that the street was filling up and the doors must be opened. When this was done, the young fellows who had made so much trouble on Saturday night, or at least some hundreds of this class, forced their way in through all else, leaving hundreds more outside. They talked and laughed, and although now and then a policeman marched a row of them out, their game went on, spoiling everything. The voice of the interpreter was weak, and the confusion flustered him. So my dreams of a smash and of 100 seekers were not realized, and we terminated with some 6 or 7 gathered out of the crowd immediately near the platform. It was a great disappointment. I felt beaten and went home confessing it. And yet what could be done? My tongue was all but tied. I was helpless without an interpreter capable of conveying my meaning to the people. Such a man was wanting. Commending the whole matter and the anxious crowds of people so eager to hear my master, I retired at midnight. Monday. Breakfast, 8:30 a.m. 9 a.m. Spoke with a gentleman from Kiel who is anxious to see the army open there and is building us a hall. Saw his plans and arranged terms. 9:30 a.m. Saw the officer from Stuttgart. He has a heavy struggle. 12 noon. Drove around the city. In summertime, it must be a very pleasant place. 3:30 p.m. Meeting. Fine audience, very nearly filling the church. Commenced with a new interpreter, a student. Execrable. Soon I had to fall back on one of the others. 7 p.m., as full as the police would allow. Continued till 10 p.m., and then had a soldiers' meeting till 11:30 p.m. Left Copenhagen the next morning at 8:30 a.m. We, who have since seen some of the general's greatest triumphs in that city, and have watched the steady growth of the army in Denmark till it has won the sympathy of the royal family, and of every other decent family in the country, must rejoice in this record of his first desperate battles there, and can guess how much of all the subsequent victory is due to what his people learned in those days. But the record has a far wider interest, for it lets us see, as we have little opportunity ordinarily, the inward conflicts through which the general passed in so many places where, out of his weakness, or the weakness of his forces. He or they were made strong. Few achievements of the general's lifetime will, I fancy, impress future generations more than his establishment of the army in Finland, at the very time when all the former liberties of that country were gradually being taken away. Formally recognized by treaties as a Grand Duchy of the Russian Empire, with its own parliament and laws, which were supposed to be permanently guaranteed, Finland found itself looked upon with a growing jealousy just when a new constitution was slowly changing the governmental arrangements of Russia. It is, as yet, too early for outsiders to understand how it came to pass that the country was regarded as a center of disaffection, or why, ever and anon, some new step was taken to nullify its parliament and to place it more and more under military control. What we are concerned with is the simple fact that these things interfered but little with the steady progress of the army, and that this proved at every step the soundness of the general's principles, the completeness with which he succeeded in planting them in the hearts of his most distant followers, and the marvelous way in which God guided, protected, and blessed his work, just where he could do the least for its development. The very beginning of the work was due entirely to one of his most daring decisions, for it may well be doubted whether any attempt, under the leadership of a foreigner, would have been tolerated at that time. But when a young lady, who had become acquainted with the army in Stockholm, devoted herself to its service, and after passing some time in training in London, was sent back with 2 or 3 subordinates to begin work in Helsingfors, who could look upon her with suspicion? The moment she succeeded, however, in inducing a few of her first converts to put on our uniform or insignia, the police came down upon them, took away all their badges, and declared that the formation of a corps there must be regarded as forever prohibited. Even when the converts were provided with a second supply of badges, they were called to the police station and again deprived of them. But the leader had learned from the general too well the lessons of patient endurance and continuance to give way, and when the police saw her followers supplied a third time with the signs of union with us, having in the meantime had so many opportunities to learn more both of the leader and of her people, they concluded that it would be, after all, the best for the public interest to let them alone. 2 newspapers in the 2 languages of the country were issued and sold in all the public houses. Congregations were gathered in all the cities, and even small towns, and everywhere the authorities could see that no spirit of discontent with anything but sin and evil habits was being created, but the police would find their tasks lightened and the life of the poorest of the people brightened and bettered if they let the work go on. End of section 14. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 15. Children Conquerors in Holland and Elsewhere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. The general's own personal experience, as well as numberless instances that came under his observation in his own and other families, gave him the same assurance as to the need and possibility of the salvation of children as he had with regard to adults. If human beings cannot hope to please God until they are born again of His Spirit, what folly it would be to give up the best years of life to mere outside instruction, instead of aiming first of all at this first and greatest need. This law he always laid down as the guiding line with regard to all work amongst children, instead of the ordinary Sunday school idea, first teach and then try to lead the children to Christ. In his first publication, How to Reach the Masses with the Gospel, he wrote in 1871, "Great pains are taken, we know, to make the children acquainted with the history and theory of Christianity, but their conversion, which is the main thing, seems to us to be sadly and sorely overlooked. That the immediate gathering of the children to Christ is the teacher's work is recognized, we fear, in very few schools. It is not the aim of the present moment, and consequently little effort is made to bring it about. Feeling all this, we resolved that if ever opportunity offered, we would try services as much adapted for the conversion and instruction of children as our other services are for adults." On the first Sunday afternoon in April, 1869, we held our first Children's Salvation Service in our late hall in the old Bethnal Green Room, and 5 children professed to find the Savior. But of all the General's revolutionary tasks, this has perhaps proved to be the toughest. His eldest son, now General Bramwell Booth, made the children's work his earliest care, and in later years held annually councils for all officers engaged in it in England. But although God has wrought wonders amongst the children in every land, so that we have now thousands of officers who have been won in their early years by that junior work, the specter of the Sunday school ever and anon rises to threaten with a peaceful death this divine undertaking. Only the most persistent watchfulness can prevent the narrow idea of instruction and unbelief as to children's salvation, which is its foundation, from gaining the upper hand. It is so easy to get 1,000 children drilled into pretty attention, pretty performances, pretty recitations and singing, and even into some degree of knowledge of the killing letter, but so hard to get any one child really to submit to the one great teacher of mankind and be saved. Therefore, we take special pleasure in dwelling upon the fact that the General's theory has been proved on trial to result in producing heroes and heroines capable, almost in infancy, of daring battle for God, and becoming, before they reach their majority, thoroughly experienced and intelligent conquerors. In that earliest record we read, "Although the services are strictly for children, it is not an unusual thing to see adults sitting by the side of the little ones, and sometimes to see parent and child kneeling together, seeking to know him whom to know is life eternal." One Sunday evening a woman brought her young son, who a short time previously had been detected in an act of dishonesty. During the service God's Spirit strove with both. The mother saw that she would have to give an account of her doings, as well as the boy, and so side by side they knelt, sought, and professed to find pardon. A young lad who had been a source of great annoyance at our meetings and a dreadful swearer, a short time ago died triumphant in the faith. When lying in the London hospital, evidently dying, he sent a request that I would tell the children that he was going home, but tell them I'm not afraid, and tell them not to swear. Many of our leading officers of today were truly converted before they were 10 years old, so that at 30 they were already veterans in the fight. 2 colonels, who were later most frequently seen closely associated with the General's campaigns, like him, were converted at 15, one of them being at that time almost overlooked by the sergeant who was counting the penitents. "Captain," said he, "there are 71, or 72 if you count this lad." The General has not only counted his young lads and lasses whenever they were true penitents, but has dared to set them at once to work to bring others to Christ, and that with such effect that whole countries have felt the result. Our first Dutch officer was a young teacher, dismissed from his employment because he would persist in seeking the salvation as well as the instruction of his young pupils. After spending a few months in England in order to be able to translate for us, he became the lieutenant and general helper of our pioneer officer there. The way had been prepared before us by a retired major of the Dutch army, who had for some time been carrying on mission work in the city of Amsterdam, and who, having seen something of the army in England, turned over his mission hall to us and gave us all possible help. He was rewarded by seeing all his own children converted. Holland has suffered perhaps more than any country in the world from the substitution of head knowledge for real heart acquaintance with God. The refuge of true believers in days of terrible persecution, it has seen its churches either paralyzed with the narrowest and coldest orthodoxy, proclaiming the impossibility of salvation for anybody but the few elect, or the natural reaction, a wild liberalism, which doubts everything. How far the 2 million Catholics of the country hold fast to their faith is doubtful, but it is admitted that very few of the other 4 millions profess to be born again. But the general never sought to trim his sails to catch any modern breeze. Upon his every visit to the country he spoke out with the same simple liberty as in England. Of the fisherman leader he sent to represent him in Holland, knowing only a handful of Dutch words, a lady said, "He prays just like a man who is drowning." Such praying and corresponding effort for the perishing soon brought thousands to kneel in penitence before God. The general has visited the country repeatedly, presiding over the annual reviews, which have generally been held on some great land proprietor's estate, or holding days with God in its largest theaters. Of one such visit in 1906, he writes, "I have just had a wonderful campaign in Holland. Meetings, enthusiasm, collections, and souls far beyond anything that has preceded it in my experience. Praise the dear Lord." The simple old gospel that any child can understand has indeed made the army triumphant all over Holland, and the following extracts from the general's diary during his visit of 1908 will show how childlike a faith and devotion our people there have. Rotterdam, Saturday, March 14th. Soldiers and ex-soldiers meeting fine, 3/4 men. A great improvement on anything I have seen in the way of soldiers' meetings in this place. I got the truth out, and 37 of them fell at the penitent form to seek power to walk in its light. Sunday, the Doken Hall, one of the largest auditoriums in the city, full in the morning and crowds shut out afternoon and night. People hard at first, but 22 came to the penitent form in the morning, and 58 at night. Never saw men weep more freely. 212 pounds given during the day. Monday, came on to Amsterdam and commenced officers' councils. Tuesday, a tired, restless night for some reason or other. Sleep flew. Occupied with many matters, but not very anxious. Still, did not get much refreshment or invigoration for the day's work, and felt accordingly. On the whole, the 3 meetings were interesting, and I think useful to the officers present, although nothing remarkable. Wednesday, what I said at the councils yesterday may be repeated today. I had a great deal more material than I could possibly introduce into 2 days, and on leaving out some topics on the spur of the moment, some were left out that might have been of great benefit. However, everybody was pleased, and I think profited. The only question in my mind, similar to the one that haunts me in every officer's council, is whether I am making the most of the opportunity. There is no doubt that we have here a powerful body of men and women, good, devoted, and loyal to the principles of the Army, proud to be connected with it, and ready to receive instructions and to carry them out. The great lack appears to be a want of energy, enterprise, and daring, the being content with a little success instead of reaching out to all that is possible and promising. However, they are wonderfully improved, and I hope the present Commissioner's health will allow of his carrying them a long way farther in the direction of enthusiasm than they have reached before. Lieutenant Colonel Schack, our original friend before referred to, was with us at all the meetings. He is very cordial, and in making the closing speech, described his oneness with the Army in every direction. My correspondence with London is somewhat heavy. Thursday. Fair night's sleep, but feeling rather tired, which must be expected. We are away to Den Helder at 9:42 a.m., so must be stirring. Den Helder is a naval port, the headquarters of the Dutch Navy. We were billeted with Rear Admiral Van de Bosch, who is in command of the port, fleet, dockyards, and many other things. We were received at the station in a formal but hearty manner by the leading people of the town, in the large waiting room, decorated for the occasion, by the minister of the State Church, who made a really eloquent address. The great point of his speech was the work of the Holy Spirit, God working through us to the benefit of mankind. As he stood there talking in that circle of 60 or 70 of the leading inhabitants of the place, including naval officers of rank, professionals of various classes, and prominent people, I could not help feeling, as I often feel now, what a change has come over the people, not only with respect to the Army, but towards myself. I answered in a few words that I trust were useful and beneficial to all present. The whole thing, from the moment of my being received at the door of my railway carriage until I left next morning, had been prearranged through the instrumentality of one of our local officers, to his great credit, and to the credit of his town, and to the satisfaction of his general. The mail brought me a request to take over a certain county council's lodging house for poor men, on which they are losing a large sum. Also another to take over an inebriate's home, which cost £40,000 and is an utter failure. In such exploits, people will not have the Salvation Army at the outset. Otherwise, they might save a good deal of expense, etc. Friday, arriving at Amsterdam, the mail brought confirmation of my agreement of yesterday to postpone my South African visit to September, and to begin my motor tour at Dundee, and finish at the Crystal Palace. In all these things, the maxim is ever present to my mind: man proposes, but God disposes. Closed the night at the desk, which is becoming more and more a difficult task from the failure of my eyes. Saturday, good night's sleep. That is, for me, anyway, a great improvement on recent nights. So now for a good day's work, of which there is plenty lying before me. 7:30 p.m., soldiers' meeting. We have always been crowded out before, so this time the Palace Theatre was taken as an experiment, and it justified my reckonings for several years gone by, namely, that we could fill any reasonable place on Saturday night here, and yet keep the meetings select, that is, confine it to soldiers and ex-soldiers, adherents, and those concerned about religion. We were more than full, and the place holds 1,500. I had much liberty in speaking. The after-meeting went with a swing seldom known on the continent or elsewhere, and we had 84 at the penitent form, some of them remarkable cases. No wonder this octogenarian leader finds his young Dutchman wanting in enterprise. Sunday, the theatre again in the morning at 10. An excellent plan. Oh, that it could be adopted the world over. The senseless system of beginning at 11 makes you feel it is time to close, almost before you have had time to get well started. We were crowded, large numbers outside clamoring for admission, so much so that the police called out their reserves, and 50 men guarded the entrance. We had an excellent service inside, and 40 at the mercy seat. It was a beautiful meeting and made a mark forever on my heart and on the hearts of many more. Afternoon. The large hall of the People's Palace had been arranged for this as well as the night meeting. We were full, and many were turned away. I lectured on the duty of the community. Great satisfaction among my own people, and a good impression made upon the minds of a good many of the leading people of the city. Night, 7:30. Again full. It is a building erected for an exhibition and made suitable for a meeting only by putting up a great screen across the center. I suppose we could have filled the entire space, but whether my interpreter could then have been heard, I'm not sure. I preached with point and power, more breathless attention I never had in my life. I reckoned on an easy conquest, but we had one of the hardest fights I ever remember before we got a soul out. I left at 10:30, completely played out. A wall of policemen on either side kept the people back while I got into the carriage, the crowd having waited a long time to catch a glimpse of me. Had long restless and sleepless spells during the night, but still I have not done amiss on the whole. I must now prepare myself for the coming Berlin Staff Congress. So much for the general effect upon a largely unbelieving people of simple, childlike faith. But the general was, of course, always just as earnest about instructing all who came to him, old or young, in the way of life as about getting them into it. In the midst of these tremendous campaigns, he repeatedly prepared lesson books for both children and adults. To a lady who had tried to help him by sending him a number of catechisms for children on such an occasion, he wrote, "Thank you for your letter and your catechisms sent here. The particular catechisms you send I already had. Not that the church affair could be of any advantage to me, and I should imagine it would not be of much use to anyone else, especially to children. I am trying to produce something that will be a boon to the Army by being blessed to hundreds of thousands of children for years to come. You do not seem to think it is a very important task. I count it the most important work I have had my hands on for years. I had a proper day at blank. I got at the peasantry for once, although I have often had that privilege before, and we had a mighty day. Oh, the joy of leading those simple souls into the light and power and freedom of the kingdom. I am keeping better. Praise the Lord." Whether the general's hopes for the use of his writings to the good of children will be fully realized remains to be seen. But it is a great thing to have established even the purpose of making the way to heaven plain enough for the youngest feet to find. The other day I heard a captain explaining how he was conscripted into the army at 10 years of age. He was standing outside the door of one of our halls on an evening when children were not admitted. He had tried in vain, boy-like, to dodge through the doorkeeper's legs, but a drunken woman came up and not only insisted on getting in, but on dragging him in to keep her company. Once inside, she went right up to the penitent form with her prisoner and made him kneel with her there. He had never seen so many grown-up people kneeling before, and as they prayed, he felt what a naughty boy he had been, and began both to weep and pray. However little any older people might think of him that night, God heard and saved him, and he is now fighting under our flag in the West Indies. And others who in their early years came to Christ are now occupying leading positions all over the world. One of them remembers when a lad of 15, hearing the general say, whilst giving out the verse, "Sure I must fight if I would reign, increase my courage, Lord," I would like to alter it to, "Sure I will fight and I shall reign." The lad shouted, "Hallelujah!" And as he was on the front seat in the theater, the general both heard and noticed him and remarked, I hope you will make as good a fighter as you are a shouter. 33 years of faithful warfare have replied to the general's encouraging challenge. And we have no means as yet of calculating how many such youthful disciples have been equally helped by the general into a conquering life. May this record help to multiply the number, for it is the will of God to make all his children strong in the power of his might. It is indeed this bringing all, whether old or young, forward in the development of all their powers for God, which constitutes everywhere a great part of the Army's work. The enlarging influence of a close contact with Christ has hardly yet been fully realized even by ourselves. The peasant, whose whole circle of thought was so limited and stereotyped that his life only rose by a few degrees above that of the animals he drove before him, is taught by the Army to pray and sing to the Maker and Savior of the world. Give me a heart like thine, by thy wonderful power. By thy grace every hour, give me a heart like thine. In a few years' time you will find that man capable of directing the war over a wide stretch of country, dealing not merely with as many meetings in a week as some men would be content to hold in a year, and with the diversified needs of thousands of souls, but taking his share in any business transactions or councils with civic authorities as ably as any city-born man. What has so enlarged his capacity, broadened his sympathies, and turned him into the polite and valued associate of anyone, high or low, with whom he comes in contact? His library, if indeed he has any, beyond the few Army publications he needs for his work, is still scanty enough to make his removal at a few hours' notice remarkably easy, and he will not be found much in public reading rooms either. He has very little time for fellowship with any of the intelligent friends who, for the Army's sake, might now be willing to help him on. He has simply had that oft-repeated prayer answered, and with the heart of a Savior of all men comes an interest in men's thoughts and ways, which leads the man ever onward, overcoming all his own ignorance and incapacities for the sake of helping on the war. Thus the general's declaration at an early moment that he would get his preachers out of the public houses has not merely been justified with regard to the first elementary lines of recruiting, but the grace of God has proved capable of developing out of the most limited and despoiled human material the most able and large-hearted of organizers and leaders, without building up any artificial or educational barriers between them and their former associates. How, indeed, could it be otherwise? Those who are ignorant of God may well doubt the possibility of any mental improvement by means of prayer. But those who believe that it is possible for the poorest to dwell on earth with their Savior, and to hold continual intercourse with him, will perfectly understand how enlightening, how elevating, how inspiring such fellowship must ever be. Alas, how few there are yet in the world who can truly say, "Our fellowship is with the Father, and with his Son, Jesus Christ." End of section 15. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 16. India and Devotees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Nowhere has the Army shown its marvelous power to unite men of all races and classes so rapidly and completely as in India. With its headquarters in Simla, and its leader, formerly a magistrate under the Indian government, looked upon almost as a felon and imprisoned when he first began leading open-air meetings in Bombay, but now honored by the highest both of British and Indian rulers, and by the lowest of its outcasts equally, the Army has become the fully recognized friend of governors and governed alike. When the general decided upon issuing a weekly paper called The War Cry, it was to be, as nearly as possible, the Salvation Army in print, and Mr. Booth Tucker, then an Indian official, at once got the idea from the copy he read that such a force as it described was exactly what was wanted in that country. A set of Christians determined to fight for the establishment of Christ's kingdom by every method love could devise, but loving especially the poorest and weakest, and proving their love by working continually amongst them. After visiting England to see the army and its leaders for himself, he had no hesitation in abandoning his government appointment and giving himself up for life to this war. Such was the devotion of our officers, and especially of the first Indians they won, that the general, far from having to urge them forward, had rather to check the tendency needlessly to sacrifice health and life. He gladly gave, at later dates, 2 of his own daughters to the work, and, perfectly informed by his own repeated visits to the country, and by what he learnt from the actualities of the war, he was the better able to correct mistakes, and so to utilize to the uttermost the forces that were raised in various parts of the vast peninsula. Nobody would hesitate to acknowledge how much his counsels helped to prevent an excessive zeal from sacrificing precious lives. He divided the country into 6 territories, each under a separate commander, realizing that India could not be treated as one country, but that its diverse people must be dealt with according to their several needs, and that, unless those using different languages were trained to act independently enough of each other, they could never form strong enough forces to cope with the vast enterprises required. But the following account, written to his children of his first visit to the country, gives a photographic view both of his own activities and successes, and of the attitude of the high and mighty generally towards him at that remote date. He writes from Benares, January 13, 1892, just 10 years after our beginning in India. Benares, January 13, 1892. My dear children, Wednesday and Thursday, 6th and 7th, were consumed in traveling to Calcutta, and, all things considered, I got through the journey very well. Nevertheless, I was exceedingly weary on being roused at 5 o'clock to prepare for the arrival. It was early, 5:35 a.m., and Colonel Ajit Singh did not expect any reception beyond that of our own officers. To our surprise, however, we found the platform crowded with our own enthusiastic little party, who raised some music from a scratch band, some native Christians, and a very large number of Hindu gentlemen. I was taken by surprise, and, unaware of the extent of the demonstration, allowed them to leave by only shaking hands. Interview upon interview followed during the morning, but in the afternoon I was down for the town hall meeting. I scarcely ever remember in my life feeling more thoroughly weary than on that day. 3 times I lay down to try to sleep, and each time failed to get a wink, and my brain was benumbed and bewildered when I entered that immense building and was called upon by General Merrill, the American consul who presided, to address that crowd. I don't know whether Commissioner Booth Tucker ever had a meeting in the town hall. It is a long building, 120 feet long, with the most clumsy pillars down the sides, shutting out almost the side seats from view. There was quite as large an audience as I expected, although it was not what it might have been. There were a few Europeans present and a few native Christians, and the remainder were composed of the non-Christian element. Amongst others who interviewed me during the day, or were introduced to me before the meeting, was the successor to Chunder Singh, and the 2 most prominent teachers of the Brahmo Samaj. and a number of other leading people. On the platform was the judge of the Supreme Court and vice-chancellor of the university, and one of the few Hindus who are strict observers of every principle and usage of their sect. Near to me was the Nawal Abdul Latif, Mohammedan, and just behind me was a boy of about 14, a son and heir of a Maharaja whose father had intended to have been at the meeting, but was prevented and so sent his son, a bright-eyed youth who paid every attention to what was said. General Merrill had consented to preside at the last moment, being induced to do so very largely from the fact that every one of the English of any note had refused. Bombay, January 16th. I broke off at the beginning of my Calcutta campaign as above, not having had a moment's space to resume. Never had I such a crush of engagements before, and it was really all I could possibly do to keep pace with them, and that I only did to some extent in a poorish way. The detail of them I must leave to another day. I may say, however, that Calcutta in interest exceeded anything I have seen since I left England. From the rush of welcome at the railway station at 6 in the morning, to the pack who came to say farewell, in which the papers say there were 3,000 people, it was one series of surprises. Although the town hall meeting was stiff, and the Europeans were conspicuous by their absence, still there was sufficient indication of the high esteem in which the army was held in general, and myself in particular, to make it a matter of great interest and encouragement. Of the welcomes that followed from individuals of note, such as Mr. Banerjee and Mr. Bose, representing the Brahmo Samaj, and the successor of Chudara Singh, Mr. Chakravarti, the lay reader of the Yogal Samaj, His Highness the Maharaja Sir Jatendaro Mahun of Tranjore, one of the most princely men of the city, the Nawab Abdul Latif, the most distinguished leader of the Mohammedans, etc., and of the several missionaries who came up, all was really complimentary and respectful, nay, affectionate. Then there were the crowds, perhaps the greatest in the Emerald Theatre, in which there must have been nearly 3,000 people, inside and out, listening through the doorways. It was certainly the most remarkable audience I ever addressed, exclusively native. I only saw one white face in the crowd beyond our own people. Nothing more hearty could have been conceived. Then came meeting upon meeting, but the circus on Sunday night outdid almost anything, in some respects, that I have ever witnessed in my life. It came upon me quite by surprise. The hour fixed was the same as the churches, and it had been predicted that we should not get an audience. It was right away outside the city, in a park in the swellest part of the suburbs. Consequently, it was not at all attractive to the native, who doesn't like to get outside his own quarter. The Emerald Theatre had been a great success because it was in the midst of his quarter. The Europeans would not come there, and now it was fair to assume that the native would not come to the European Centre. As to any attendance of English people, that was hardly to be expected. They had cold-shouldered me at the town hall. The lieutenant governor had even refused to see one of our officers when she called, although he had the reputation of being a Christian man. The viceroy had been civil to me. He could not have been otherwise. In fact, he verged on friendliness before we parted, but that was all. His military secretary had been as stiff as military etiquette could possibly make him. There seemed to be, therefore, nothing much to expect as an audience from them. Then I was tired out. A more wearying morning and afternoon I had seldom experienced, and I bargained in my own mind, and even mentioned it to Ajit Singh, that if there was not much of an audience, I should leave them to bear the brunt of the burden. As we drove up, the appearance of things seemed to confirm my anticipations. Everything was silent. They had been afraid of the roaring of the wild beasts disturbing the meetings, but there was not a growl to be heard, nor a carriage to be seen, nor even a pedestrian. It is true we were at the back part of the circus. Ho came to meet us, however, at the gates, and when asked about the audience, very coolly announced, to our amazement, that they were full. Without delay, therefore, I mounted the platform, and the sight that met me certainly was sufficiently surprising to be actually bewildering. They say the place seated 3,500. It appeared to be full. It was a simple circle with a ring set in the center. At one end was a little platform seating myself and my staff. Opposite me was the entrance for the horses, which was packed by the crowd, while the remaining space, on circle upon circle, tier upon tier, the audience was to be seen. On the right hand we had row after row of Queen's soldiers in their red jackets. Lower down, the Eurasian and middle-class Europeans, with a few natives. In the center we had a very fair proportion of the elite of Calcutta. There was the lieutenant governor, the chief commissioner of police, the consuls of America and 2 or 3 other countries, some great native swells, ladies bespangled with jewelry and finery, while on the left was one mass of dark faces reaching right up to the canvas sky. It was the most picturesque audience I ever addressed, to say the least of it. Our singing of Graces Flowing Like a River was very weak. Still, everybody listened, nobody more so than the swell Europeans. The solo on Calvary was sung with good effect, and then I rose to do my best. The opportunity put new life into me. I was announced to speak on the religion of humanity, but this did not seem to me to be the hour for argument of any description. There was no time for dissertation. I felt I must have something that went straight to the point. I had been talking to these Brahma Samaj and other people upon social work, alluring them on afterwards by indirect arguments long enough. Now I felt that I must go as straight to the point as it was possible to do. So I took "What must I do with Jesus?" and made it fit into the religion of humanity as best I could. I never hit out straighter in my life, and was never listened to with more breathless attention, except for the few wretched natives in the top seats who would go out, I guessed, because they did not know the language, and came perhaps expecting I should be translated, and after sitting an hour felt that was enough. However, they soon cleared out, the audience taking no notice of the process. Once done, however, a general movement took place. A prayer meeting was impossible. We retired feeling that a victory had been gained so far. I cannot stop here to speak of the meetings at which the Brahma Samaj presented me with an address of welcome the next day. All I know is that nothing surprised me more than to hear some of the priests and laymen declare that they had gone with me in every word I had said the night before. Other meetings followed, interviews, visits to the houses of leading natives, and with blessings without stint poured upon my head, and handshaking that almost threatened to lame me. The train tore me away from the packed platform, and I left Calcutta with unfeigned regret. I stayed a night at Benares, and had the town hall crowded with a leading Hindu in the chair. Quiet meeting. Landed here, Bombay, 6 this morning with a hearty welcome, and I think with the promise of good meetings, although anything equal to Calcutta is not to be expected, and the news of the death of the prince has come in our way, the news of which we have only just received. This will be my last letter, I presume, and I send it with, as ever, my undiminished affection to you all. For the General, J.C.R., written in a terrible haste. This was immediately followed by the following final days. Saturday, noon, interview with the Governor. 5 p.m., interview with Native Christian Committee. 5:30 p.m., welcome in Pandal, a large temporary structure capable of holding people, no seating being needed. Sunday, 10:30 a.m., meeting in Pandal. 3 p.m., interview with Indian judge. 6 p.m., meeting in Pandal. Monday, 10 a.m., visit to our institutions. 3 p.m., visit to General Assembly Institute. 5:30 p.m., drawing room meeting. 8:45 p.m., meeting of gentlemen in Town Hall, the Bombay program further included. Tuesday, 7 a.m., visit to the leper asylum. Midday, visit to the Gekwar of Baroda. 3 p.m., meeting in a pandal. Evening, meeting with native Christians. Wednesday, 8 a.m., an assembly at the Institute. 8:15 a.m., interview with a solicitor. 8:30 a.m., interview with the Parsi engineer. 9:30 a.m., interview with pressman, who took him to see the hospital for animals. 2 p.m., interview with gentleman who took him to see the Victoria Jubilee Technical Institute. 4:30 p.m., reception at Mr. Jemseche Tatas. 5:30 p.m., meeting in the Pandal. 9 p.m., lecture in the Framji Kawasache Institute to Indian gentlemen. Thursday, 8:30 a.m., officers' meeting. 3:45 p.m., officers' meeting. 4:30 p.m., farewell procession. 5:30 p.m., farewell meeting in Pandal. Friday, 8 a.m., staff council. 5 p.m., reception at Mr. Kawasaji Janharji. This was, however, abandoned on account of Prince Albert Victor's death. Saturday, sailed for Europe. Remembering that the general was already nearly 63 years old, such programs in India might well fatigue him. But these were easy days, compared with many country ones of this journey, during which he traversed Ceylon, visited South India, spoke to some 8,000 Syrian Christians, and calling at Madras and Calcutta, went on to the Punjab and Gujarat. His final days in Bombay were, as we have seen, clouded by a bereavement of the royal house. But to his telegram to the Prince and Princess of Wales, now King George and Queen Mary, he got the cabled reply: "Their Royal Highnesses' thanks for your prayers and sympathy." It had thus already been seen that the general's plans for India were answering their purpose. It became possible first to march large parties through various tracts of country, so impressing thousands in a few days more than the isolated labors of the best individuals could have done in the course of years, and then it came to learn later from officers placed amongst them. All this, the general knew, could not mean all that it would have meant amongst peoples who understood more perfectly our teachings, but he saw no reason for not making the most of such incidents. Why not abandon, so far as such people were concerned, our system elsewhere, and recognize them as adherents, leaving them to learn after from officers placed amongst them all that was necessary for them to become Salvation soldiers? By this plan, we avoided any watering down of our teachings or requirements, and yet those who were not fit to be enrolled in our ranks were able, so far as they chose, to abandon idolatry and every evil practice, to get the advantages of Christian schooling for their children, and generally to improve themselves under our influence. Famines, epidemics of cholera and plague, and other general calamities really helped us to increase our influence in various districts. We gathered many orphans and abandoned children, and brought them up as our own, whilst over wide tracts of country the people learnt to look upon us as a family of brothers born for adversity, whose help could be relied upon not merely with regard to heavenly, but to earthly things. The barriers of caste, which bind Indians to treat each other to so large an extent as if they were enemies, are naturally a constant and serious hindrance to us, especially as most of our people naturally belong to the lower castes, or are even outcasts. And our plan of organization has helped us wonderfully in this matter, for the villager of Gujarat or Ceylon, who might be very greatly hampered amongst his own natural surroundings, may be placed in an infinitely better position in some other part of the country. Indians are marvelously quick at learning languages, so we need seldom hesitate about their usefulness in any new appointment on account of differences of language. And thus it has come about that we have already, after some 30 years' work, nearly 2,000 Indian officers, as absolutely devoted to the service of Christ as any of their comrades of any other land. And the forces under their command have shown already that they can deal effectively with peoples utterly inaccessible to the ordinary Europeans. The Behils, when we first went amongst them, were all armed with bows and arrows, living entirely by the chase, and so terrified at any sign of officialism that our officers had to avoid taking a scrap of paper with them when visiting their districts. But we have now many Behil villages entirely under our teaching, and quite a number of Behil officers who have learnt to read their own language and to lead their countrymen as fully to follow Christ as they do themselves. So many of our people in Gujarat were weavers that one officer set himself especially to the task of improving their loom. He was soon able to make one with which they could double their daily product. The making of these looms created a new industry also, so that we have been able thus to help many. In India, we have also commenced in 3 of our territories medical work, making it, after first cost of buildings, equipment, and staff, largely self-supporting, as we found that the people really appreciated help more for which they were called upon to make ever so small a return. In the same way, respecting all our work, the General has always urged the importance of applying as far as possible our general rule of self-support. For though the people may have very little to give, the very least they can do helps to protect us from the prejudice created by the term rice Christians, applied to those who are believed to have made professions of Christianity for the sake of the food they hope to receive. And now the government, having seen the practical effect of our work, is beginning to give us opportunities such as we never had before. The Dams, a tribe systematically trained to live by thieving, were placed under our special care, and the result was such as to lead to our having other unmanageables likewise given over to us. In fact, we are barely now beginning to reap in India what in 28 arduous years had been sown. Does someone ask, where does the General's own hand appear in much of this? Is it not all rather due to his having from the beginning had so able a helper, acquainted with the languages and mental habits of the country, and other exceptionally able officers both here and there? Even if it were so, I should ask how all these people of ability placed themselves so absolutely at the General's disposal as to wish to spend all their lives under his direction in the greatest poverty in that faraway land. And I should inquire further how it came to pass that British, French, American, Swedish, Swiss, Dutch, and others could be got to submit not only to work in union under the same iron regulations, but often under the leadership of women, and often under that of Indian staff officers. Who else but General Booth has ever attempted to place under command of a woman a missionary work, carried on largely by men over a territory larger and more populous than that of the United Kingdom? Yet, undoubtedly, nothing has more contributed to the success of our work in a country where women have been so largely repressed as the fact that the Army has thus demonstrated its confidence in God's power to lift up the weakest to the uttermost degree. Nobody who reflects on these things will dispute that whatever the Army has done for India has been due most of all to its first general. And so surely as the knowledge of what is already done grows, shall we be allowed to do more and more to show India what Christ really desires, and so to capture it for him. In connection with all our Indian work, one vastly important part of the General's work comes ever before us, whether we think of Commissioner Booth Tucker or of one of his humblest native helpers. Commonly enough in recent times, the General was honored because he had won from the path of vice to that of virtue some notorious sinner. But did he not even more remarkably earn the general gratitude by changing the comparatively helpless and uninfluential, though well-meaning, into enterprising and widely useful leaders in good work? How many millions of people he has taught or urged to sing, "Were the whole realm of nature mine, that were a present far too small. Love so amazing, so divine, demands my soul, my life, my all." That grand verse was well known in this country, and widely sung, of course, long before he was born. But alas, how many sing it even now with the understanding? How many thousands of choice spirits first learnt, under the General's direction, to look fairly at the immensity of their responsibility to God as they sang that and similar verses? And how many only found out, as ever-widening responsibilities were pressed upon them, how great their all really could become? The humble laborer, without any great speaking ability, and often involved in a struggle to earn the barest livelihood for himself and family, was taught how to share in seeking the salvation of men. Today he has become a well-known benefactor in one way or another to thousands of his fellow townsmen, and his children, in the Far East or West, are helping to realize his grandest thoughts of winning the whole world for God. This result would never have come about simply by the reading and singing of the most beautiful words. But the man who was first of all made responsible, perhaps, only for the keeping of a hall door, learned with astonishing rapidity how much our common life could accomplish for God, and went on expanding in thought and purpose as his responsibilities were increased, until he became not merely a local leader in every form of salvationist effort, but a foreman or tradesman exercising a widespread influence amongst his fellow townsmen for all that is good, and urging thousands of a younger generation forward in every way to the glory of God and the advancement of their country. Such development, when it comes to be applied, say, to an educated lady, produces one of those wise mothers of mankind whose practical counsels and help are being sought by the greatest cities in these days, when men have found out what largeness of both heart and understanding are often to be found under a Salvation Army bonnet. End of section 16. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 17. South Africa and Colonization, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. The General visited South Africa 3 times, in 1891, 1895, and 1908. His visits were very largely dominated, as will be seen, by the idea that in South Africa good and abundant space could be found for overseas colonies. Enough space, in fact, to accommodate all the surplus population of England. The following extract from the record of his first journey is taken in the main from one of his letters to my children, dated from Kimberley. The afternoon meeting was a select gathering, with the mayor in the chair. Most of the ministers of the district were present. I talked with freedom, questions were proposed, and I carried the audience with me. At night, we had a social meeting in the amphitheater, which was well filled. The ex-mayor presided. I do not know how long I talked, but they say 2 hours. Everybody was much interested. The doctor with whom I was staying, and a brother physician, came into the house and thanked me for my magnificent speech, giving £5 to the fund for which we were collecting. I was very glad to get to bed, and to find that I had not taken a serious cold, for everything was open behind me in the theater, and the night was piercingly cold, whilst I perspired with the exertion of speaking, and felt the wind blowing at my back, striking me like a wet blanket. I was very tired. Tuesday, officers' meetings all day. If I had been pleased with what I saw of the officers before, I was more so today. Their eagerness to hear, and quickness to understand, the readiness with which they assented to every call and everything laid before them, was delightful. No body of men more simple, or apparently ready for action, ever sat before me. At night, I endeavored to deal with their hearts, making clear what a full consecration to the war included, and appealing to them for it. I don't think I ever gave a more heart-searching address, and it awoke a solemn feeling, almost amounting to gloom, which settled down upon every soul. You could see it in their faces. The knife of conviction pierced them through and through as I called up the particulars in which they came short of that life of love, sacrifice, and service which the war demanded. We then cleared the decks, inviting those who felt condemned in regard to the past, and who were willing to make the surrender, to come out. The first to roll up was about as handsome a fellow as I ever saw, a Cornishman, who fell down and began to cry out aloud to God. Others followed, and before we finished, I suppose we should have nearly 70 down, row after row. Sincere, beautiful cases. Some of the testimonies that followed were delightful. T was one of the first to come out, and he confessed down to the ground and wept like a child, the whole audience being much moved. It was 10 o'clock when I got home, having talked nearly 7 hours, and I was glad to get to bed. Wednesday, officers' meetings in the morning, a very precious time on matters of detail, which I believe helped the officers very much. Only those who thoroughly take in the meaning of these officers' meetings can hope to understand the general's hold upon the army, or the value of his various journeys, for such meetings had far more to do with the success of his work than any of his great public gatherings. He frequently uses the word simple in describing officers, meaning men who have not got so much puffed up by applause as to be incapable of seeing their defects and learning how to do better. Can it be necessary to remind the reader that in the Army no distinctions of race, country, age, or color exist so far as officers are concerned? When it is inevitable to have together in one officers' meeting groups who do not speak the language chiefly employed, someone of their number is so placed amongst the group as to be able to translate to them the general's addresses. Here we have a gathering of men and women from near and far, most of whom must needs carry on their work amidst small communities, living very widely apart, and where they could very rarely see another officer or be visited by any leader. To bring all these up before the tribunal of their own consciences, as to the extent to which they had discharged all the obligations they took upon them when they first engaged to form and lead on the forces whose duties, in so vast a territory, must be too varied and too difficult to prescribe by any fixed routine, could not but be of priceless value. Would to God that all persons engaged in missionary work were periodically passed through such examinations by fire. How easily may anyone in such solitary spheres yield to discouragement, or to some ill feeling towards a predecessor in the same appointment, or towards some leader who has not seemed sympathetic enough. Remembering that each of these has to go back to some position of lonely toil, with no guarantee of salary, and no prospect of improving circumstances, in a country whose large towns could be counted on the fingers of one hand, you can understand the supreme importance and the after effect of such meetings. The letter goes on. On this and the previous day, my host, the doctor, had invited guests to meet me at luncheon. Yesterday we had the ministers, who were mostly very friendly and sympathetic. As the doctor put it, today we had the sinners, who he reckoned were by far the most enjoyable, judges, commissioners of crown lands, etc. All were very respectful, and, to say the least of it, were in sympathy with my social scheme, if not actually having strong faith in its success. I had some further conversation with a member of the South African cabinet, who said he was on the most intimate terms both with leaders of the Afrikaner Bund and with Mr. Rhodes. He was quite sure that however anyone from political motives might disguise their feelings, they were equally in sympathy with me. We had some conversation as to the cooperation of the authorities, supposing lazy people turned out unwilling to carry out the engagements they might sign in England. He said he felt sure if anything were wanting in present law to ensure authority being respected, that it would readily be remedied. This has reference to the scheme of an oversea colony in South Africa, with which the general had been occupied ever since 1890. He, of course, always foresaw the risk that persons who were sent out in connection with such a plan might see in the colonies an easier career than that of the cultivation of land, and that there must needs be some assurance of their being held to their agreement in any such case. He goes on. At night, farewell meeting in the amphitheater. It was a considerable strain on me, as I hadn't a minute to prepare. I had promised myself a couple of hours in the afternoon, when some Dutch ministers came down upon me to open a YWCA building that they had just converted from a low public house at Beaconsfield, a suburb of Kimberley. If I would only go for half an hour, they would be so grateful. I couldn't refuse, so my bit of leisure was seized upon. However, we had a very good meeting. We were nearly full. I made a new speech, which went, I thought, with considerable power, and then commissioned separate detachments for operations amongst the Zulus and Swazis, outriders for the Orange Free State, and officers for various branches of social work. The leaders of each detachment spoke very well indeed. Promising fellows, all of them. At the close of the public meeting, I had to have another for soldiers, officers, and auxiliaries. This I was compelled to conclude earlier than I should otherwise have done, by the announcement that the electric light would soon give out. However, we had a very nice finish, and I got to bed about 11:30. Thursday, breakfast with the staff officers at 8. An hour and 3/4 good straight talk afterwards, with beautiful influence. Everybody so tender. At the close, I said, "Now let us kneel down," and after a little prayer, asked them to link hands with me and let us give ourselves up again to Jesus for the service of God and the army. Such tender-hearted linkings together of those who have the leadership of the Army's various departments have alone prevented the separations of heart that must inevitably be threatened whenever a number of very strong-willed men and women are engaged in labors into which they throw their whole soul, and in which they cannot, perhaps should not, avoid the feeling that their own department is, after all, the most important in the world. But anyone who thinks will understand how men and women so blended together in fellowship with God and each other have been able to override all contrary influences in every country. E., the leader of our work in South Africa, then turned to me, the letter goes on, and made a few appropriate remarks about his own devotion to the Army, and on behalf of every officer, present and absent, assured me that they loved the Army as it was, and did not want any alterations in orders or regulations, and were prepared to live and die in the war. I don't remember anything more tender and affecting on the conclusion of a council. I shook hands all round, and we parted. God bless them. I made a hasty call to the rescue home, and was very pleased with it, a really nice little place. The platform at the station was crowded. A passage was made for me, but I readily reached the compartment, and having 5 minutes or so, made a little speech, which was received with volley after volley and cheer after cheer. There was a good deal of handshaking, any number of God bless yous, and the train bore me away from the people with whom I have certainly had a really hearty and happy fellowship. I should have said that, by request of my host, I went through a kind of board school in a very commodious and suitable building. I saw room after room, so far as I could judge, of the happiest, healthiest, and I might say most beautiful lot of children it was ever my privilege to see. They ought to make a splendid body of men and women for the future. Friday. I did not get on very well last night with the plank bed, or shelf, which was dignified with the name of a sleeping berth. There was very little spring and no cushion. Moreover, I had heartburn. It was a cold night, and altogether I was glad when daylight came. The sun came out, and it was just as hot by noon as it had been cold at night. We stopped at Craddock a little time, where a gentleman interviewed me with regard to 80,000 acres of land possessed by some syndicate of the town at Preska, up beyond Kimberley. This kind of thing happens almost every day. At a station a little further on, quite a crowd of Salvationists and others had gathered. I could not see any sign of a town beyond 2 or 3 shanties. I used to think some of the places that had been dignified by the name of cities in Canada were rather grotesque, but here it is carried to a greater extreme. However, they must have some method of distinguishing the place of ingress and egress from the train, and perhaps they are named in the hope of becoming what they are said to be, things that are spoken of as if they were. Well, on the platform was as picturesque and motley a crowd as well could be imagined. I only wished at the moment the pencil of some artist had been there to have painted the Kaffirs in their showy turbans and half-naked bodies, the women with babies on their backs, and the whites of various ranks and conditions, all mixed up with Salvationists. Among others was a Salvationist old woman, half-caste, who had trudged over the mountain 14 miles from Somerset East with a big drum over her shoulders, traveling during the night in order to get a glimpse of the general. All at once, whilst people stared, she struck up a lively chorus, leading the singing and beating the drum most vigorously. Then followed the choruses, "No, we never, never, never will give in, never say die, and steadily keep advancing," etc. I beckoned to her, shook hands with her, wrote her name in a copy of Aggressive Christianity in the presence of the crowd, and gave it to her, all of which was interpreted to her as she spoke only Dutch. Then she wound up in good English with "Victory for me through the blood of Christ my Savior." The little scene altogether was very striking. Yes, surely that scene was striking for everyone, and for evermore. That union of races and languages to the glory of Christ, and for the highest well-being of the whole world, that valuing of the humblest true soldier of the cross above all the great ones of this world, accounts for the creation, maintenance, and spread of the army wherever they are seen. The following report of one of his meetings with the natives fairly represents one of them. The room could not contain the people who wished to listen to the general. Dark faces were to be seen at every window. The general did not talk at them, but he talked into them, and their close attention and many amens showed that he was well understood. No sooner had he ceased talking than the mercy seat was filled, and at least 100 came to Christ to seek deliverance from sin and the supplying of their hearts' needs. Among the number were 8 or 9 women from Central Africa. They had been brought down for immoral purposes, but the army had got hold of them and rescued them. Ere the general turned away, he gave them still further advice as follows: "My heart is drawn out to you. I am going a long way off, but I want you to think of me, and when you think of me, I want you to pray for me. Be decided to fight for Jesus. God will be on your side. Go in and get all your people saved and be the friends of all. Before I go, I should like to know who have made up their minds to trust God." And up went 100 hands. "That's right. Now all who have made up their minds to meet me in heaven raise their hands again." And once more every hand went up, this time accompanied by a tremendous shout. These journeys to South Africa were indeed, taken together, amongst the most painful lessons of the general's life as to the smallness of hope from the great ones of this world. The first visit, paid on the swell of the first admiration for the darkest England scheme, filled him with great expectations. And no wonder, for everywhere at that time governments, municipalities, and wealthy magnates talked as if they were ready to assist him immediately to place the deserving, though poor, crowds of the old country on the magnificent tracts of land he saw everywhere unoccupied, or very slightly used. But governments of the elected type come and go, making the most lavish promises and denouncing the other party, who, on turning them out, do ditto. And so it came to pass that the general made his third journey to South Africa in 1908, when 79 years of age. His life ran serious risk, because his going to Rhodesia himself was considered indispensable in order so to impress some British or South African statesmen that they might give him the needed help to establish an oversea colony there. And then all the statesmen denounced to Colonel Kitching by one of themselves as a set of blank fools, say that nothing can be done at present. and the old man returns to die with his great dream unrealized. End of section 17, part 1. Recording by Tom Hirsch. Section 18. South Africa and Colonization, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Hirsch. The following account of one journey taken by Colonel Kitching alone, who was not only his secretary but his representative in many directions throughout his latest years, shows the loving willingness of an army secretary to do and bear anything for Christ's sake, and what our staff officers generally understand by the words indefatigable and unconquerable. After a long journey of 30 hours, I reached blank railway station, expecting, in the virgin simplicity of my youthful mind, to find his place within sight, perhaps across a couple of stiles, instead of which I found that it was 36 miles or more, 4 hours' drive in a Cape cart. The only boy at the station with a vehicle was engaged, so I bade him come back again for me as soon as he had got rid of his fare, which he did in something over an hour, although he had said he should be back in a second. When he did come, he was unwilling to take me without his boss's leave, so we set off to find the boss. He was not at his house nor at his stable. He might be at church. I went and routed him out of his devotion, finally bargaining with him to take me there and back for £3. Now, Mr. Blank's farm comprises some 18 or 20 different farms, of which about 160,000 acres are in one block, and some 80,000 acres or more in 3 or 4 separate pieces. Each of these farms is managed by a farmer who is responsible to the top manager, who also has charge of one of the individual farms. My destination was a farm where Mr. Blank was believed by the railway people to be that day. The first half of the ride we were cooked in the sun. Then darkness came on. Black darkness. Then some ominous drops of rain, which were soon sheets instead of drops, and such thunder and lightning as I never want to hear or see again in this life. I was afraid we should get lost in the dark, for although it was called a main road, it was in reality merely a track, not that in many places, with any amount of 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot, and 4 foot holes. Now, I draw the line at 3 foot holes upon consideration. But my driver, who dignified himself with the title of mail contractor, was sure that his horses could find the way in the darkest darkness, as they do the journey each way twice every week. But when the darkness got so dense that we could not even see the horses except when it lightened, even he grew doubtful, remembered that he himself had not driven them along that road for more than 8 months, though his boy had done, and he thought that we had better stand still where we were till the storm was over and the moon rose. But I knew the moon would not rise till 10:30, and we were already about 18 miles from anywhere. My entreaties that he should proceed met with success, and the result that we lost the road twice, got into a deep hole, and capsized the whole caboose. When at last we reached the farm, it was to be met with the announcement that Mr. Blank had left there the previous day and was believed now to be about 26 miles, 3 hours nearly, further on. I was soaked to the skin, as hungry as a hunter, and dead beat into the bargain. The farm manager insisted that I must stay the night. It was impossible to go on in that storm, and go on in the morning. This is a little world. Mr. Blank had mentioned my name in speaking to him of the general's visit to Johannesburg, and he had remembered it as that of the only Salvation Army officer from whom he had ever received a letter. 10 years ago, or more, he had addressed some inquiry or other to headquarters, and I had written him in reply. The next morning I drove on to Blank, and found Mr. Blank in his orchard. He had not received the General's wire saying I was coming, for the simple reason that, not wanting to be bothered with mails or telegrams for a couple of days, he had instructed the post office people to forward all his dispatches to a place which he did not intend to go until the next day. If public receptions at railway stations, speeches, and addresses by governors, mayors, and ministers, and press eulogies could have satisfied him, the General could not but have been delighted with South Africa, as the following extracts may show. In the Ladysmith Gazette we read, "General Booth has flashed past Ladysmith like a meteor, but I'm inclined to think he has left a trail of light behind him. It is 15 years since I last saw the leader of the Salvation Army. Those 15 years have made but little alteration in the man. There is the same old Saxon profile, the same storm-defying, weather-beaten, almost eagle-eyed features, and the same slightly rasping but intensely interesting in its earnestness voice. There is plenty of strength still in that patriarchal figure, and with the exception of a slight stoop, the General is as vigorous as he was 15 years ago. In appearance, the General reminded myself of Canon Kingsley. They have the same Anglo-Saxon, falcon-like features, and the same indomitable energy and courage. Canon Kingsley was not so well provided with hair as the General, but on the contrary, he could boast of a more prominent nasal organ. Both men had flashing eyes deeply set, and overhanging eyebrows giving force and determination to the face. Both the late Canon and General Booth were equally sturdy specimens of Saxon descent, and both worked for the masses. Canon Kingsley, as he would admit today, was before his time, and in aiding the Chartist movement made a fatal mistake. Canon Kingsley, as shown in Alton Locke, endeavored to raise the masses to heights attainable only by men of education and men of thought, and today the recoil of that pernicious doctrine is being felt. General Booth places a man in the position God intended him to occupy, and if the man can raise himself higher by strenuous effort, then well and good. The salvation of General Booth is the true salvation, the salvation of regeneration, and the world's thinkers are surely recognizing the fact that the Salvation Army is a factor to be reckoned with. General Booth and his people have succeeded when all others have failed. The Rhodesia Herald of Salisbury said, "General Booth has well been called the grand old man of the Salvation Army, for undoubtedly it is his remarkable personality and fierce energy which has made the Army what it is today, and has enabled it to do a work which no other religious organization has attempted to do on anything like the same scale, and to reach a section of the people who remained untouched by the more orthodox methods of other bodies. It is not so very many years ago that branches of the Army in many towns in the United Kingdom were striving to make headway against most determined opposition employing methods of which the authors soon became heartily ashamed. Yet today, the different branches of the Army are doing their work, not only unmolested, but helped and encouraged by all classes of the community. And this because the Army has wrung recognition by transparent honesty of purpose and unceasing efforts to help those most in need of help and encouragement. As the aged general put it on his arrival in Johannesburg, the organization of which he is the mainspring has set before itself the task of giving a helping hand to the very poor, those who are without friends, and those who have fallen in the battle of life. The members of the Cape Town and District Evangelical Church Council, in their address to General William Booth, D.C.L., said, "We have been deeply touched by the energy, the wisdom, and the consecration with which you carry on your work at a period of life when most men have retired from active service. We would join with our brethren of the Christian churches throughout the world in assuring you of our admiration, mixed with our wonder, at the success which has attended your labors for the salvation of the most helpless and degraded members of our race. Hand in hand with your efforts for the salvation of the souls of the fallen, have gone a true Christ-like care for the bodies of the unfortunate, and an attempt to stem the current of social evil and degeneracy. We are deeply interested in your experiments in colonizing those parts of our empire which are at present sparsely populated, and thus relieving the tension of social problems in the larger cities of Great Britain, and that congestion of population which is a fruitful source of individual and social degradation. We trust your visit to South Africa may result in the settlement in the rich lands now untilled of a population, which by its industry, thrift, and character will compare with those of Canada, New Zealand, and Australia. We rejoice that the great Captain of Salvation continues to lead the organization, of which you are the head and heart in one, to great victories over the forces of evil, and assure you that in this land we recognize the Salvation Army as a powerful force for the spiritual and social uplift of the people. It is always a pleasure for the churches we represent to render any aid in our power to an organization for whose members and whose work we have the deepest regard. It is the earnest prayer of the Council that your visit may be full of blessing to your community, that it may result in a fresh infusion of hope and enthusiasm into the hearts of your fellow workers, and that God may abundantly fill you with spiritual and physical energy in the fulfillment of the great enterprise on which you have entered. August 26, 1908. The address of the Bloemfontein Town Council very carefully avoids any reference to the proposed oversea colony. Perhaps the whole secret of South Africa's indifference to it is revealed in the following extract from a paper, whose name we omit, lest any appearance of hostility to any locality or any element in that enormous country should seem to have crept into our feelings here. After half a column of compliments as to his good work and intentions, the editorial gentleman, not of Bloemfontein, goes on with his great but as follows: "But the social elevation, or the spiritual conversion of the boozy scum of a European nation may not be advanced at the cost of the well-being of our own people. We protest most earnestly against that at once. It does not matter whether he has fixed his eye upon Rhodesia or the Kalahari Desert. These lands belong geographically to South Africa, and we need it for its own peoples. True, we have plenty of territory, even for others who may wish to come and settle amongst us and wish to be of us. But we have no room for the submerged tenth of any other nation whatever." In vain did the general keep explaining in every land he visited that he had never thought of or made any plan for dumping crowds of wastrels on any country, but only such people as had been tested and proved fit for such an opportunity as they could not get in overcrowded countries. There was always the same loud and continued applause for his noble work, and then, almost everywhere, not often with the honest outspokenness of that newspaper, the same, "I pray thee have me, my country, excused from receiving this colony." And then the old man would give the tiny handfuls who, thanks to insane constitutionalism, have been left to monopolize vast areas of the earth, warnings of the future that may be remembered by generations to come. Whilst in South Africa, he was gladdened by receiving the following report as to the multitudes he was sending out to Canada. Emigrated from October 1903 to July 31st, 1908, 36,308, of whom were assisted by loan 9,400. Total amounts advanced, £38,375. Total amounts repaid, within first 5 years already, £5,112. But as to South Africa, he grasped the main feature of the situation there, and thus wrote in words that may be remembered, not only in that country, when for the British Empire it is forever too late. The more I see of this country, the more I am convinced of the folly of the controversy that prevails in some minds, and of the fears that are entertained about the predominance of the Dutch element. Before many years have passed, the question will not be as to what nation of whites shall have the mastery, but whether the whites will have any mastery at all. Not whether it shall be Dutch land or British land, but whether it shall be a white man's land. The undisputed growth in intelligence of the African and Indian combined will soon give them so great a preponderance that they will capture the agriculture and trade generally. What is to hinder them from the capture of the mineral production and the mastery of the country in general? There is only one way for the white man, and that is to add to his numbers such as will join him in the struggle and to convert the colored element to righteousness and truth and honesty and industry. I want to help them, but they cannot see far enough. These are the sentiments that ought to be pressed upon the attention of our government. Here is another letter which is valuable especially for the light it gives with regard to the General's careful examination during his journeys into all that concerned the efficiency of the army and of every leading officer in it. I have not said much about the character and condition of the work generally, having reserved my ideas for the closing of my correspondence. In a general way, however, I will make a few observations. 1. The territory must certainly be in better form than it has ever been before. This, considering the havoc made by the war, is saying a good deal. There are more corps, more officers, more soldiers, plenty of money to meet their requirements, and as much favorable public opinion as is good for them, perhaps a little more. 2. So far as we have had opportunity for observation, the officers and soldiers appear to be in good spirits. 3. Some important advances are under consideration, or in progress, in the direction of properties both social and spiritual. 4. Several very remarkable revivals have taken place. 5. The Commissioner appears to be much improved. 6. The more I see of blank, the more I like him, and my impression is confirmed that he is a long way the best man in the country for dealing with the natives. 7. The Commissioner thinks that what there is to be known as to cattle, land, products, etc., is known to blank. I love him very much. 8. The same applies very largely to blank. What he does know, he may know better than blank, though I am not sure whether his knowledge is so extensive. 9. I have seen little of blank, but he is said to be very successful in his present appointment. 2 gentlemen who have been inspecting his place say they could not have believed that such wonderful results could have been achieved in so unlikely a place. 10. This man, blank, has sat on the platform and prayed when he has been called upon to pray, but he has done nothing more. I shall instruct K, I think, to ask him a few questions, one of which will be whether he is willing to take a position in another part of the world. Of course, I am only snatching such sentences as convey the main ideas without their fuller development, which would risk indicating the persons referred to. Will it be believed that whilst this octogenarian was toiling in the heat to prepare, if he could, a brighter future for some of the poor, a syndicate of slanderers in London, some well-educated, some of the Trafalgar Square brawler type, were seeking to bless the British public by enlightening them as to his selfish and foolish designs upon them. According to their theories, his every new scheme was only brought forth to turn aside attention from his entire failure, and to ensure a continuous flow of money into his coffers. Perhaps the best feature of all about his dreams was that they never became less cheery for all that, and their continuously increasing infection of the world despite every attack. The General writes after his great meeting with some of our native comrades, as reported in connection with his final Congress. I have been much occupied, as I have already told you I expected to be, with the native question, and I am satisfied that one of the greatest things ever done in the history of the world can be done here, and I am determined to make an attempt to do it. I do not say that our chance is greater than it is in India, though I am not sure whether it does not equal it in many ways. Anyway, it appears to me that it is open to us to realize a mighty success. End of section 18. Recording by Tom Hirsch.